Lord Global, starting as the Desert Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401. Half a month later. The moment the yellow sand armor exploded, hull on the ground, endless yellow sand flew up, as if the rules were reversed at this moment. Hundreds of sandstorm controllers felt that they had lost control of the area in front of them at this moment. The sandstorms they condensed could no longer attack the target. Even the most violent and sharp sandstorm giant thorns would be forcibly worn away after piercing the central area. Beyond grade A skill, control of yellow sand. Richard, with the yellow sand light surging on his body, was in high spirits. The rounds of explosions of the sandstorm controller really exceeded his expectations. This damage forced him to call for stronger power to deal with it. But, this is right. How the sandstorm controller did not hear the order to stop, and did not stop, and continued to attack. The terrifying sandstorm seemed to be able to tear everything apart, and the sharp giant thorns mixed in it were even the sickle of the god of death. Even if the skeleton blood dragon rashly entered it at this moment, it would be cut by the sharp knife and strangled. What's more deadly is that the sandstorm is fierce, and it also comes with a curse. Richard could clearly feel a special force eroding himself. Although they were all forcibly suppressed by the power of the yellow sand. But without the power of immunity to curses, it would be impossible to resist the curse hidden in every grain of sand. The two sides fell into a stalemate. The sandstorm controllers erupted again and again, and even the space fluctuated, but they still could not break through the territory controlled by Richard. After lasting for a full 10 minutes, the sandstorm that sounded like a demon's scream suddenly dimmed, the wind became smaller, and then gradually dissipated, and one by one the sandstorm controllers with dim breath fell from the sky to the ground. The magic power was exhausted. Seeing this scene, Richard waved his hand, and dispersed the power of the yellow sand on his body. Looking at the sluggish sandstorm controllers below, he felt particularly comfortable. The opponent was only level 7, and there were only a squadron. If they can have such power now, how strong can they be when they are promoted to glory, or even crown in the future? This newly born soldier is powerful enough. He was very satisfied. And more importantly, the combat effectiveness of the sandstorm controllers increases with the increase in number. The more the number, the stronger the combat effectiveness. If it can reach a large team, or even a legion, then how spectacular would the scene of natural disaster be? Richard's eyes lit up. Sandstorm, yellow sand prison, sandstorm giant thorns, death tornado plus curse. This series of attacks, among the same level, perhaps only the dead stone statues that are immune to magic can deal with it. Moreover, the sandstorm giant thorns are a mixture of physical and magical damage, and the dead stone statues are not immune. Even the crown level soldiers, the skeleton blood dragon, will be in danger once they are caught in the sandstorm. What's more fatal is that the sandstorm controller is not a dead thing without wisdom. They can make self-judgment. Even if you want to run, it's difficult. How many people can run faster than the sandstorm? Question mark? Perhaps the only weakness is that their magic power has an upper limit. Now it can only last for 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Richard opened the attribute panel of the sandstorm controller and took a look. At this time, there was an additional negative state on it: magic overdraft. In the next 20 minutes, the magic recovery speed of the sandstorm controller will drop to 1 point every 10 seconds. Compared with the previous recovery of more than 20 points per second, the difference is not small. We have to think of a way to raise the upper limit of the magic power of the sandstorm controller in the future. The output of the caster is always limited by the amount of magic power. Richard was not surprised by this. This unit is too powerful. It is rare now, but it has caused such a big momentum. It is normal to have restrictions. If there is no restriction, it will not be rare. Andal has just fought for a few months. It is not too late to study it after the other party has rested. With the experience of the dead stone statue, the next strengthening should be able to shorten the time. Richard thought about it, and suddenly thought of something a little regretful. Unfortunately, the strengthening of the origin fire has restrictions. At least the brilliant level of troops must be strengthened. Otherwise, if there is another round of strengthening, this unit will be so powerful. The Origin Fire is a legendary treasure given to him by the Fire Elemental Lord, but there are many restrictions. A maximum of 100 troops can be strengthened every day, and at least the brilliant level must be used to withstand the backlash brought by the strengthening. After the stone statue of the dead was strengthened, the axe smash skill became the flaming axe smash, and the lethality increased sharply. If the sandstorm master could be strengthened, the damage would be even higher. If the opponent also gains the ability of fire, wouldn't the skill of the sandstorm master become my flaming sandstorm? Richard was very interested. Does this count as a shadow clone? However, he could only wait until he accumulated a wave of resources and promoted the Sandstorm Master to the brilliant level. Thinking of the origin of fire, the figure of the Fire Elemental Lord emerged in his mind. After the opponent got the lava heart from him, he had already broken through the extraordinary. There was no news for several months, and I don't know how it is. I hope that everything will go smoothly for this boss's promotion. He hasn't used this trump card yet. After regaining his mind, he waved his hand and returned to the Dusk City with the overdrawn Sandstorm Master. In the next few days, Richard did not leave again. Because various plans have been implemented, various government affairs in the Dusk City have increased sharply, and he had to take his hands out to deal with them personally. Especially the government affairs of the underground world are even more cumbersome. Bloodhoof City has begun to implement the forging technology sharing plan. But the start was not smooth. Not everyone has Richard's vision and foresight. Knowledge is an extremely valuable resource in this world. It is too late to treasure it, so how can it be handed over so easily and willingly? Even at the beginning of the promotion, due to improper methods, bloody conflicts occurred, and several dungeon tribes almost rebelled. After forcibly pacifying the parties involved, Richard did not waver. After repeated consideration, he sent the Pearl of the City of Dusk, his beloved Undle. Let this super talented special blacksmith lead the team to the underground world in person. After Undle arrived in Bloodhoof City, she directly summoned the blacksmiths of her power and began to pass on their most powerful forging skills. The underground world only worships the strong. This rule also applies to forging skills. Undle's talent and ability, if placed on the surface, is also a well-deserved genius. After a week of continuous teaching, he successfully won the recognition of those forces, allowing the forging technology sharing plan to be carried out smoothly. This greatly satisfied Richard, and also allowed the blacksmiths of Twilight City to participate deeply and absorb the essence of the forging skills of the underground world. At the same time, the army of Bloodhoof City also accelerated the pace of conquering other dungeon forces. Moreover, Cell Bloodhoof implemented his will. Every time he conquered an area, he would register important information such as the heroes and arms nests of the relevant forces. This also greatly increased Richard's control over the underground world, and the tentacles of Twilight City spread rapidly. After confirming that the situation was stable, Richard ordered the God Blood Dwarfs to return to the underground world. Let these guys with unlimited potential start to go to various strange places to find special magical plants and food unique to the underground world. Provide assistance in developing new products for the food workshop. The success of the black condensed ice cream made him see more possibilities, and he did not hesitate to increase investment for this. At the same time, the research and development of alchemy in the Furnace City also began to adjust the direction. Brown, a level 12 alchemist, has actually become the controller of the Furnace City. Of course, he is a controller who absolutely obeys Richard's orders. Under Richard's will, Furnace City began to connect with Bloodhoof City to implement his plan of using alchemy for production. The first direction of research and development was how to use alchemy to speed up mining and forging weapons. With the technology accumulated by the Grey Dwarves for hundreds of years, progress in this area was very smooth, and perhaps results would be achieved in less than a month. In addition, Furnace City did not stop researching desert transportation. After Richard dispatched several sandworms to the underground, he had a research object and began the second round of improvement of the mechanical boat that had been developed. Perhaps there was no need to wait for the sandworms to grow up before the improved version of the mechanical boat could be born. By then, the situation in which Dusk City was restricted by the harsh terrain of the desert and had difficulty in communicating with the outside world would be fundamentally changed. This would be more comfortable than using combat arms, the dead stone statues and skeleton blood dragons to transport supplies. And once the transportation tools were formed, then the conditions for starting the logistics transfer in the Death Desert proposed by Weir before to help other chambers of commerce transport supplies and earn resources would be met. Whether to do it or not was put aside for now, at least there was room for choice. The underground world was stable and orderly, and it was developing rapidly according to his plan. The city of Dusk was not idle either. First of all, the first black condensed ice cream was developed. This thing is a killer in the hot desert. Who doesn't want to enjoy the feeling of being covered by cool air when it's hot as a sand? The frost grass that produces black condensed ice cream is widely distributed in the underground world. It can be found wherever there is water, so there is no worry at all. Richard decisively ordered to produce black condensed ice cream with all his strength. To this end, he also bought 2 new food workshop drawings, rebuilt 2 food workshops, and upgraded all 3 food workshops to special buildings. There are no building restrictions in Glorious Era. As long as there is vacant land, the Lord can build anything he wants. Even if there is no vacant land, it can be built outside the city, but it will not enjoy various attribute bonuses. Among these food workshops, one is dedicated to research and development, and the other 2 are fully engaged in the production of black condensed ice cream. In order to ensure the supply of raw materials, Richard asked Bloodhoof City to send 5 squadrons of soldiers to collect frost grass. At the same time, the god Blood Dwarf was also asked to investigate the land and prepare to open a special frost grass planting base to ensure the production of black condensed ice cream. After the 2 new food workshops were built, the production of black condensed ice cream soared. After the food workshop, that can accommodate 200 people is full, it can produce 100,000 units of black condensed ice cream every day, and 2 workshops can produce 200,000 units. Weir has sent back news from Solon City. After repeated investigations and demonstrations by the natural businessman Silver Goblin, the black condensed ice cream can get the maximum profit at a price of 20 units of ordinary resources. Too high a price will affect sales, and too low a price will affect profits. According to Weir's estimate, the 2 food workshops can have a daily income of 4 million ordinary resources. According to the exchange rate on the forum, it can be converted into rare resources, and 8,000 units of rare resources can be harvested every day. The production cost is only 400 workers in the frost grass that can be seen everywhere in the underground world. Although it cannot be said to be pure profit, the profit is also very considerable. Even calculated, it is not less than the resources contributed by the Desert Crown Honey. Desert Crown Honey is an extremely rare resource treasure. It is hard to come by chance. Black condensed ice cream was developed by Dusk City itself. As long as the subsequent frost grass can keep up, production can be expanded. Black condensed ice cream contains magic power, and the special food workshop can extend the shelf life of food by 50%. Therefore, the shelf life of black condensed ice cream is as long as 2 months, so there is no need to worry about expiration. This also gives Richard a lot of room for maneuver. Next, he plans to accumulate enough and then transport it to Solon City to make it the flagship product of the Violet Chamber of Commerce and open up the market in Solon City. He has already notified Weir to be prepared. In addition to black condensed ice cream, another product that he values very much, Whitetail Absolute Brew, has also been put on the schedule of expanding production capacity. He is not satisfied with the current monthly production of 5,000 units. However, Whitetail Absolute Brew is different from black condensed ice cream. It is a 4-star wine, and the price is as high as 60 units of rare resources. The brewing process is extremely complicated, and only the Whitetail Cat tribe can brew it. He originally sent some apprentices to learn this brewing technology, but in the end, he found that it was impossible. The production of Beiwei Junayang is almost entirely dependent on the white-tailed cats. The white-tailed cats have a super strong sense of smell for wine and can smell the degree of alcohol fermentation. When it reaches that limit, they need to add the corresponding brewing materials. This leads to the white-tailed cats brewing purely by their personal ability. Normal people don't have such an inspired nose, so they can't learn it at all. Richard can only express regret for this. The fantasy world really can't be treated with common sense. But because of this, he paid more attention to the white-tailed cats. This natural wine-making race can't be wasted like this. Beiwei Junayang has been stable, so can we develop some other fine wines? At the moment, he was not vague. Like the food workshop, he also built 2 new breweries and upgraded all 3 breweries to special grade. One of them was specially handed over to the white-tailed cats to produce Beiwei Junayang. The other 2 were used to develop new fine wines. One was managed by the white-tailed cat tribe and the other was managed by humans. They were interdependent and shared technology. If there were any results, one of them could be immediately converted into a production line. Richard had originally planned to ask the god blood dwarfs to go to the underground world to find top quality fine wines to expand their product line. But he didn't expect that they would be rejected outright. Brewing wine is a serious waste of food. In the underground world, where food is scarce, ordinary small forces dare not even imagine it. Even the 2 overlords, the Grey Dwarf and the Bloodhoof City, can only brew turbid and low-grade strong wines. Upon hearing this news, Richard had no choice but to give up and hand the important task back to the white-tailed cat tribe. During this period, he did search for wine recipes on the forum, but the number was small and there was nothing he liked. Those wine recipes were all mediocre and had no competitiveness on the market. He learned from the forum that many players wanted to replicate some of the top fine wines on Blue Star, but they failed in the end. Because crops and world rules are different, even if the same process is used, the final wine will not taste the same, and even far from it. These news made him change many of his views, and even valued alchemy more, which is the science that fits this world. In addition to these 2 more important things, another thing caused a sensation in the entire Twilight City, and also allowed Richard to achieve his long-awaited goal. The popularity of Twilight City broke through 95 points. All this started on November 16th, when Richard fulfilled his promise, presided over the grandest wedding since the birth of Twilight City for Sam, a blacksmith with only one arm left. Blind Channa, the girl who was pitied in the past, became the object of everyone's envy on this day. On the road paved with flowers, the pure white wedding dress covered her face. More than a dozen cute pink dolls led the bride, under the gaze of everyone in Twilight City, and witnessed by Richard, became Sam's wife. The process in the middle was full of romance and happiness. The flowers everywhere, and the songs sung by children satisfied most people's yearning for marriage. Especially the last scene of the wedding, which is unforgettable for everyone. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, under the statue of the Ice Elf in front of the Lord's mansion, surrounded by countless lovely ice elves, Sam and Shanna solemnly declared their love to each other and knelt down to swear to Richard. Richard solemnly sprinkled clean water on the 2 people according to the custom of the witness in this world. Finally, he solemnly announced to everyone that the 2 were married. This scene, in the solemn ceremony, has a special meaning. Countless young men and women have an idea in their hearts. If they can have such a wedding in this life, and be witnessed by Lord Richard, it would be a perfect thing. When everyone was excited, Richard announced on the spot that from now on, November 16th of each year would be Valentine's Day in the City of Dusk. He would personally witness the marriage of the newlyweds on this day every year. This news immediately caused a sensation in the whole city, pushing the emotions to a climax. Amid shouting and screaming, Richard heard a familiar system prompt. Ding, your strong personal charm has influenced all residents of Twilight City, and their admiration for you is growing day by day. Your leadership skills have been upgraded to advanced levels. Ding, you have issued laws that are recognized and praised by everyone, and established a new holiday, Valentine's Day. The public sentiment of Twilight City has increased to 95 points, and it has gained new attributes. Chapter 402, Rush Troops, Fist Products enter the market. Sam and Shanna's wedding was definitely the most lively carnival since the founding of Twilight City. Everyone was in high spirits, with smiles all over their faces. After the grand dinner, there was a bonfire party with singing and dancing. Richard did not join the residents in the carnival. With him around, most people could not let go. He returned to the Lord's mansion alone, listening to the lively sounds coming from outside, and felt quite comfortable. watching his territory prosper and grow little by little, until now, everyone loves and recognizes it. That feeling is difficult for outsiders to understand. Full of sense of accomplishment. After retracting his thoughts, he looked at the system prompt. The leadership skills that had been stagnant for a long time were finally upgraded to advanced level with the blessing of this wedding. Leadership skills, special skills, advanced. 1. Possessing extremely strong personal charm, greatly improving the attraction to the opposite sex. 2. Can easily persuade and influence subordinates, so that subordinates have fanatical trust in you. 3. There is a high probability that field soldiers with lower levels than you, and heroes with lower potential than you will take the initiative to surrender. Compared with the intermediate leadership skills, several key attributes of the advanced leadership skills, personal charm, trust of subordinates, attracting field soldiers and heroes to join, have been improved. Although there is no specific data to quantify, it is definitely not bad. The only pity is that this is a desert. If it were placed in a rich place outside, I would probably have a large number of refugees joining me every day when I sit in the territory, and I would see heroes every now and then. In a ghost place like the desert, where you can't even see a single person, what's the use of being extremely attractive? A good cook can't cook without rice. No matter how charming you are you going to show it to the air? Richard could only shake his head. Continue to look at another prompt. After the public opinion is increased to 95 points, the accompanying attributes are also greatly improved. Brilliant City, activate when the public opinion reaches 95 points, and gain a special skill, 1 heart. Once the Twilight City is in danger, the residents and troops guarding the Twilight City will have all their attributes increased by 20%. Additional features. 1. Residents live and work in the territory, live happily, and worship you very much. All people will implement the policies you formulate 100%, and will promote your greatness to new residents. Unless there are special circumstances, the people's hearts will not decline too. Residents will not be instigated by the enemy, and will defend the territory to the death. If they find suspicious outsiders sneaking into the territory, they will report to you as soon as possible. 3. The attraction of Twilight City to refugees is increased by 100%. After arriving in Twilight City, they can integrate into the city faster, and there is a higher probability of attracting high-level talents or high-level heroes to take the initiative to surrender, and the charm of the city is greatly improved. After reading its attributes, Richard was in a better mood. The Brilliant City is in line with his positioning of Twilight City. The new attribute not only obtains a passive skill United, but also improves the attributes of all people when encountering enemy sieges. The other characteristics have also been improved. The most important point for him is that, unless there are special circumstances, the people's hearts will not decline. This means that Twilight City can develop freely. Whether it is to expand the number of residents or formulate policies, there is no need to worry about the bad reaction of residents and the decline of public sentiment as before. He picked up the teacup and drank a sip. It is worthwhile that he has invested so much in people's livelihood, and the return is so sweet now. The only pity is that the higher the public sentiment, the more difficult it is to rise. I don't know if there is still a chance to see what 100 points will look like. On the third day after the wedding, the new Liwatsam gave up the honeymoon vacation specially approved by Richard and returned to the blacksmith shop to start the attack technology research of the dead stone statue. It must be mentioned that Richard originally wanted to try to improve the technology of the sandstorm controller first, but he had to give up in the end. Because the spellcaster arms must be studied in the magic tower, and the Dusk City has not built a magic tower yet. He has a blueprint in his hand, but there is no arrangement in this regard for the time being. Once the magic tower is opened, this thing will definitely be a big gold swallower, which is really a bit difficult to bear. Slow down first, wait for several industries to develop, and then talk about it when you have enough confidence. Ding primary attack of the dead stone statue. Estimated development time 30 days. Estimated resources required 10,000 units of crystal, 10,000 units of gems, 10,000 units of sulfur. Success rate 80%. The dead stone statue is indeed terrifying. The rare resources required to study the primary attack have reached 30,000 units. When studying the Scorpion warriors and other arms before, only tens of thousands of ordinary resources were needed. The difference between the two is huge. When it comes to advanced, special, or even master levels, I'm afraid hundreds of thousands will be enough to get the basics. Richard can only feel pain and happiness about this, who made the dead stone statue so strong. With the master level technology of the Scorpion warriors, he has high expectations for the technology of the dead stone statue. It doesn't need to reach the master level technology, as long as there is special technology, the combat effectiveness of the dead stone statue will definitely be taken to the next level. Moreover, after the dead stone statue was strengthened by the psychic gem, the initial level recruited from the arm's nest has been raised to level 10, the same as the 1-star skeleton blood dragon of the crown. This makes it a natural title for the strongest dom of the City of Dusk, a well-deserved trump card. Richard didn't blink an eye and piled up 30,000 resources directly in the warehouse of the blacksmith shop. Before Sam's wedding, at the end of October, he went to the underground world. At that time, in addition to appeasing those dungeon forces who were uneasy about sharing forging skills, he also bought all the weapons and equipment that Bloodhoof City had exchanged from other forces. This time, all the weapons forged were new, not the rags from the previous times. So the price has increased significantly. Interestingly, Richard's large-scale sales this time have caused a sensation among players again. The affordable price, which is 10% lower than the average selling price, made this batch of weapons sold out in an instant. Although it is easy to sell, Richard also found that the quality of weapons on the trading market has gradually improved. At least the rags he used to cut players' leaks a few months ago have now completely lost the market. This also alerted him and made him determined to promote the sharing of forging technology in the underground world and improve the overall forging level, and once again urge the Furnace City to increase research and development in this area. If alchemy technology can meet his requirements, like the mechanically driven steel mills on Blue Star, it can produce weapons and equipment on a large scale and in a standardized manner, then Dusk City will definitely have a place in the weapons trading market. The special situation of the underground world can also reduce the production cost to the minimum. Other players may have higher level forging skills, but they definitely do not have the advantages of Dusk City. Not everyone can rule an underground world. In this transaction, Richard did not treat Bloodhoof City unfairly and took out half of the resources sold as the purchase price. If you want a horse to run fast, you must feed it with good grass. Bloodhoof City saved him a lot of trouble and is worth cultivating. This made Sell Bloodhoof smile from ear to ear. Although 70% of this is the purchase price and he can only earn 30%, this is earned simply as a middleman, without Bloodhoof City paying anything, and it is a kind of lying down to make money. And Richard earned a full 100 million units of ordinary resources from this transaction. This also made his empty resource panel abundant. During this period, Dusk City has more than just this income. In early November, 5,000 units of Whitetail Absolute Brew produced in October were delivered to Solon City. This transaction brought back 300,000 units of rare resources. After deducting the production cost of 50,000 units, the net profit was 250,000 units. Along the way, he also sent 500 units of special grade Desert Crown honey to the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. After the Desert Crown honey was upgraded to special grade, it could produce 140 units per week, which is 560 units per month. Except for a certain amount of retention, the rest were sold. The price of special grade honey is very considerable, 1,000 rare resources per unit. This transaction directly made him earn 500,000 units of rare resources. In total, he earned 750,000 units of rare resources this month. The Flame Dragon Rabbit was originally a big earner of resources, but with a transaction with Rebecca, the rabbit fur produced was sent to the Frostwolf family shop in Solon City along with the Whitetail Absolute Brew. However, even so, after this transaction, Richard's resources have reached an unprecedented level of abundance. But the speed of earning resources is fast, and the speed of spending resources is even faster. From the end of October to November 17th, the arms nests were refreshed 4 times in total. A total of 440 dead stone statues were produced, each consuming 300 gems. 300 crystals, and a total of 264,000 rare resources. Another top-level soldier, the Sandstorm Controller, originally had 10 arms nests and could only produce 50 arms per week. But Richard felt that the number was too small. He spent nearly 40 million units of resources to purchase and upgrade the nests of the 2 arms, the Crazy Sand Mage and the Sandstorm Mage, and resynthesized 10 rare-level Sandstorm Controllers. In this way, the number of arms nests of the Sandstorm Controller reached 20. The weekly output increased to 100. But in this way, 20 Sandstorm Controller nests were refreshed 4 times, and the number reached 400. In addition, when 10 arms were recruited for the first time, they could recruit an extra week of production 50, and the total number was 400. Each unit consumes 200 units of sulfur, which is 90,000 units in total. Just recruiting these 2 arms consumed 354,000 units of rare resources. There are still 400,000 units of rare resources left from the newly acquired ones. It seems like a lot, but there are too many things to do in Twilight City. Not to mention other things. Activating the blood in the body of the god blood dwarf will consume 1 million rare resources. There is a big gap here. This is based on the fact that he does not plan to continue upgrading the arms nest for the time being. If the Sandstorm Controller is promoted to the brilliant level, the rare resources required for recruitment will definitely increase again. However, the resources in hand are not enough to upgrade 20 Sandstorm Controllers, so Richard can only postpone his actions. After a month of rapid military expansion, the number of troops in Twilight City has reached a new height. Rare arms, 1. Bandaged Mummy, 3 nests, weekly output 21, current number 336. 2. Scorpion Warrior, 20 nests, weekly output 140, current number 554. 3. Mummy Guardian, 3 nests, weekly output 30, current number 720. 4. Condensed Sand Archer, 10 nests, weekly output 50, current number 1000. 5. Cursed Pharaoh, 1 nest, weekly output 5, current number 105. 6. Great Axe Death Knight, 5 nests, weekly output 25, current number 466. 7. Sandstorm Master Mage, 20 nests, weekly output 100, current number 500. Glorious Arms 8. Dead Statue, 11 nests, weekly output 100, current number 1050. Arms Without Arm Nests Rare, Axe of the Dead 515, Wild Sand Mage 420. Brilliance, Dark Gargoyle 240, Axe of the Dead 70, Heavy Sword Warrior 20, Crown Arms, Skeleton Blood Dragon 160. Among them, the Sandstorm Controller and the Stone Statue of the Dead, which he valued the most, were both very numerous. Especially the Sandstorm Controller. After 500 of them turned into sandstorms, they had already formed a strong combat power. He tried it once, and the combat power was more than 10 times higher than when there were 100 people. The huge number of troops made the fairly spacious Dusk City seriously crowded, and could no longer accommodate them. Richard had no choice but to draw a large area where the West and the Sandstorm intersected as a parking area for the arms. They were all undead arms, and the harsh environment of the desert had no effect on them. In fact, because of their talents, they could be strengthened in the desert. This solved this happy trouble. The clock moved to November 20th. In front of a huge warehouse in the food workshop, Richard looked at the packaged black condensed ice cream in front with interest. "Keru, how many black condensed ice creams have we produced this month?" The pale-haired, aging Keru was very energetic at the moment and said excitedly, "Sir, the current inventory of black condensed ice cream has reached 2.6 million units. The 2 special food workshops are producing day and night, plus the 5 squadrons of the underground world's army to find raw materials. These productions are not much. If it weren't for the rush of time and the shortage of some raw materials, this data could be doubled." Richard nodded, reached out and took a piece of black condensed ice cream wrapped like a zanzi from a box, made of special plants. Watching his movements, Keru introduced, "The black condensed ice cream is wrapped in a common broad-leaved plant in the underground world. It is tough and difficult to tear, and it can be kept for several months without decaying. It can also produce a special fragrance after being stored for a long time. Dungeon Life often uses this plant to pack food. In order to package the black condensed ice cream, the food workshop has made great efforts to study. Richard tore it open along the obvious opening with interest. The jelly-like black condensed ice cream appeared in front of him. He took off the plant spoon attached to the package and scooped a spoonful. He put it in his mouth. The familiar cool feeling instantly spread throughout his body, and he immediately became energetic. It's so comfortable to have this on a hot day. Although there is no great attribute bonus, the black condensed ice cream is a sure kill in the desert, just by being able to cool down. Kalu seemed to have thought of something and spoke hesitantly. My lord, is the price of 20 units of ordinary resources for black condensed ice cream too low? Although Glorious Era is a world with extraordinary power, magical plants or magic potions are very expensive. There are magical plants like black condensed ice cream that can help people cool down, but ordinary people can't afford it and won't consume it. It's incredible to the natives that you can enjoy the taste of magic with 20 units of ordinary resources. When Richard heard this, he suddenly thought of a familiar product, Coke. Coke, which always only sells for a few dollars, is one of the most profitable businesses on Blue Star. Hundreds of billions of bottles are sold casually every year. If black condensation ice cream can achieve this level, then it will be sleeping on a gold mountain. The production cost of black condensation ice cream is not high, and it can be standardized and mass-produced. Based on the current situation, it is more suitable to take the ordinary route, and the sinking market is in line with the positioning of this product as a daily consumer product. Similar products already exist in the high-end market. If there are no good properties, there is no need to compete with high-end products. And it is not that you can't make money if the price is low. In fact, on the contrary, as long as it is attractive to buyers, the frequency of repurchase will increase. Although the profit of expensive things is higher, the number of consumers will also decrease. As long as you grasp the profit point, the profit that can be earned at a low price may be 10 times or 100 times more than that at a high price. As for how to grasp the profit point, Weir, who controls the Violet Chamber of Commerce, has given the answer. Kalu suddenly realized, and then said with some shame, "My lord, I'm ignorant. I didn't expect you to have such profound insights in business." Is this also an insight? It's just common sense. Looking at this aboriginal who has not received compulsory education, Richard could only pat the other's shoulder to comfort him. Send all the black condensed ice cream to Solon City, and let Weir start our plan. The Violet Chamber of Commerce needs a flagship product to open up the market. Kalu immediately became alert. Selling the products of Dusk City to Solon City was something he had never dared to think of when he came to this dilapidated territory a few months ago. Now it feels like a dream. In just half a year, everything has changed. The current Dusk City is no longer the Dusk City of the past. After coming to his senses, looking at the piles of black condensed ice cream, he was excited and distressed. My lord, should we use sandworms? Of course, let the Furnace City pull out the mechanical boat, and let the sandworms pull the mechanical boat this time. 2.6 million units. If this is transported by flying troops, it will take time to go back and forth, and it will take him 10 days or half a month. Didn't he do anything during this period? The sandworms have grown to 60 meters, and 10 sandworms can transport these black condensed ice creams to Solon City in one trip. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army and only a moment to deploy it. The reason why he invested so much in this area in the early stage was just for this moment. Chapter 403 Windsor. Please tell Sir Richard that I know the news about Scarlet Moon 6800 words. Hurry up, damn bastards. The master has ordered that the mechanical boat must be transported to the surface today. If you delay, I will whip your heads that are used to hold water. Dismantle what needs to be dismantled. Don't waste time. These parts will be assembled on the surface. Such a big thing can't be carried by force. Richard's order made the Furnace City busy. Everyone began to circle around the mechanical transportation manufacturing workshop. Brown, a level 12 alchemist with a hand as small as a bean sprout, was sitting in a wheelchair and shouting to urge the Grey Dwarfs to work. One by one, the mechanical puppets carried huge parts and walked out. The scene was like ants moving. The soldier who came to pass the order looked at this scene with some confusion. "Lord Brown, will it take too much time to dismantle the mechanical boat? The lord of the city is waiting to use it." Brown looked at the young man, his face eased a little, and he explained. "After our second improvement, the mechanical boat has achieved the modular production that the master said. Each part can be produced in a standard way, and the time spent on disassembling and reassembling each section of the mechanical boat can be compressed to 1 hour. As long as there are enough people, it won't take too much time. After all, it is such a huge mechanical creation. It is not realistic to want to pull it over and use it immediately. Moreover, the passage to the surface is not wide, and it cannot be pulled over from head to toe." After hearing this, the other party did not say anything more, and quietly watched the mechanical boat being broken down into pieces. A few hours later, on the surface, the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead slowly landed in the east area of the City of Dusk. Looking closely, you can see that each soldier is holding a chain as thick as an arm. The chain is tied with mechanical parts full of Grey Dwarf style. After the parts were placed on the soft sand, the Grey Dwarves who followed began to drive the mechanical puppets to assemble them. Looking at their familiar appearance, this set of processes has been repeated countless times. Under high-intensity work, a mechanical boat was assembled in less than an hour. Richard watched curiously. The mechanical boat, which is 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, and more than 10 meters high, is definitely a behemoth in this world. Ordinary people standing below it feel as small as dwarfs. The mechanical boat is shaped like a hull, with a pointed head and tail and a large middle. There is an entry door on each side. Before driving, the door can be closed tightly without causing any impact. Richard stepped into it from the left door. The mechanical boat has a layered structure in the shape of a Chinese character. From the hollow position of the Chinese character, the cargo can be lifted to the second and third floors with a pulley hook lock. If it weren't for the mechanical puppets and the flying stone statues of the dead, it would really give him a sense of a modern hull. But with the local element of glorious era, this scene has become a fantasy style. I heard that the top fortresses can make airships, and that thing is a transportation artifact. Richard could only express envy. With the alchemy technology of the Furnace City, it is not yet possible to make airships. After the mechanical boat was assembled, a squadron of Grey Dwarves checked it several times again. After confirming that all key parts were fine, the leader came to Richard to report. "Great Lord, the mechanical boat has been assembled. Please give the order. Should we mount it on the sandworm now?" The other party's eyes were filled with unspeakable heat. It was a great honor to face this legend of the underground world alone. "How many mechanical boats can the sandworm tow now?" "We have tested it. If it is fully loaded with cargo, it can pull up to 2. Looking at the huge cargo hold in front of him, Richard had an idea in his mind. 2, that's not a small number. Then, as if he thought of something, he opened the attribute panel. Mechanical boat, vehicle, level. 2 stars, maximum loading capacity. 200 tons, 400,000 units, features. 1. When driving on the desert, reduce the resistance caused by sand and gravel by 30%. 2. When fully loaded, reduce the weight by 20%. Introduction. The vehicle made by the Grey Dwarves can only be pulled by creatures with the power of a dragon. Can it hold 200 tons? Richard was quite satisfied. The warehouse now has 2.6 million units of black condensed ice cream. With this calculation, only 7 mechanical boats are needed to transport them all out. Assemble 7 mechanical boats and mount them on the 7 sandworms. Each sandworm will pull 1. This will be lighter and faster. After receiving the order, the leader of the Grey Dwarves immediately went down and began to put on the carrying tools for the sandworms. The outer skin is grey-black, and the sandworms are covered with wrinkles like old trees. At this time, they are lying across the desert like a giant wall. The huge mouth in front is full of sharp teeth. When encountering an enemy, it can open like a petal and swallow all life. With a length of more than 60 meters and a diameter of nearly 20 meters, these lives that just hatched a few months ago are undoubtedly the overlord level lives in the desert, although they are only level 15. This thing is used in war. There is no need to attack. As long as the huge body rolls over, it can cause huge damage to the enemy. This is a natural racial advantage, which cannot be envied. The Grey Dwarf controlled the mechanical puppet and locked a huge ring-shaped object in the depression behind the sandworm's head. This place can just hold the giant ring. At the back, a chain thicker than a thigh connected the mechanical boat. As long as the sandworm moves forward, it can easily pull the mechanical boat through the chain. Once it encounters force majeure, the special design allows the sandworm to forcibly break free from the restrictions and escape on its own. This design does not seem to be anything special, but it is suitable for the current situation. It is impossible to develop such a top-level thing in just 1 or 2 months. It can be improved later. Although the Grey Dwarf worked non-stop, it took him a full 5 hours to load the mechanical boat required by the 7 sandworms. This exhausted the Grey Dwarf. Seeing this, Richard looked at Kalu, who had not spoken a word. In the future, there will be 2 squadrons of Grey Dwarves in Dusk City, who are responsible for loading goods. This is the first time, so it is inevitable that the hands are unfamiliar, and it is understandable that the speed is not fast. However, the transaction of black condensed ice cream will definitely become the norm in the future. Kalu nodded respectfully. As you wish. Richard didn't mention it, but after this incident, he also planned to make such an arrangement. After all the mechanical boats were ready, they went directly to the next step, loading the trucks. The stone statues of the dead flew into the city and moved the black ice cream in the warehouse to the mechanical boats. On the ground, the Grey Dwarves controlled the mechanical puppets to cooperate. Thousands of stone statues of the dead were transporting back and forth, and the speed was not slow for such a short distance. However, this made Richard frown a little. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but the stone statues of the dead could not always do such boring work. After thinking for a while, he saw the mechanical puppets in front of him, and his eyes lit up immediately. Kalu, let Brown develop a forklift. It is a machine specially used to load goods. In the future, the work of transporting goods will be handed over to the Grey Dwarves. In addition, you should immediately arrange for someone to choose a suitable area outside the city and build a dock specially used for loading goods. In the future, the black ice cream can be transported to the dock in advance and loaded directly. Professional venues can greatly improve efficiency. After Kalu answered, Richard said nothing more. Dusk City has no foundation. Everything is blank. If you want something, you can only build it yourself. Although there are thousands of flying arms loaded, it took 7 or 8 hours to build 2.6 million units. It was not until late at night that the busy work that started in the morning finally ended. Under the millstone-sized moon, the hot desert during the day became cool at this moment, and the irritability turned into gentleness. The yellow sand was covered with a layer of silver gauze, and looking far away, it seemed as if the long skirt of a goddess was hanging from the horizon. 7 monsters with a body size of more than 60 meters lay on the yellow sand, and their bodies crushed the gravel and made huge dents. Under the night, the sandworms seemed like demons crawling out of the abyss. 20-thigh-thick chains connected the mechanical boat with a metallic luster behind. This scene looked full of the unique flavor of the fantasy world. If this were placed on Blue Star, even if you didn't do anything, you could make a fortune by letting these monsters take tourists out for a walk every day. Gray, Gunter, after delivering the goods, return immediately and don't stay too long. But if Weir has an order, you should obey it first. After loading, the army set off immediately. This time, Richard sent 5 squadrons of stone statues of the dead, and 1 squadron of skeleton blood dragons to escort. 2 mummy heroes served as the team leaders. The flag of the Violet Chamber of Commerce was planted on the mechanical boat. Looking closely, you can find the flags of the Solon Chamber of Commerce and the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce next to it. This was brought back by him when he left Solon City. Planting the flags of the 2 families will at least reduce the trouble by half. Richard did not plan to follow this trip. In the future such transactions will become the norm, and he will not have so much time to waste on it. Last time, many soldiers had been to Solon City, so they were not afraid of not finding the way. And with the characteristic of never getting lost is not a problem. However, in order to be on the safe side, he still selected 2 residents of the city hall who were recently promoted to F-level heroes to follow. If he met passers-by who didn't like the undead, he could also let the 2 go to negotiate. After a detailed arrangement, the army, which had been organized for a day, officially set out. Swish. The 7 sandworms crawled forward, and the thigh-thick chains behind them immediately tightened, and the powerful force drove the mechanical boat forward. The sandworms' bodies continued to sink as they moved forward, and finally half sank into the yellow sand, leaving only a body 1 or 2 meters high above the desert. Sandworms are desert creatures, and at this moment, they pulled the heavy mechanical boat without any pressure, just like fish swimming in the water. The gravel was squeezed out, and a gully appeared behind them. Interestingly, the huge body loosened the gravel on the ground, and the mechanical boat behind them immediately became relaxed when moving forward. Once the sandworms slowed down, there was a buffer and anti-collision device in front of the mechanical boat, which would not let it overturn or hurt the sandworms due to inertia. This made Richard very satisfied. Although the mechanical boat was still a little crude, everything that should be considered was taken into consideration. It can be seen that the Furnace City has spent a lot of effort. 7 sandworms pulled the boat for a long journey, leaving only a series of eye-catching traces behind. Richard followed behind and observed silently for a distance. After careful calculation, he found that the speed of the sandworm could reach 50 km per hour, which was nothing for the flying troops. But for the sandworm pulling the 200-ton mechanical boat, it was already very fast. At this speed, it could travel thousands of kilometers a day. Even if it took a break in the middle, it could reach Solon City in 5 days at most. For transporting such a large amount of goods, this speed would make the natives drool with envy. The 2 mummy heroes took the flying troops to guard the sky above the sandworms, and at the same time, they spread out a part of the army, and the warning range could reach tens of kilometers. After Richard escorted the army through the sandstorm in the east, he felt a little subtle when he saw the first batch of goods disappearing in front of him. The long-planned industrial development has finally embarked on the right track. In the near future, this scene will definitely become the norm. This caravan to Solon City will continuously earn resources for him. After returning to the City of Dusk, Kalu, who had not left yet, chatted with him for a few words, and said with hesitation, "Sir, why don't we sell the black condensed ice cream to other God's Grace Lords?" Kalu and other high-level officials knew that the God's Grace Lords had the magical power to trade with each other. Even most of the natives knew this. Players are not people who keep their mouths shut. So many major forces found this, and specially recruited a group of players to help them acquire their scarce treasures. Some far-sighted forces have even begun to use players to start a trading market business. This has also led to the prices of many commodities being consistent with the cities of the natives. No one is stupid, especially those forces that have existed for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. This has also led to the original advantages of the players being reduced under the various tricks of the natives. This is an inevitable trend. This is also the reason why the natives have always been lukewarm about the players. Before they grow up, the players are just a plate of meat, and there is nothing to worry about. Richard glanced at the other party and said slowly, "I have tried it." Kalu was thoughtful. "Lord Shannon doesn't approve of the black condensed ice cream." Richard didn't comment. The black condensed ice cream is not very famous. He put 100 copies on the market a week ago, but it hasn't been sold out yet. The players are very busy. Most people are interested in weapons and equipment. With the development of the territory, there are too many food items. Millions of pages are waiting to be turned. The properties of the black condensed ice cream are not special, and few players will pay attention to it. Now it's not the channel that limits the black condensed ice cream, but the output. When the output increases, I will find a way to open up the market for Lord Shannon. With his reputation among the players, it is actually very easy to advertise. The black condensed ice cream is also very attractive to people in a hot environment. But now that the production capacity cannot be increased, there is no need. It is better to use it to promote the reputation of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Kalu felt deeply. We still have to speed up production. The supply of frost grass is too limited by collecting it in the wild. Although the underground world is very wide, frost grass is not a rare thing. But it takes time to find and transport, and most of them are scattered here and there, and it takes time to harvest. Various reasons severely limit the production of black condensed ice cream. Richard frowned. He gave a death order directly. Speed up the site selection of the frost grass planting area. I need to get the results within half a month. No, within a week. In addition, you can ask Furnace City to cooperate in developing a mechanical puppet that can plant and harvest frost grass. He has high expectations for black condensed ice cream. Although the profit of this product is not high, it is very suitable for large-scale promotion and large-scale production. And he doesn't have to worry about selling it. Although the main market now is Solon City, the outermost cities of the Death Desert are all his target customers. As long as the production capacity keeps up in the later stage, there is still a huge player market waiting to be tapped. However, all this needs to lay a good foundation. November 25th. In the afternoon, the sun was still hanging above the horizon. Welia was in the desert several kilometers west of Solon City, looking into the depths of the desert with expectation. The caravan is coming soon. The little princess of Solon City, Chris, who was wearing a pure white noble dress and looked smart and playful, was muttering in dissatisfaction. Sir Richard is really annoying. It took him so long to send the black condensed ice cream. I asked the Solon Chamber of Commerce to make room for the black condensed ice cream last week. When I see him later, I must ask him to compensate me. I really don't know where he got this little thing. It tastes cool and is sold so cheaply, he said with a little pride. If the gift is not good, I won't agree. Welia looked at the little princess of Solon City who seemed to have not grown up yet with some amusement. Your Highness, Sir Richard may not come this time. Chris glared at her. He dares. Humph, I have helped him take care of the Violet Chamber of Commerce for so long. He dares not to come. As he said this, he showed an expression of being betrayed by a heartless person and stared at the front angrily. At this moment, the Pegasus night in the sky suddenly indicated that a strange force was approaching in front. Here we go. The two got the signal and immediately became alert. A moment later, the earth shook and the dust rose. The Pegasus night in the sky immediately became alert, descended to a height of dozens of meters, and guarded above His Highness. As the dust approached, Chris quickly saw the scene in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I saw several terrifying creatures, most of which were hidden in the desert, pulling a strangely shaped mechanical creature quickly. Wherever they passed, sand flew and the earth shook. The scene looked like a strong visual impact. The flying dead stone statues and skeleton blood dragons in the sky did not seem so eye-catching. After approaching the range of 100 meters, sizzle, the huge body of the sandworm crawled out of the yellow sand. The exaggerated body was like a rolling boulder, which immediately gave people a strong sense of oppression. Seeing this, Chris was not afraid, but instead felt eager to try. Is this Mr. Richard's subordinate? Welia, can I ride it later? Welia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The sandworm slowly stopped. After approaching 50 meters, thick sand and dust covered most of the sky, and it was not clear until a long time later. When the dust settled, several skeleton blood dragons slowly landed on the ground. After stopping, the two mummy heroes stepped towards Weir and his party. When they saw the girl, they immediately saluted with their hands on their chests. Miss Weir, good day. Weir looked at the two mummies with terrifying appearances, but instead felt a little friendly, and immediately returned the salute with their hands on their chests. Lord Gaunt, Lord Grey, good day. After the ceremony, he turned around and looked around. Is Lord Richard not here? Grey shook his head. The master has other arrangements, and is not traveling with us. Weir was a little disappointed. Chris was not happy when she heard this, and she opened her eyes and said angrily, "Arsehole, Richard is really not coming? Where is the gift he owes me?" Hearing this, the two mummy heroes immediately turned their heads and looked at her. Grey looked at her for a while and said in a serious tone, "You are Her Highness Chris, right?" As he spoke, he held his chest and bowed respectfully. "Twilight City, Grey, I extend my highest regards to you. Thank you for everything you have done for the Violet Chamber of Commerce. When the master was in Twilight City, he often mentioned you to us." Chris, who had just been angry, suddenly brightened up and said excitedly, "Did Sir Richard really mention me?" After saying that, he looked at the two of them with some suspicion. "I don't believe it. Did he teach you to say that? That bad guy likes to scold her the most, so he won't mention her." Grey didn't explain anything, turned his head, and waved behind him. Two low-level human heroes who came with the army came over immediately. One of them was holding a bouquet of flowers, but the flowers were covered with gauze, and only the general appearance could be seen. The human hero stepped forward and handed the bouquet to Chris very respectfully. After Chris took it with some doubts, Gray said slowly, "Your Highness, the master is busy and cannot leave the City of Dusk for the time being. When I came, the master repeatedly told me to maintain the highest respect for you. This bouquet of flowers was also specially found by the master from the underground world for you." Chris looked at the bouquet in her hand with great surprise, and a smile instantly spread across her face. But she did not show weakness. This guy is quite conscientious, but it is not a gift. As she said this, she could not help her inner curiosity and carefully lifted the veil on top. The next moment, a flower bud appeared in the air. Chris was a little stunned. Just like that? But before she could react, suddenly, a wave of magic power surged out. The flower bud just now bloomed instantly. The red and white flowers were in full bloom. The flowers were even filled with crystal dewdrops, which looked magnificent. "Ah!" Chris exclaimed, and a smile brighter than the flowers blooming in front of her appeared on her face. Then he held it in his arms, reluctant to let go. Weir watched with great envy. "Lord Richard, you are so good. Although it is just some small magic skills, it obviously took a lot of effort to make it so beautiful." After coaxing Chris from a distance, Gray talked about business. He looked at the sandworm. "Miss Weir, how can these black condensed ice creams be transported to the city? Not to mention that the Solemn City does not allow soldiers to enter. Even if it is allowed, the sandworms cannot enter." Weir smiled softly. "Don't worry, I have borrowed a team from Her Highness Chris. You can just unload the goods directly." After speaking, he pointed to the team of about 20 tall white horses next to him. "This number is not enough. The carriages of these teams have been forged by extraordinary forgers. The space inside is 100 times wider than that of ordinary carriages. 2,000 carriages should be enough." Gray understood. He couldn't help but marvel at the heritage of Solemn City. Even the carriages that pull things can be made into space treasures. It is indeed extraordinary. But he was not discouraged. He firmly believed that the City of Dusk would be more prosperous than this city one day. After a simple handover, Weir asked Gray to unload the goods here, and she took Chris back to the city first. This place is only a few kilometers away from Solemn City, and is still within the patrol range of soldiers, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. The black condensed ice cream has been delivered, and the next step is to get down to business. During this period, she has rented 5 shops, and she will start selling them as soon as a supply arrives. With high morale in her heart, she will not let Lord Richard down, nor will she let Teacher Kalu down. After returning to Violet Manor in a hurry, Weir was stunned to find that there had been no guests in the manor for a long time. At this moment, several carriages were parked in the open space in front. With some doubts, Weir got off the car. Before getting close, a peerless and elegant figure appeared in her sight. She calmed down in her heart and stepped forward to salute with a smile. "President Windsor, good day." Windsor, who had a strong aura and looked like a queen inspecting the territory, looked around and saw only the figures of Weir and Chris, and frowned. "Good day, Miss Weir. Sir Richard didn't come?" Chris said with a bright smile, while holding the blooming flowers. "Sir Richard has something important to do, so he didn't come this time." After saying that, she raised the bouquet in her hand and said proudly, "Sister Windsor, these are the flowers Sir Richard sent me. How about it? Beautiful, right?" Windsor looked at the girl's happy face and frowned. "This silly girl is too easy to fool. With your status, let alone a bouquet of flowers, even if you want a plain, there are people willing to give it. But I didn't see the familiar figure, so I didn't bother to say more." He looked straight at Weir. "Miss Weir, please tell Sir Richard that I need to see him." Weir's heart skipped a beat, and she felt that something was wrong. She took a deep breath and said slowly under the strong pressure from the other party, "President Windsor, do you need me to tell Sir Richard the reason?" This was said quite artistically. Windsor looked at Weir deeply. "Please tell Sir Richard that I know the news about Scarlet Moon." Chapter 404. What is black condensation ice cream? Hiss, this thing is so addictive? Question mark. Watching the carriage with the flag of the phoenix tail flower disappearing at the corner of the street, Weir frowned. She knew better than anyone how much Richard valued Crimson Moon. When Richard left Solon City, he repeatedly told her to do her best to find out the news about Crimson Moon. Even Chris, the princess of Solon City, was mobilized. But in the past month, apart from knowing that Lord Shannon was also looking for news about Crimson Moon, there was no gain at all. Now that there was a sudden progress, she didn't feel so good. Windsor came to tell her about this in person, and her consciousness told her that there seemed to be some elusive secret hidden in it. Sister Windsor is too partial. She didn't tell me the news of Crimson Moon after finding it. Humph, she must be jealous of Sir Richard for sending me flowers. Chris's face was a little indignant and a little happy. Richard asked her to find Crimson Moon, but he didn't expect that Windsor found the news first, and he just asked, but he didn't tell her. Wedia turned her head to look at this heartless girl, feeling both amused and envious. The other party is the most noble princess in Solon City, and she doesn't have to consider the other side of this world at all. Perhaps this is why Lord Richard is so close to her. It is always reassuring to get along with a simple, cute, and innocent person. At that moment, the smile on his face became sincere. Your Highness Chris, let me pass the message to Lord Richard first. Chris's eyes lit up and said excitedly, that's right, let that guy come quickly, he still owes me a gift. Wedia smiled and nodded. During this period, Chris used a lot of power to find the Crimson Moon for Richard. Although there was no gain, she saw all these efforts. At that moment, she was not vague and immediately wrote a letter in secret language and then asked the half-feathered people to send it out of the city. In order to facilitate contact with the Violet Chamber of Commerce, Richard specially arranged a squadron of stone statues of the dead to come and obey orders. The news was delivered by these arms. However, the city of Solon does not allow soldiers to enter the city, so the statue of the dead is stored in the place where soldiers are stored outside the city. After the arrangement was made, Wedia did not dwell on this matter too much. Everything will be dealt with after Lord Richard receives the information. She did not know much about the matter of the Crimson Moon, and it was impossible for her to make a decision on behalf of Richard. After Chris told Wedia that Richard would notify her as soon as possible, after replying to the letter, she did not stay any longer and went back with the flowers in her hands. In the early hours of the morning, carriages loaded with full pits and valleys of black condensed ice cream drove into Solon City. Solon City does not impose a curfew, so even in the middle of the night, the streets are still busy. Because some races that do not like the sun and high temperatures will act at night, the flow of people is no less than that during the day. The 20 carriages loaded with black condensed ice cream did not return to the Violet Chamber of Commerce, but were divided into 5 groups and drove in different directions. Soon, one carriage after another arrived at their destination, the shop. The flag embroidered with violet flowers fluttered in the wind, and the magic plaque with the blessing of text literacy would not be mistaken even by illiterate people. Violet Chamber of Commerce, shop number 1. At the door, Wedia, with more than a dozen silver goblins with glowing skin and several half-winged people, watched the carriage stop. Everyone became excited. After a month, the Violet Chamber of Commerce finally had its own products. Wedia waved her hand and gestured to the side. Move the black condensed ice cream to the warehouse. Each of the shops she rented had a large warehouse behind it, so there was no need to worry about not being able to put these black condensed ice creams. As soon as the voice fell, more than 20 creatures with green skin stepped forward and began to unload the goods. These creatures had an ugly bald head, a strong body, and a height of nearly 3 meters, looking like a berserker. They stepped forward swiftly and carried down boxes of black condensed ice cream. Looking at the skilled movements of these green-skinned creatures, a silver goblin next to Wedia said excitedly in a weird tone, "Master, other people only know that these green-skinned laborers have bad tempers, but they don't know that, as long as they have enough food, green-skinned laborers are the most docile laborers. And each green-skinned laborer can be bought with only 50,000 ordinary resources. God of merchants, this is simply a free gift." The silver goblins are a very interesting race. These guys do not believe in their own race god, the god of goblins, but have an extreme worship of the god of merchants. Wedia nodded with great appreciation. Not bad, you did a good job. During this period of time, she has realized why the silver goblins are called natural businessmen. These guys have an extremely crazy obsession with making money. As long as there is profit, their IQ can be multiplied. If it weren't for the fact that many silver goblins were found to be secretly taking kickbacks and making money in a dirty way during this period, she really thought that the silver goblins could easily support her chamber of commerce. Thinking of this, she looked at the half-feathered man next to her. As supervisors, you must check every income carefully and there must be no mistakes. The half-feathered man immediately responded solemnly, "As you wish." After saying that, he glanced at the uncomfortable silver goblin with great contempt. These lowly races, if it weren't for the master's request, really had no right to work with them. However, it was also interesting to interrogate these greedy fools every day. What happened in shop number 1 was also repeated in other shops. The unloading was not finished until dawn. Weir did not return to the manor. From dusk to dawn, she kept guarding the shop silently. Today is the most critical day. The sales of black condensed ice cream are extremely important. She must keep an eye on it. 10 o'clock in the morning. The warehouse was sorted out, and the black condensed ice cream was neatly placed on the 12 shelves in the store. Looking around, you can find that the entire store now only has this kind of goods for sale. The silver goblin also suggested to Weir that she should go to other chambers of commerce to order a batch of goods to sell, but Weir rejected them all. This idea can be implemented in the future, but not this time. Black condensed ice cream is an important layout of the City of Dusk, and there must be no mistakes. After finishing the chores, a silver goblin approached Weir and asked excitedly, "Master, shall we open for business? As long as they can make money, the enthusiasm of the silver goblins will be off the charts." Weir's heart was beating fast, and she took a few deep breaths to suppress the nervousness in her heart, and said in a concentrated voice, "Let's get started." Although she was confident in the black condensed ice cream, this was the first time that the Violet Chamber of Commerce opened. It was also the first time in her life to prove herself. This girl, who was only 17 or 18 years old, had far less life experience than the white-haired old man Kalu, and she could not remain calm in the face of such a thing. Young people always need a certain amount of time to grow up. As soon as the voice fell, the silver goblin, who had changed into a uniform, immediately opened the door of shop number 1. After a few actions, the shop officially appeared in front of passers-by. The location of number 1 product was the most prosperous, and pedestrians were constantly shuttling outside. Weir stared at the front, and her heart became uneasy again. Because after the door was opened, although there were many pedestrians passing by, not many people stopped. Some people just took a quick look and left. They had no intention of coming in. After more than 10 minutes, there was no one in the huge store. Weir frowned. She was very confident in the black condensed ice cream, but how could it sell without anyone entering the store? Maybe we should wait a day and hold the opening ceremony. This time it was too urgent and there was no preparation for these. Just when she was about to say something, suddenly, several passers-by stopped. "Violet Chamber of Commerce? Hey, isn't this the shop that the silver goblins told us about a few days ago? Their black condensed ice cream is now on sale." "What is black condensed ice cream? What's so good about the shop opened by those greedy silver goblins? Let's go." "Look, black condensed ice cream is a good thing. Today I will take you to open your eyes. Human, the strong dwarves have even tasted the meat of dragons. How can some goblin things open my eyes? Tell me, how many rare resources does that thing sell for?" 20 units 20 units? Ha 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 ha. Dragon meat costs 500 units of rare resources. God of the dwarves, you are really a countryman from the Carry Mountains. I'm talking about 20 units of ordinary resources. What the hell? 20 units of ordinary resources? This thing can also open the eyes of the great lover. I don't believe it today. Let's go in and take a look. Several people shouted and stepped into the house. A silver goblin at the door immediately greeted him with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a walking gold coin. "Good day, my lords." In front was an orc holding a heavy sword, behind was a human holding a shield, and a bearded dwarf. The three formed a strange combination. The dwarf cursed and muttered about what good things could be with 20 units of resources, and turned around to look around, as if trying to find something. The human was retorting, and the dwarf would definitely like it. The orc watched the show and didn't care. I heard that you have something more surprising than dragon meat, and it only sells for 20 units of ordinary resources? Take it out and show it to Master Luke. The dwarf put down the hammer in his hand, and the ground shook for a moment. The human looked down at the dwarf, who was only as tall as his chest, and laughed. Damn Luke, you can only show off that you have eaten dragon meat, because you know nothing about other things. As he said that, he stretched out his hand, picked up a bag of black condensed ice cream from the shelf, and smashed it directly on the other's chest. This is black condensed ice cream. You will feel good after eating it. After that, he handed another portion to the orc next to him. The dwarf looked at the black condensed ice cream wrapped in plant leaves with disdain. Is this kind of thing the leftover paste of the goblins? He looked at the silver goblin next to him with disdain. The silver goblin was shameless and didn't care. As long as he could make money, it was fine. Everyone in the room could see that they were fighting, so they didn't promote it at the moment, but watched the three people arguing with a smile. The human shield warrior didn't bother to pay attention to the dwarf, and opened it by himself, then scooped a spoonful of it beautifully with a spoon. After taking a bite, the whole person shuddered and let out a long breath. It's so cool. It's still the same taste as a few days ago. It's so fucking cool. Now give me a piece of dragon meat. I won't change it. The dwarf was immediately furious. This idiot was implying him again. Just as he was about to open his mouth to curse, a dull exclamation came from the side. This black condensed ice cream is so cool. It's great. Turning his head, he saw that the tall and strong orc was now looking like he was having an orgasm. No, it was even cooler than an orgasm. The dwarf immediately stopped. You two bastards, are you making fun of me like a clown? He said angrily, while holding the black jelly. 20 units of ordinary resources can make you like this? He immediately opened the top of the opening in a rage. He looked down and frowned at the black and sticky state. God of the dwarves, only goblins like to eat this kind of paste. Fortunately, he didn't smell any bad smell, otherwise he would have thrown it away. Seeing that the two were still enjoying it, he snorted coldly and ignored the spoon and directly reached into the packaging bag and grabbed a handful. The black jelly in his hand looked disgusting. The dwarf wore a mask of pain on his face. Damn bastard, is this thing really edible? After the human shield warrior was satisfied, he looked at him with disdain. TSK, eat it if you want. Don't ask me for it when we go to the desert later. He said and looked at the silver goblin next to him. Give me 20 servings. A muffled voice came from the side. No, 40 servings. The human shield warrior turned his head to look at the orc and grinned. That's right, 40 servings. After saying that, he glanced at the dwarf who was still struggling whether to eat or not. Don't bring it to this idiot. Let's each have 20 servings. The dwarf couldn't stand this provocation and immediately made up his mind and stuffed the sticky black condensed ice cream in his hand into his mouth. He thought he would taste the goblin's paste. Unexpectedly, the moment he put it in his mouth, it was not only not unpalatable, but also had a special fragrance. He tasted the taste and couldn't help but be very disdainful. That's it? He really hasn't seen the world. But just as this thought came up, the cold magic hidden in the black condensed ice cream began to surge out, like ink dripping into clear water. The cold magic directly enveloped him. The whole person shivered, and the unbearable heat just felt disappeared at this moment. The feeling of coolness that penetrated his heart was so comfortable that he closed his eyes. This is a desert with unbearable heat. Except for the short half-month winter at the end of December. When can you feel this coolness in other seasons? He made a sound subconsciously. It's so cool. After a while, the coolness gradually subsided, and the dwarf opened his eyes. Then he saw that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, and his old face blushed. Then he said loudly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome dwarf?" He looked at the silver goblin next to him. He said confidently, "Fill 20 more." The human shield warrior seemed to have known this result for a long time and laughed. How about it? Is the black condensed ice cream more delicious than dragon meat? The dwarf disdained to pay attention and looked at the black condensed ice cream that was grabbed by his hands and felt a little distressed. This time he didn't use his hands, gently took the spoon next to him, carefully scooped a spoonful and tasted it happily. He looked like a child who only had the last bag of snacks left. This made the two companions laugh again. 60 portions of black condensed ice cream, a total of 1,200 units of ordinary resources. After the other party paid the bill, he left with a big bag of black ice cream with a smile on his face. Welia, who had been observing silently, saw this scene, and the uneasiness in her heart completely dissipated. She turned her head and looked at the silver goblins. 2 days ago, you were the ones who distributed the black ice cream for free, right? Now, take some and distribute it on the street. As she spoke, her eyes curved into crescents, and the joy in her heart seemed to overflow. I think we have succeeded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Lord of the Dunes. Kill. A 10-meter tall centaur, like a god of war, led 5 squadrons of giant axe death riders to charge on the vast yellow sand. Their enemy was a field base in front of them, which consisted of thousands of rare level soldiers, desert poachers. Under the overbearing charge, the base in front was like being pushed over by a bulldozer. Those short buildings were directly knocked down, and the desert poachers who dared to block them were smashed like glass. There was blood everywhere. Boss features: can transform into a 10-meter tall heavy armored warrior, with all attributes increased by 100%, lasting for 6 hours, and can be used once a day. Amirida held a giant long-handled battle axe that was almost the same size as her body, and during the charge, she wantonly slaughtered the desert poachers who blocked her way. Level 9, rare 3-star field soldiers were slaughtered like little chickens. The F-level field hero leading the opponent was smashed to death by Amirida's axe, and his body was directly crushed into meat sauce. With Amirida as the vanguard, the giant axe death knights behind them were like a storm, razing this field stronghold to the ground in an instant. After the battle, Amirida raised the battle axe in her hand and shouted loudly, "For Twilight City." Hundreds of giant axe death knights behind her roared in unison, "For Twilight City." As the voice fell, the momentum of the exaggerated centaur suddenly surged. The sense of oppression increased again. Ding Yu commanded the army to wipe out a medium-sized field army stronghold, achieved a perfect victory, and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding, the main battle hero Amirida, has been upgraded to level 13 after a lot of battles. In the sky, Richard, who was surrounded by yellow sand, smiled. Twilight City has as many as 3 bosses: the ancient tree of the gods who are still sleeping and transforming, the dark Valkyrie with unparalleled combat power, and the centaur below who was once a demigod. The first 2 are the ceiling of the Dusk City's combat power, but this little guy who has always been cute around him has never shown his edge. There are many reasons for this. The most important one is that he is worried. But now it is different. After such a long time together, this boss who has lost his memory and all his power has completely returned to his heart. So it is time to release this boss with explosive combat power. After Sinner and the Dark Valkyrie left, he began to let Amirida lead the army to clear the field army bases. In more than a month, the little centaur has almost never returned to Dusk City. She has been brushing maps day and night with high intensity, and her level has also increased from level 9 to the current level 13. The combat power has soared visibly. Once he uses the 10-meter high combat form, even he has to be careful to fight. After venting her excitement, Amirida seemed to notice something, and turned her head to look at the sky. Looking at the familiar figure, her face was full of surprise and joy. Father, the childish voice with a bit of cuteness and the body like a god of war formed a huge contrast. Every time Richard heard this title, he had an inexplicable feeling. It seemed that he had really raised a daughter and descended, suspended in the air, looking at the face in front of him that was still delicate and lovely after being magnified. His eyes softened. "Are you tired? Do you want to go back and rest for a while?" Amirida felt Richard's concern, and her eyes curved into crescents. "Not tired, father. I want to become very strong. Sister Zina and the others have left, and I can't be left behind by them." She tilted her head and said, "When I become stronger, I can protect Dusk City and protect my father." The tone was innocent, with sincerity from the heart, without the slightest falsehood. Looking at the clear eyes, Richard felt warm in his heart. It was these sincere emotions that made him feel that his efforts were not in vain. But the next second a Merida's action made his warmth disappear without a trace. The little guy subconsciously wanted to pounce on him and rub his head against Richard. Looking at the exaggerated body, Richard dodged with a black face. If it was rubbed, it would be no less injured than being hit by a boulder. Seeing Richard's action, Imelda also reacted and felt a little embarrassed. Father, after I become bigger, I can't become smaller, otherwise I can't become bigger today. After saying that, he hurriedly added, but I will try my best to control this power, and I will definitely be able to change freely in the future. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So you try hard to control that power, just to rub it in my arms a few times, right? After comforting this little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old in mind for a while, Richard asked her to continue scanning the map and didn't follow. Among the giant axe death knights, there is also a D-level knight hero in the team. This is a hero recruited from corpses at the entrance of the 9 Bronze Gate ruins a long time ago. Although the combat power is not strong, it is enough to take care of Imelda. In addition, there is a squadron of stone statues of the dead following in the sky. I'm not afraid of encountering any danger. With him here, part of the experience gained by Imelda will be divided, delaying her upgrade. As the supreme ruler, he can gain some experience, even if he does not take action. This is the privilege of the Lord. Only when the distance between the two sides is at least 10 kilometers, or when they are no longer in contact, can the hero leading the troops enjoy the experience alone. If the Lord uses the communication treasure to command remotely, he can also gain some experience, but these experiences will decrease as the distance increases. There is a complete experience acquisition mechanism, and it is difficult to find loopholes. After the reluctant Imelda disappeared from sight, Richard waved his hand and flew in another direction with the 5 teams of skeleton blood dragon statues behind him. Imelda was scanning the map, and he was doing the same thing. His level has been stuck at level 14 for a long time. At level 15, there will be a qualitative change. Whether it is a hero or a type of soldier, level 15 is a threshold. After crossing it, you will get an all-round improvement. It is now the end of November, and the new expansion pack at the end of December, Scarlet Moon, is getting closer and closer. He also had to complete the S-level mission entrusted by the old man in the Red Dragon grocery store within a month and retrieve the heart of the god. Whether it was the Crimson Moon or the S-level mission, it required very strong power. Now, his power was not enough, far from enough. The 5 teams of skeleton blood dragons were divided into 5 groups and swept the map in a fan-shaped manner. Small field army bases could not stop them, and they would immediately notify Richard when they encountered large-scale bases. With the talent of controlling yellow sand, he was the undisputed master in the desert. Although the barren Death Desert had very few mineral veins, there was no shortage of field army. The most important thing was that no one competed with him for monsters. Although the experience gained from hunting ordinary field army at level 14 would be greatly reduced, there were many field army bases. If a single base had little experience, then it would be made up by quantity. While Richard was busy sweeping the map to level up, 2 players were excited at a huge sand dune hundreds of meters high in the depths of the Death Desert. They were finally here! Exclamation mark. This giant sand dune is obviously different from the surrounding sand dunes. The yellow sand here turns into a pitch black. It gives people a gloomy feeling. Standing on it, even if the desert is hot, people will feel a chill. It's like standing on a mass grave. But this is not a problem for the 2 players who are looking around with a map. The thin player who looks like a stick shouted, "The black sand dunes bury the ancient secret of the Death Desert." The pheasant. The NPC didn't lie to us. We really found it. Damn it, this journey is too damn difficult. The fat player next to him also became excited. Hey Onan, this wave, it's finally our turn to make a fortune. As long as we can get the treasure inside, we will strengthen Hang Sing sooner or later. The stick player nodded repeatedly, raised the map in his hand in excitement, and pointed to the words on it. Take out the relic. It says that, after finding the black sand dunes, bury the relic in the black sand, and then water it with blood. The relic will lead to the treasure deep in the sand dunes. The ancient secret. The fat black player deftly took out a black human skull from the system space. The evil aura emanating from it made it look unspeakably weird. The fat black player didn't know how many times he had played with it and had no reaction to it. He buried the black skull under the black sand. Then he took out the blood that had been prepared long ago. Just as he was about to water it, the excited Margan player suddenly stopped smiling. He felt a bad premonition in his heart, and his heart was beating violently. He hesitated for a while, but still reached out to stop his companion. "Pheasant, I suddenly feel something is wrong. You take a break." The fat black player frowned. "Hey Onan, you are not scared, are you?" He was about to pour the blood in the wooden barrel. Seeing this, the skinny player felt more and more uneasy. It seemed that there would be a huge disaster if he poured it down. He stepped forward quickly, holding the wooden barrel with one hand, and shouted loudly, "Don't worry first." Seeing the other party's appearance, the black and fat player was immediately annoyed. Our territory was attacked by those sons of bitches, and now in order to find this treasure, all the remaining troops have been sacrificed. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and finally he roared, "We have no way out, you know? Fuck. We don't even have enough water to go back. This is the only choice." The skinny player held the wooden barrel and shook his head repeatedly. "No, I'm not saying I won't do it. I just feel that it's a bit risky to pour it directly like this. Calm down first, why don't you? What are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, the black and fat player in front of him had already forcibly poured the wooden barrel full of blood over. The blood instantly fell on the gravel, making a small pit in the sand, and faintly revealing the black skull underneath. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Blood bubbles emerged one by one, and the dry black gauze instantly swallowed the blood, forming dry and hard blood clots around it. The strange breath emanating from the earth became more and more ferocious at this moment. The black fat player shook the wooden barrel vigorously, and after shaking off the last few drops of blood, he threw the wooden barrel aside with a snap. He looked at the skinny player with an indifferent face. "It has come to this point. What are you still hesitating about?" The skinny player stared blankly at the black sand dunes and the black skull with the top of his head exposed. At this moment, he was inexplicably panicked, and even his breathing felt suppressed. Beads of sweat fell wildly on his forehead. "It seems that we are in trouble." The black fat player raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Fuck, isn't this the way to open this treasure? In such a big desert, what kind of trouble can we cause? There's not even a ghost around. Even if we poke a hole in the world, it won't affect us." Before the voice fell, boom, suddenly, I felt the ground rolling under my feet. The gravel shook wildly. The fat black player panicked. "Fuck, what's going on?" The skinny player felt that the danger almost devoured his soul at this moment. He trembled and suddenly pulled the fat black player next to him and ran. "Let's go. Damn it, that damn NPC is tricking us. This is a shit treasure. It's a trap." Crash. At the top of the giant hill, the black gravel began to sink wildly. At the same time, a terrifying pressure fell like a mountain thousands of feet high, and the whole world became dim. It was like the devil of the abyss descended. The two ran out desperately and felt the pressure coming from behind and subconsciously turned back. A picture that made them feel heartbroken was reflected in their pupils. On the towering black sand dunes, a black skull with a diameter of 100 meters appeared from above. What made them even more horrified was that the black skull shook its head, like the movement of a human waking up after a nap. This scene made the two of them feel scared. They subconsciously opened the attribute panel, but it was full of question marks, and they didn't even have the right to know the name. What the hell is this shit? The black fat player was so scared that his legs trembled. If it weren't for the thin player pulling him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the huge black skull had just woken up and seemed to have no interest in them, giving them enough time to escape. After running at an unprecedented speed for more than 10 minutes, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just when they were about to stop and take a breath, suddenly, the yellow sand on the ground surged. Then they felt the surrounding scenery was receding. Turning their heads, they found that the yellow sand under their feet had flown up without them noticing, and they quickly flew towards the terrifying black skull. The two players looked at each other, and the relief they had just escaped from death fell directly into the abyss at this moment, and waves of despair surged. "Damn it, you have run so far, and you can still be caught?" Exclamation mark. In a few breaths, the retreating scenery suddenly stopped. The hearts of both of them jumped out of their throats at this moment. With numb and stiff bodies, they slowly turned around. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget. A huge black skull covered the sky, and its body was as tall as a mountain. They were like ants standing under a giant elephant. What made them even more horrified was that after the skull stood up, a glorious city appeared under it. The towering rock walls, the solid and ferocious arrow towers, and the spacious streets were not even smaller than Solon City. But the only discordant thing was that the city was dead silent, without a single human habitation. The two glanced at each other for a moment, and suddenly when they were uncertain, they suddenly froze. In the central square of the city, a figure with a jackal head, and surrounded by sandstorms, sitting on the throne of yellow sand, holding a black scepter, looked at them indifferently. Is there still a living person? The moment the two of them had this thought, they felt that their souls were frozen at this moment. The other party did not show any breath, but they stood in front of the dragon like mice, humble and insignificant. In the dead silence, a cold voice resounded through the world. I'm the Lord of the Dunes, the former master of the Death Desert. Humans, where do you come from? Who is the master of the desert now? The voice was a little hoarse, not a common language, but a high-level language with a strange accent. The two felt that their hearts were grasped by a big hand, and they began to breathe. The premonition came true, and the Morgan player was about to cry at this moment. Sure enough, his intuition was right. Fuck, it's all Shanji's fault. Fuck your mother, why are you pouring blood for no reason? Resisting the urge to beat up his companions, he said tremblingly, Great Lord, we are from Solon City. Now, the Death Desert has no master. There was another long silence. It was unknown how long it had been. When the two people's hearts were about to burst, the mysterious Lord of the Dunes spoke again. I have been asleep for so long. The Death Desert actually has no ruler. The special tone was filled with antiquity and vicissitudes. After the voice fell, the Lord of the Dunes on the yellow sand throne slowly stood up. This time, his tone was unparalleled domineering. I have returned, and the desert will be ruled by me again. Chapter 406, Changing Situations and Trends of All Parties. Solon City. Luanwihu Chamber of Commerce. In the wide hall, the atmosphere was extremely depressing, like the dark clouds before a storm. Wins looked at the increasingly aged figure sitting in the mechanical wheelchair in front of her, and remained silent for a long time. She felt the decay coming from the other person's body, as if an old tree was about to die, and there was no possibility of recovery. Time is running out. Sitting in a wheelchair, the old man who lost his heart and still lived for 10 years, and who once tore an ancient red dragon into pieces, discovered the sadness hidden in Windsor's eyes. A smile appeared on his face, and he forced himself to cheer up, and said slowly in a tone of exhaustion, Girl, don't be sad, I can still hold on for another month. He let out a long breath, and a little relief flashed in his eyes. You have done a good job in the past month. Your arrangements have exceeded everyone's expectations. Windsor took a deep breath, with a bit of stubbornness in his tone. Teacher, we still have a chance. Pim shook his head. I know my body better than you do. It's too late. In the past 2 months, I'm afraid that thousands of God's lords have accepted the mission. Windsor was silent. The old man didn't expect the other party to respond, and looked out the window with turbid eyes. The crimson moon should also rise. The last day of December. Let those false gods tremble in fear. I hope to see this scene before I leave this world. The light in Windsor's eyes was unwavering. This day should have come long ago. The crimson moon will surely illuminate this corrupt world. After the voice fell, he seemed to think of something and said slowly, Teacher, I have passed the message to Sir Richard. Hearing this name, Pym's eyes showed some subtle emotions. Imprisoning gods. This bold little guy is really surprising. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he comes, bring him to see me. Lord Shannon seems to be looking for Crimson Moon. I hope he won't be scared when he knows Crimson Moon. Windsor thought of the figure with outstanding temperament and unforgettable at first sight, but didn't speak. Can he bring the expected effect? She was not sure, and perhaps no one knew. Outside the main plane, in the endless void, somewhere in a mysterious area that cannot be peeped, A war of gods that is enough to shake the main plane is breaking out. The master of the 333rd floor of the abyss, the Lord of Decay, Labers, opened the void channel and is fiercely attacking the kingdom of the god of the dungeon god system, the god of the dog-headed man. God War. In the mouths of the wandering poets, it is a great and glorious, cruel, and tyrannical myth. Once the war of gods begins, it means that the two gods will fight to the death. This is the cruelest war in the world. The loser will fall from the top of the world's power, enjoying the throne of eternal life and immortality, and turn into mud and nothingness. No god can bear this consequence. Holy spirits emitting divine powers to guard in front of the torn gap of the kingdom of God, blocking the endless creatures of the abyss. In the void passage, rotten dragons, fallen angels, flesh titans, great demons, and various ultimatums were madly attacking the army of the god of dogs with decay and stench. Every minute and every second, lives were harvested by the god of death. The scene was crazy and cruel. Inside the kingdom of God, on the throne forged with golden gems, the god of dogs held a golden bone scepter in his hand, staring fiercely at dozens of cracks in the kingdom of God. He was shocked and angry. Damn Lord of Decay. Why did you suddenly attack my kingdom of God? He couldn't figure it out. He had never left the kingdom of God since he survived the last war of the gods. Why would someone target him? And the one who came was the well-known master of the abyss, the Lord of Decay. The other party held the absolute power of decay. Although his mastery of greed and the god of the dog-headed man is not low, the opponent's is the authority of battle. Crack. A series of terrifying cracks opened above the kingdom of God. In the cracks, the divine power with the stench of decay continued to seep in. Once enveloped by that breath, even the Holy Spirit with divine power would decay in an instant, until it turned into mud. The scene looked extremely horrifying. Lord of Decay, how dare you? The god of the dog-headed man became more and more shocked and angry. The opponent actually used authority to wrap up his kingdom of God, which meant that the two sides had already started a life and death battle. If it was not an irreconcilable hatred, such a scene would never happen. But he had never offended the other party, had he? Lord of Decay, why did you attack me? Aren't you afraid of the siege of the dungeon gods? The golden bone scepter in his hand exuded waves of divine power, forcibly repairing the cracks in the kingdom of God and blocking the invasion of the authority of decay. The kingdom of God is the main battlefield. If it is breached, then there will be no suspense in the next battle. Just as the kobold god was furious, a voice with a rage 100 times stronger than his own was heard. Bastard. Lowly dirty reptile. How dare you peep at my authority? Today, I will let you taste what rot is. The kobold god was immediately puzzled when he heard this inexplicable word WDNM. You are an idiot, right? If you want to find an excuse, don't find such a poor one, right? I'm a kobold god. How dare I go to the abyss to peek at your authority? Question mark. Am I tired of living? Even the lord of the dungeon god system, the Naga god, doesn't have the courage, right? He tried hard to suppress his inner emotions and explained. Great Lord of Decay, there must be a misunderstanding here. Let's stop and talk first. As soon as the words came out, the voice not only did not calm down, but exploded like a ignited gas tank. Reptile, your soul power and divine power are under my watch, and you forcibly snatched the rotten authority in front of me. You have been planning the main plane for a long time, right? You dare to do this because you have the dungeon gods as your backer? Reptile, whoever comes today will fall. The furious blasphemy shook the entire kingdom of God. Divine power, soul power, main plane, robbery in front of me. When the god of kobolds heard this, he suddenly thought of a figure. The other party imprisoned his clone. He immediately spurted out a mouthful of old blood. WCNM. The damn human lord framed me. Ice and Snow Empire, Frost Wolf territory. Rebecca stood in the yard covered with ice and snow, staring at the blue sky in a daze, without moving for a long time. Standing next to her was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing a thick cotton coat made of white bear fur, and her head was covered by a white furry hat, revealing only a small and delicate face. Surprisingly, the girl was holding a black condensed ice cream wrapped in plant leaves in her hand, and she would scoop a spoonful of it from time to time, then shiver and scream. But after being cold, the girl not only did not put it down, but ate it with more interest. After a long time, Rebecca came to her senses, turned around and looked at the girl, feeling a little helpless. Lias, don't eat it anymore. This is desert food. It is not suitable for the Ice Empire. Eating too much will freeze your stomach. The girl ate another bite happily, looking at her proudly. No, why can't I eat more of such delicious food? And why can I only eat it in the desert? I want it. Rebecca didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But seeing that the clothes on the other person were thicker than the quilt, she followed her, turned and walked towards the house. Seeing Rebecca return to the house, the girl hurriedly followed. One hand held the other's arm, then squeezed beside Rebecca, tilting her head and chattering. Sister, is that Sir Richard so outstanding? You have been back for so many days, but you still remember him. You even refused the hunting trip arranged by your father for you to go out with other nobles' descendants. You liked this activity very much in previous years. Rebecca blushed. How did you know? Sir Richard is just my partner. The girl giggled. Sister, you dare not look at me every time you lie, she said with a bit of expectation. Next time he comes, I want to see if he is as handsome as those descendants of the Grand Duke who pursued you. If he is really not good looking, I don't approve. Rebecca thought of that heroic figure, and a proud arc appeared on the corner of her mouth. What are those descendants of the Grand Duke? Are they worthy of comparing with Sir Richard? The girl next to her covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, those descendants of the Grand Duke don't have the strength to get the victory gem. After saying this, she was amazed. It's incredible that Sir Richard is willing to give such a precious treasure to you, sister. If it were those guys who pursued you, they would not even let you know if they got the victory gem, let alone give it away. Rebecca thought of Richard's unhesitating action at the beginning, and her eyes curved into crescents. Because he is Sir Richard, she added silently in her heart. Unique. The girl looked at the smile on Rebecca's face, and felt a little sour for some reason. She thought bitterly in her heart that she would also find someone who could give her the victory gem in the future. Then she seemed to think of something, and said with some expectation. Sister, didn't you get so much rabbit fur from Sir Richard? Can you make me a long skirt, sister, please? Rebecca didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she refused decisively. No, I have a lot of use for this batch of rabbit fur. The girl looked at her aggrievedly. Sister Rebecca ignored the other party's coquetry. After entering the house, before sitting down, an elderly butler with grey hair came in from the side door and reported in a deep voice. Miss Rebecca, all the items are ready. Rebecca, who had just looked relaxed, suddenly looked solemn. Her aura suddenly changed, and a majestic and murderous aura emerged. At this moment, it was like a queen who held the power of life and death of countless people was about to ascend her throne. The strong aura formed a sharp contrast with the posture of the girl next door just now. The girl next to her also felt something was wrong, and subconsciously stepped away 2 steps, and the smile on her face was restrained. Rebecca nodded indifferently. Execute the plan. The old butler looked at the figure with a greatly changed aura, and his heart trembled. At this moment, there was a moment of trance, as if he saw the young appearance of the Frostwolf Grand Duke. Yes, Miss Rebecca. The word Miss was inexplicably unable to be said at this moment, and subconsciously replaced it with a more respectful title. After the old housekeeper left with mixed feelings, the girl beside him looked at the completely different Rebecca cautiously, and called out weakly, "Sister?" Rebecca turned around, looked at the girl, and reached out to rub her little head. "Rias, I'm leaving." The voice was calm, without any emotion. The girl panicked and subconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes. "Sister, where are you going?" Rebecca turned her head to look at the open door. At this moment, heavy snow fell again over the courtyard that was completely covered with ice and snow. Take charge of the family. Richard, who was busy scanning the map to level up, was in a good mood at this time. Because the experience has been reduced to 1 million from the level 15 node. According to the current progress, it will be full in 3 to 5 days at most. With a wave of his hand, endless yellow sand on the ground surged out, forming a terrifying sand wave tens of meters high. A field army gathering place with 5 squadrons of rare arms, desert giant scorpions in front, was directly swallowed up by the violent impact of the sand wave. Those desert giant scorpions, which were relatively powerful among the rare levels, had no power to resist. High-level heroes completely crushed low-level soldiers. You wiped out a small wild soldier gathering place, achieved a brilliant victory, and gained 500 experience points. The only pity was that his current level was too high, and the experience gained from hunting such small monsters was pitifully small. Richard ignored the corpse of the desert giant scorpion and continued to fly to the next soldier gathering place discovered by the skeleton blood dragon. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a private message. He opened it and saw a familiar ID in front of him. Hyena, Boss King Q, have you heard about it? Recently, an extremely powerful wild force suddenly appeared in the depths of the Death Desert. And unlike ordinary wild forces, that force is constantly sending troops to clear out those who set foot in the Death Desert. Many players who went to level up were directly beaten into bare commanders. Richard raised his eyebrows and became a little interested. Wild forces? More than half a year has passed, and players have a deeper understanding of the indigenous people. Wild forces are wild monsters that may appear during weekly refreshes. They are similar to wild army bases, but they are countless times more powerful. Some even have giant cities. These wild forces are not indigenous forces, so there is no need to worry about retaliation, and once they are captured, they can gain a lot of benefits. Richard might not bother to pay attention to it at ordinary times, but at this critical juncture, he felt a little subtle. Any more information? Hyena, the ruler of that new force, calls himself the Lord of Dunes. Lord of Dunes? Tell me in detail, when did the Lord of Dunes appear? What level is he? Hyena, no one knows when the Lord of Dunes appeared, and no one has seen him. I only know that 3 days ago, news started to spread that players who were leveling up were attacked by powerful wild forces. Until a few hours ago, a guild of 100 people organized and assembled tens of thousands of troops to level up, but most of them were wiped out. This news came out. Boss King Q, the Lord of Dunes, is very powerful, and all his troops are above level 15. Your territory happens to be in the Death Desert, so it is recommended that you be careful. Chapter 407, Full Experience, Difficult Promotion Task, Owls Awakens. Richard did not disdain the Lord of Dunes who suddenly appeared, but took it to heart. The other party showed an attitude of ruling the Death Desert, and he must have something to rely on. Glorious Era is a world with a long civilization and history. No one is a fool, especially since there are gods in this world. If you are not strong enough to say such a thing, the only result will be destruction. Judging from the huge momentum mentioned by Hyena, perhaps a hidden force has appeared. He would not think that the entire Death Desert is only a force of Dusk City. This area is too wide. He even suspected that after so long, not even 10% of the area of the Death Desert has been explored. And he has always kept in mind the internal information that the Italian canon guy said. The Death Desert was originally set as an advanced map, and it will be integrated with other planes in the later stage. In this desert, it is a crime to despise any enemy. Please help me pay more attention to the information of the Lord of Dunes. If there is any news, report to me as soon as possible. The commanding tone made Hyena very happy. The King Q boss treated him as his own. Okay, boss, don't worry. I will contact you as soon as there is any movement. Richard did not dwell on this for too long and changed the subject. Have you heard any information about the contract scroll and the Crimson Moon? Hyena, no, the contract scroll is too high end, and it is difficult for us to get it. Everyone is looking for the Crimson Moon, but I haven't heard of anyone finding it. Richard was not surprised. Arranging the players was just a casual layout, and he did not have much hope for them. If they succeeded in the end, they would not lose anything if they failed. After comforting the hyenas for a few words and asking them to continue searching, he closed the private message. Looking at the heavy yellow sand in front of him, Richard ignored everything else and continued to scan the map. Level 15. This hurdle must be overcome as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. November 28th, the last day of this month. As the sunset gradually sank into the earth, Richard finally heard a long-awaited reminder in his ears. Ding, your current experience has met the requirements for promotion to level 15. Triggering the promotion task, Battle of the Brave. 1. Please hunt down a hero unit of the desert camp alone. Requirements, level 15, potential above B. 2. capture a large wild force. Requirements: the wild force must have 5 hero units, 1 battalion of arms above level 15, and no less than 1 legion of other arms. Note 1. Experience cannot be gained before the promotion task is completed. Note 2. When promoted to level 15, the attributes will be greatly enhanced. Looking at this system prompt, Richard finally breathed a sigh of relief. Millions of experience were collected in a few days, which was definitely a hard job for him. Especially cleaning up those wild arms bases that had no resistance was even more boring. Now, he finally achieved his goal. He opened the prompt and read it several times. When he upgraded to level 9 with full experience, the promotion task was to hunt down a level 10 hero alone. Now, the mode has not changed, but the difficulty has increased a lot. Level 9 fighting level 10 and level 14 fighting level 15 are completely different concepts. And there was one more condition, which was to wipe out a large wild force. This reminded him of the orc force that he had helped the steamed bun lovers to clear out before. The other party seemed to be inappropriate, and there were not enough soldiers above level 15. It seemed that he could only reproduce the colorless hunting target. The moment this thought came up, he immediately thought of the Lord of the Dunes mentioned by the hyena a few days ago. The other party's soldiers were all above level 15. Could this be a sign of trouble? He made up his mind to pay more attention to the Lord of the Dunes when he returned. After thinking for a while, Richard found a very fatal problem. When he was level 9, he was asked to hunt level 10 heroes, and now he hunts level 15 heroes. When he reaches level 19, will he be asked to hunt a superhero alone? Question mark? Thinking of that terrible picture, he felt sick. The level difference between level 19 and level 20 superheroes is only 1 level, but the combat power is 10 times or 100 times the difference. Shaking his head, he shook off this terrible idea, and after thinking about it, he opened the private message. What level are you now? After a while, the private message came back. Where's the Italian cannon, brother-in-law? I'm already level 13, and will be level 14 soon. How is it? Is it awesome? Do you want me to guide you? Richard's face was full of black lines. This guy's not serious. But he was also a little curious. How can this guy level up so fast? After asking, the Italian cannon was a little puzzled. Brother-in-law, of course it's to brush the map, otherwise the experience will fall from the sky. I spend at least 6 to 8 hours on it every day. I was not so active when I was working on Blue Star. Richard finally figured it out. He had too many things to deal with and was always busy with various tasks. Instead, leveling, which is the top priority in the eyes of normal players, was put last. If he hadn't done a few big waves in the early stage and accumulated enough experience, I'm afraid his level would have dropped to the 2nd tier now. But there's nothing to say about this. People's energy is limited. What you invest in is what you get. He put his energy into expanding the City of Dusk, so the City of Dusk has its current foundation. After coming to his senses, he asked the question that he was most concerned about. What was your promotion mission when you reached level 10? Italian Cannon was a little confused, but still answered honestly. Let me lead the army to encircle and suppress a field base with no less than 500 soldiers. Brother-in-law, why are you asking these questions? Richard narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, it was almost the same as he thought. The promotion mission was customized according to personal strength, so his mission looked so exaggerated. When he reached level 10, he had to kill a level 10 hero alone. In comparison, Italian Cannon's mission was too easy. According to this calculation, with his strength at level 19, I'm afraid he is destined to face the extraordinary alone. Richard suddenly had a headache. Extraordinary. After Italian Cannon finished speaking, he came to his senses. Brother-in-law, are you going to level up to level 15? Yes. Italian Cannon was quite interested and asked, brother-in-law, what is your level 15 mission? I'll prepare for it. Richard didn't hide it. Killer B level potential, level 15 hero alone, and at the same time wipe out a wild force with 5 heroes, 1 battalion of level 15 soldiers, and no limit on the level, but the number of soldiers must exceed 1 legion. After reading the message, Italian Cannon fell into a long silence. Finally, after holding it in for a long time, he replied, Brother-in-law, what those idiots on the forum said is indeed right. What did you say? You are such a pervert! Exclamation mark. Fuck, not to mention a single challenge to a level 15 B-class hero. He also has to wipe out such a powerful wild force. He doubts whether this task can really be completed by humans. If it were him, he would have to bring all the troops to fight shoulder to shoulder, and it would be good if he could kill the level 15 hero. A battalion of level 15 soldiers can easily defeat his territory. How can the gap between people be so big? After chatting for a while, the hit Italian cannon closed the private message with Richard. He stared at the ceiling blankly for a long time before he came back to his senses. Finally, he couldn't hold back his inner emotions and told his sister the news as soon as possible. Sister, brother-in-law has reached the maximum experience and is going to level up to level 15. You weren't satisfied with being beaten last time. No, I was wrong. The Kinkyu boss is going to level up to level 15. He just told me about his promotion task. Did you get his permission? Send it here. Got it. I told Boss Kinkyu that I want to tell you and prepare for you, but I don't think you can use it. Was a little interested when she heard this. Although her best brother was unreliable in everything he did, she still had enough respect for the strongest player. Especially in the early days, the other party also provided information about 2-star copies and saved their lives. Tell me about it. Italian Cannon smiled and repeated Richard's words just now, and finally said, how is it? Is Boss Kinkyu powerful? Sister, why don't you just give in? With such a brother-in-law, I will definitely be able to walk sideways in Glorious Era in the future. You can't give up on such a potential stock. The other party also fell into a long silence. When Italian Cannon thought that the other party was busy with something, he replied, the difficulty of this task is impossible to complete with my current strength. Single-handedly fighting a level 15 hero, this is almost the difficulty of hell, and wiping out a force with a battalion of level 15 soldiers is even more a fantasy. I'm afraid that in the entire Glorious Era, only Kinkyu has this kind of force. She was more and more amazed as she spoke. I really don't know how powerful Kinkyu's territory is to attract such a level of mission. Kinkyu is worthy of being the #1 player. Seeing what his sister said, Italian Cannon suddenly felt proud. His mind started to move again. Sister, what about me calling you brother-in-law? Get lost. Okay. The experience has been filled, so there is no need to scan the map anymore. Recalling several teams of skeleton blood dragons, Richard returned to the city of Dusk at full speed. This area is only 300 to 500 kilometers away from the city of Dusk, and the skeleton blood dragons are flying at full speed. Not long after the sun sank into the earth, Richard saw the desert city under the colorful clouds. The towering arrow towers are hideous and terrifying. The solid city walls can resist all enemies. Hundreds of huge caliber all-chemical cannons show their edge to the outside world, and the mum is patrolling back and forth guard the last line of defense. The tense emotions in his heart instantly relaxed. That was the feeling of going home. With a smile on his lips, he entered the city, returned to the Lord's mansion, and drank a sip of hot tea. Not long after, Kalu, who got the news, hurried into the house. Although his body has aged like a dead tree, his spirit is still vigorous. The pillar of the city of Dusk bowed and saluted. Lord Richard, good day. After the ceremony, the old man took out a letter from his bosom, walked up to Richard, and said in a serious tone, the Violet Chamber of Commerce has sent a message. The president of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, Lady Windsor, asked Welia to report to you a few days ago that she had found out about the Crimson Moon. Richard looked up suddenly and was quite surprised. It has been almost 2 months, and this is the first time that he has heard accurate news about the Crimson Moon from the natives. Are there any specific information? Kalu shook his head and handed the letter over with both hands. The president of Windsor said he wants to meet with you. Richard took the letter, opened it and read it carefully. After a moment, he put the letter down, and his eyes showed a bit of thoughtfulness. Welia reminded her in it. The president of Windsor called him over, and it seemed that there was something secret. Let him be careful. Secret. Crimson Moon must involve a shocking secret. It is not a big problem for the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce to deal with it carefully. After coming back to his senses, he said in a deep voice, "I will go to Solon City soon." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and frowned slightly. Did Hina and the others send back any news? Kalu shook his head. "No news," he said hesitantly. "Sir, should we send someone to look for them?" Richard pondered for a moment and rejected the suggestion. "No need. With the hero altar, it doesn't matter if something happens. Besides, with their fighting power, if they really encounter troubles that cannot be solved, it will not be of any help unless the entire city's army is mobilized." Kalu thought about it and said no more. Richard picked up the teacup again, took a sip, and said slowly, "Is there anything else these days?" Kalu became interested. "Sir, the sales of black condensed ice cream are very impressive. It has caused a sensation in Solon City. Weir urged us to increase production investment. The market in Solon City is far from saturated." Richard smiled. A stone fell from his heart. But it was not surprising. The black condensed ice cream was simply a godsend for the hot desert. And the price was so affordable. It would be strange if it was not a hot seller. "Has the planting area for frostgrass been selected?" Kalu nodded. "There are currently 5 candidate areas, and you still need to decide." Richard waved his hand. "What else is there to decide?" "All 5 plots of land have been planted." Kalu was stunned and said quickly, "In this case, a large number of manpower will be required, and we may not be able to gather so many people now." Richard smiled. "What does Bloodhoof City do? Are those tribes that don't obey orders kept for nothing? They are all sent to farm. In addition, let Furnace City speed up the research and development of all chemical machines for planting and harvesting frost grass. With the machines, these are not a problem." Kalu nodded in response. "As you wish, sir. Although it feels that it is difficult to take care of too many plants at one time, Richard's will is the direction of Twilight City. He only needs to provide suggestions. The final decision maker is still the king who rules this land in front of him." After solving these problems, Richard couldn't sit still when he thought of Crimson Moon. He stood up and planned to go out. The news of the new expansion must be obtained as soon as possible. This is related to the future. As he stood up, a roar like thunder resounded through the sky, and the whole Twilight City was shaken. Along with this roar, a terrifying pressure erupted like a tsunami, impacting everyone's heart. The residents of Twilight City felt a panic at this moment, as if they were stared at by the terrifying Abyss Demon King. Their backs were cold. It was a fear that penetrated the soul and could not be resisted at all. Some people even sat down on the ground with their legs softened. In the great panic, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. The Lord's mansion. Richard also felt the extremely terrifying breath. He paused and turned around to look towards the backyard. That was Longway, and that familiar breath. Alvis, who was sleeping in the backyard, woke up. Chapter 408, Encountering the Lord of Dunes. "You actually possess the power of sand?" Exclamation mark. After swallowing the golden dragon soul, Alvis entered a long sleep. It was originally estimated that he would wake up in a month, but now he has slept for half a month longer. But this does not affect anything. Richard was in a good mood at the moment. He brought Kalu, who was weak under the dragon's might, to the backyard. With the upgrade of the City of Dusk, the area of the Lord's mansion has also increased significantly. In the wide backyard, a terrifying figure that seemed like an ancient mythical creature appeared in front of him. Alvis's originally bloody skeleton turned into pure gold at this moment, with a faint crimson flowing on it. It looked like a work of art, full of unique breath. The burning blood power around him was like being poured with gasoline, and it exploded more than 10 meters high. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were directly turned into charcoal under the strong corrosive force, forming a life-forbidden zone. From those empty eyes, you can see that the originally blue soul fire has turned into gold. It feels like it is more pure. The broken dragon wings spread out over 40 meters. Just standing there still, Alvis could bring a suffocating feeling of oppression. No one could imagine how terrible the damage would be if this terrifying creature burst out with all its strength. After Alvis sensed Richard's breath, he hunted the dragon's might that made the whole city panic. He lowered his head slightly and stepped forward. Then, this terrifying dragon hero crawled on the ground with the most humble attitude and saluted the figure in front of him. "Your humble servant greets you, great master." Richard nodded with satisfaction. Although he had not checked the other party's attributes yet, he could sense how terrifying Alvis was at the moment. The other party exuded a deadly danger of a blade approaching his neck. Even he had to take it seriously. With strong expectations, he opened the other party's attribute panel. The detailed attributes can be viewed in the previous chapter. Just a cursory glance, I was surprised by the series of luxurious attributes and skills. Not only did Alvis's level rise to the crucial level 15, but all his skills were also upgraded to Super A level. 1. Bloody Breath. 2. Golden Body. 3. Golden Dragon Might. 4. Blood Power. 5. Golden Dragon's Fury. 6. Dragon Claw Breaking Void. 7. Violent Wings. Super A level skills, each of which can cause catastrophic damage. Now, this dragon hero has 7 of them. This is simply a crime. How powerful was that golden dragon soul when he was alive? All Super A level skills. This wave is really a big profit. No, there may be tens of thousands of dark crystals in it, but no matter what the reason, Alvis's current state is amazing. Richard even feels that Alvis is now capable of fighting against the Dark Valkyrie. This skeleton blood dragon was born, and it swallowed the ancient dragon crystal to transform into a heroic undead dragon. Finally stood at a very high position. Looking at the majestic and domineering Alvis in front of him, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his cultivation. He has many heroes who have evolved from soldiers, such as Grey and Gunter. However, Alvis is undoubtedly far ahead of them at this moment. After Alvis came to his senses, he could not help but be excited and said, "Master, I feel that I have endless power now. My dragon breath and my body are more than 10 times stronger than before the promotion." Richard sneered. If 7 Super A level skills are not powerful, there is no such thing as powerful in this world. You woke up at the right time. We are going to Solon City soon. Without Alvis, he is now controlling the yellow sand to fly. Although it has no effect, it always feels a little less cool. This guy's his royal mount, no matter what level he is. It can be said that the idea of enslaving a dragon as a mount has been satisfied to the extreme. When Alvis heard the word Solon City, the fierce aura on his body immediately dissipated a lot. Although he was left outside last time and did not enter the city, he felt the horror of that city. Even though he is now many times stronger, he is still not good enough in front of Solon City. The other side has a legendary strongman, but he believes that with the great master, one day, he will be able to overlook the city. In the empty eye sockets, the golden soul fire jumped. "As you wish, master." Richard didn't know that this guy had so many psychological activities and turned his head to look in another direction. The land of quicksand. It is unknown how long it will take for the sleeping ancient tree of the evil god to wake up. Alvis raised his expectations to the extreme. I wonder to what extent the boss who is activating the evil god power in his body can transform. I'm really looking forward to it. After regaining his mind, Richard did not delay and asked Alvis to wait for orders outside the city. He went to recruit all the troops for the past 2 weeks. The 3 troops he valued most, the Stone Statue of the Dead, the Sandstorm Controller, and the Scorpion Warriors with master level attack technology, increased their number again. Dead Stone Statue. 1250 Sandstorm Controller. 700 Scorpion Warrior. 694. These 3 arms are now the absolute pillars of Twilight City. After thinking for a while, Richard decided to take away 16 squads of skeleton blood dragons, a squadron of dead stone statue, and 5 squadrons of sandstorm controllers. The rest of the arms will all stay in Twilight City. The news about the Lord of the Dunes that Iena mentioned a few days ago made him concerned. This time when he went to Solon City and learned about the news of the Crimson Moon from Windsor, he might have to go to the depths of the desert to find the Lord of the Dunes. His task of being promoted to level 15 is very complicated. Maybe, he will have to set his sights on the Lord of the Dunes at that time. After preparing the army, Richard found Gaunt and Grey. After Twilight City is upgraded to the Middle City, the authority to recruit arms can be granted to subordinates. The arms recruited by subordinates are still absolutely loyal to the Lord. He had many concerns before and did not delegate this power. This time he was away for an unknown period of time. If he could not come back in time, it would be a pity to waste several weeks of production. At the node where the new expansion is about to be launched, every bit of strength is crucial. While thinking, he made this clear to the two mummy heroes, and then delegated the authority to recruit soldiers to the two mummy heroes who were absolutely loyal to him on the Lord panel. If there was any accident, he could also exempt the two from their authority at any time. Richard also reminded the two to give priority to recruiting the dead stone statues and sandstorm controllers. If other soldiers lacked resources, they could be postponed. After saying that, he left most of his resources in the territory warehouse. After the operation, Richard called Kalu again and asked him to arrange the important matter of planting frost grass as soon as possible. Black condensed ice cream is a fist product, and the biggest drawback now is that the production capacity cannot keep up. After making a series of arrangements, Richard did not delay any longer, looking at the bright moon as big as a millstone above his head, ready to set off. But at this moment, a private message reminder suddenly rang in his ears. He frowned slightly, waved his hand to let the army pause, and opened the private message. Hyena, Boss King Q, it's a big event. The caravan of a count in Solon City was robbed by the Lord of the Dunes. It is said that there are extremely important treasures in the caravan. The 19th level count has gathered 5 squadrons of high level soldiers and is heading to the desert. He also summoned players to go together. This is an A-level mission. The boss, the third brother, and the bald man and I have also accepted it. Do you want to take a look? A-level mission? Richard's eyes condensed. A little alert rose in his heart. Judging from his previous experience, although the A-level mission is not as perverted as the S-level mission, it is also full of dangers and can overturn if you are not careful. Who is the Lord of the Dunes? How can it be so difficult for a 19th level count to lead a team? While thinking, he replied to the message. I'm preparing to go to Solon City. I expect to arrive tomorrow afternoon or evening. Hyena, that's a pity. The main force has set off now. The battle may be over tomorrow. Richard didn't care about this. He had to be alive to complete any mission. Be careful. A-level missions are not that easy. It's best to keep a certain distance from the main force and ensure your own safety. Hyena was very moved. Boss King Q, don't worry. We know what we are doing. After instructing the other party to report any problems in time, Richard didn't say anything more and flew away from the City of Dusk with the army. Among the 3 arms brought, the skeleton blood dragon and the dead statue are both flying arms, but the sandstorm controller is not. But the sandstorm controller is not bad. This unit, which combines 2 powerful spellcasting arms, has a very domineering skill, transforming into a sandstorm. This is also the origin of the name of this arm. What Richard values most is that this skill can last for a long time, as long as there is enough magic power. When there is no enemy, the sandstorm controller consumes only 5 points of magic power per second, and they can now recover more than 10 points per second. The amount of recovery completely covers the consumption. It is perfect. Richard sat behind Alvis, whose wingspan was more than 40 meters, with the bright moon above his head and the endless sea of yellow sand below him. Beside him, the blood dragon with blood-colored power was flying with him. Finally, a large group of stone statues of the dead marched in an orderly formation, and the wings, that seemed to be carved from rocks, flapped and made a whirring sound. The most amazing thing is that the sandstorm, that can make the desert life tremble, is now mixed in this huge army. It is flying wildly and whistling. However, the sandstorm did not cause any damage to the soldiers inside, but instead accelerated their flying speed. This scene looks like a scene in a myth. It has a strong visual effect. December 1st, 8 AM. The sun climbed up from the yellow sand, and the orange color made it look like a furnace fire, lighting up the world. Richard glanced at the system map. After a whole night of flying, the distance to Solon City was less than 500 kilometers. This made him quite satisfied. After the storm blessing of the sandstorm controller, the overall flight speed of the army exceeded 500 kilometers. This also made him discover another wonderful use of the sandstorm controller. Even if they are not used for fighting in the future, letting them assist in transporting goods may be of great help. Just as he was about to let the army speed up, the attributes system sound suddenly rang in his ears. Richard paused and opened the private message. Hyena, Boss King Q, it's over, it's all over. The main force was ambushed by the Lord of Dunes. The whole army was wiped out, and the Earl himself was killed on the spot. That was a level 19 hero. His potential must be above level B or even A. He was killed by the enemy. The Lord of Dunes is simply terrifying. Most of the players who followed him were also killed. The rest are still in a state of collapse. Fortunately, I listened to you at the time. We were 20 kilometers away from the main force, so we were not surrounded. Richard frowned. The level 19 Earl led 5 battalions of advanced soldiers and recruited a large number of players. He was gone just like that. Was the Lord of Dunes too strong, or was the Earl too weak? Have you seen the Lord of Dunes? How strong is he? Hyena, no, the Lord of Dunes army is led by a giant made of yellow sand. That giant led 3 battalions of level 15 soldiers and destroyed the army of the Earl of Solon City with one charge. Too horrible. The level 19 Earl was hammered to death by that yellow sand giant. Boss King Q, you'd better go directly to Solon City. I feel that the Lord of Dunes is a force that players can't deal with at this stage. Maybe it's another large-scale mission. Richard thought for a moment and replied, send me the coordinates first. Hyena didn't delay and shared the coordinates immediately. Richard imported the system map and found that it was less than 100 kilometers away. This distance is only a matter of 10 to 20 minutes for flying soldiers. After comforting the hyena for a few words, he did not hesitate to turn around and gallop towards the coordinates with the army. 10 minutes later, groups of fleeing soldiers appeared in sight. From time to time, you can see a few players who are still in shock. Not far from the battlefield, flying faster in the opposite direction of the fleeing soldiers. Less than 5 minutes later, a terrifying roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Richard looked in the direction of the sound. 4,000 meters away, a giant condensed by yellow sand was holding a gravel hammer and madly attacking the fleeing army on the ground. The opponent's body was more than 30 meters tall. Standing in the desert, it was like an ancient demon god, which made people tremble. The breath it exuded was like a hurricane sweeping the earth, making people lose the courage to fight. Ordinary armies had no power to fight back against enemies of this size. The fleeing soldiers were like playing whack-a-mole, and they were smashed into meat paste one by one. The scene was bloody and terrifying. Around the yellow sand giant, there were a large number of mummies holding spears. These mummies were wrapped in yellow bandages and had rubies in their eyes. Judging from the breath, they were all top-level soldiers at level 15. Richard frowned. The power of the Dune Lord is even more terrifying than expected. Not to mention the yellow sand giant, that made him feel extremely dangerous. The mummified soldiers alone are extraordinary. Open the attribute panel. Yellow sand giant level 19 features. Possess 1/5 of the power of the Dune Lord, and can use all the skills of the Dune Lord. Introduction. The condensed avatar of the Dune Lord. Mummy Guards level 15 potential. Crown 3-star skills. Guarding the Lord. Mummy body. Stabbing. Fierce. Immortal. That yellow sand giant is actually the avatar of the Dune Lord? Richard was surprised and doubtful. The opponent only has 1/5 of his power, but his level has reached level 19. Moreover, in the battle just now, he killed the 19th level Earl of Solon City. How powerful would the Dune Lord be? Extraordinary. Just as he was lost in thought, the yellow sand giant, that was slaughtering people wantonly on the ground, felt something, and suddenly raised its head. Its eyes, which were condensed by the yellow sand, looked at Richard, who was 1,000 meters away. Their eyes met. The air suddenly condensed. Richard only felt an extremely brutal breath rushing towards him, as if he was stared at by a beast that had been hungry for dozens of days. His brows furrowed. Just as he was about to make a move, the yellow sand giant in front of him suddenly opened his huge mouth, and between the upper and lower movements, a dull sound like rolling thunder was emitted. The power of yellow sand. You actually have the great power of yellow sand in your body. The tone was filled with strong surprise and uncontrollable greed. Chapter 409. The Soul Mark of the Lord of the Dunes. Who is the hunter? Richard's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words of the yellow sand giant. I have the power of yellow sand in my body? What does this mean? He glanced at his talent, the Lord of the Desert. Is the other party talking about this? The yellow sand giant was getting more and more excited at this moment. The momentum on his body was rising like a storm that was gathering. The surrounding yellow sand was pulled and began to disperse and drift. Strands of sand and gravel floated up from the ground and lingered around him. This made the already ferocious yellow sand giant look even more frightening. It was as if the creatures in myths and legends had walked out of the ancient murals. The favor of the desert, humble human. That is not a gift you can enjoy. The heart-shaking roar broke through the sky, and the soldiers and players who were fleeing frantically were frightened. What the hell is the yellow sand giant doing again? Exclamation mark. Many people noticed something and subconsciously raised their heads in fear. They wanted to see who was angering the terrifying monster. The next second, the army of the City of Dusk, which was hovering in the sky and lingering in the yellow sand, appeared in sight. But the outside world could only see the vague figures flying in the endless yellow sand and could not detect their true appearance. Giant? Dragon? What kind of monsters are those? Are they reinforcement from Solan City? Another desert force has come. Is it the enemy of the Lord of Dunes? We are saved. Run. After a low cry, the fleeing soldiers came to their senses and began to run out more desperately. They didn't care who came, as long as they could drag the damn giant. Richard didn't care about the fleeing soldiers below. The information spit out by the yellow sand giant made his thoughts still crazy. The favor of the desert. How did he get his talent? The power of yellow sand. Can it be robbed by others? After thinking for a long time, he didn't come to a conclusion, and he stopped struggling at the moment. Since it's my thing, you want it? Then you have to have the ability to take it. Richard didn't say anything in response, but Alvis couldn't bear it anymore. This damned lowly monster actually dared to despise the great master in front of him. Exclamation mark. This is courting death. Exclamation mark. Roar, a roar of rage resounded through the sky. The unbridled dragon might surged out like a tsunami. At the same time, the blood-colored power on his body burst into flames, and the sandstorm surrounding him was forced apart. Alvis revealed his complete form. A giant undead dragon with a wingspan of more than 40 meters appeared in front of everyone. The golden skeleton, the burning crimson power on the surface, and the golden soul fire flashing in the head. All of them show its horror. Along with this, there is also the pressure that penetrates into the soul. Within 1,000 meters around, all the fleeing soldiers felt an uncontrollable fear coming. Ah! Monster! One after another, the shrill screams rang out in disorder, and the soldiers, whose morale had already dropped to the freezing point, collapsed directly at this moment. They didn't even care about their comrades around them, and ran away directly. The fleeing soldiers did not realize that the terrifying dragon might was not aimed at them, but at the domineering yellow sand giant in front. The yellow sand giant was not to be outdone at this moment, and his aura rose in anger. It was like a needle against a wheat spike. The two auras collided in the air. The soldiers at the intersection, who were slightly lower in level, bled from all 5 holes, and their hearts exploded and died. Just this aura alone harvested the souls of hundreds of people. Those players who escaped a certain safe distance were still in shock. They turned their heads and saw that the two parties in the standoff did not chase them, and then they dared to breathe heavily. It was too terrifying. Is this a boss they can deal with? I will never do any A-level tasks again. It's just sending myself to die in vain. Exclamation mark. Because Alvis had revealed his figure, many players opened the attribute panels of Alvis and Richard with strong curiosity. Originally, they thought that the one facing the yellow sand giant was the reinforcement from Solan City, but at this moment, they were extremely surprised to find that the one riding the dragon and facing the yellow sand giant was actually a player. This scene shocked countless people to the point of swallowing their saliva. Then, that's a player? RNM, a player can actually enslave such a terrifying dragon? Fuck, am I blind? That's a player? Not the reinforcement from Solan City? Who the hell is this god? Alvis's body shape has changed dramatically, and the skeleton blood dragon is hidden by the yellow sand. At this moment, no one can recognize Richard's identity. Just when the players were shocked beyond measure, the yellow sand giant finally couldn't hold back his greed, and launched an attack. He suddenly raised the heavy warhammer condensed with sand in his hand, and pointed at Alvis. Kill. The roar fell, and he took the lead in charging. Behind him, several battalions of mummy guards clenched their spears and followed closely. Level 15, or 3-star crown soldier, the single combat power is enough to be called domineering. Although they looked particularly small in front of the yellow sand giant, the gathering of thousands of them was still heart-shaking. Richard saw this, and his eyes condensed. All troops attack. The clone of the Lord of Dunes. He wanted to see how strong the other party was. Roaring. Alvis flapped his wings and flew. The controller of the sandstorm roared up. The skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead flapped their wings and attacked fiercely. The fleeing soldiers had no time to care about the outcome of this battle at this moment. Only some players who did not give up looked back from time to time. The speed of the flying soldiers was so fast. After a few breaths, the two sides collided brazenly. Roar 100 meters away, Alvis's throat suddenly flashed crimson light. Puff the dragon breath with terrifying corrosive power spewed out, pulling a 100-meter long tongue of fire in the sky. The yellow sand giant charged fiercely and killed directly against the dragon breath. Sizzle, the gravel on his body was melted directly like ice and snow. The terrifying 30-meter tall body shrank significantly in a few blinks of an eye. Even if you are strong, you have to pay a price to charge against the Super A level dragon breath. But what is surprising is that when the yellow sand giant charges, the yellow sand on the ground is like a magnet attracting broken iron, constantly flowing back from the legs to replenish the damaged body. It allows it to always maintain its exaggerated body shape. The dragon breath that lasted for 30 seconds pulled a charred fire road in the desert. After the dragon breath, the remaining power on it is still corroding the sand. The outside of the yellow sand giant's body has a charred shell because the yellow sand has been severely corroded. But because of the continuous influx of sand and gravel inside, the body expands again, and the shell is supported by cracks. It looks inexplicably fierce. Rushing to the ground below Alvis with the dragon breath, the yellow sand giant raised the warhammer in his hands with both hands, and raised it above his head. The waist is bent like a long bow. All the power bursts out. The warhammer smashed down swiftly. Bang, the whole desert shook. 1,000 meters away, the fleeing soldiers tripped and fell down. Crash. The next second after the heavy hammer hit the ground, the surrounding gravel suddenly condensed. Two abrupt and rugged sand snakes, like the veins of the earth bursting, climbed along. In the blink of an eye, they extended directly to the feet of the yellow sand giant and connected with it. Then, the 30-meter high yellow sand giant, like a towering tower, quickly rose. At this moment, his feet were forcibly lifted up by two yellow sand snakes. This scene was simply dazzling. The players outside were horrified. Damn it, this damn yellow sand giant can still do this? In a few breaths, the yellow sand giant rushed to a height of 100 meters and wanted to fight with Alvis in close combat. Seeing this scene, Alvis immediately became ferocious. He didn't even think about taking off to escape the opponent's attack range. Instead, he roared and swooped down strongly. He wanted to fight the opponent head-on. After upgrading to level 15 and raising his potential to Super A, not only did Alvis's dragon breath get exaggeratedly strengthened, his body's melee ability also got a terrifying improvement. Richard saw this and flew directly to a higher sky, not participating in the battle between the two behemoths. He wanted to see how strong the yellow sand giant, which had 1/5 of the power of the Dune Lord, was. At the same time, he also wanted to see if Alvis's power reached his expected strength. The battle between the two sides broke out instantly. Close combat is different from long-range attack with skills. The scene looked more violent and intense. The yellow sand giant swung a warhammer that was tens of meters long and smashed it down fiercely. Whoosh, there was a harsh sonic boom in the air. Alvis did not dodge and rushed forward. Bang, the dull sound of the collision was like a battering ram hitting the ground. Alvis was hit on the shoulder by the hammer and his body flipped sideways, but he did not suffer any damage. Instead, the gravel warhammer fluttered and dropped a large piece of yellow sand. He took the opponent's damage. Alvis approached the yellow sand giant, and the blood-colored power burning on his body surged at this moment. Sizzle, the terrifying corrosive power made the yellow sand giant's body quickly charred. The two sharp golden dragon claws in front stabbed out fiercely and pierced deeply into the opponent's chest. The yellow sand giant's body suddenly burst into yellow light, and endless gravel squirmed. It seemed that he wanted to trap Alvis to death with his chest. After all, the yellow sand giant is a summoned creature, and it does not have the defects of ordinary creatures, so it has the confidence to do this operation. At the same time, this big boss swung his exaggerated warhammer and smashed towards Alvis again. But before the yellow sand giant's strategy took effect, Alvis's two front claws tore it hard. Crack! Countless yellow sand exploded. The terrifying yellow sand energy collapsed directly and could not cause any hindrance to it. Dragon claw breaking void. Beyond grade A, the sharpness and firmness of the claws increased by 500%, with the characteristics of forced armor breaking and force magic breaking. He was in a dominant position and did not spare anyone. The two dragon claws behind Alvis also pierced into the body of the yellow sand giant at the same time. The four claws were like the roots of a creeper, firmly grasping the yellow sand giant. At the same time, the huge head opened. A crimson light suddenly lit up in the throat. Whoosh! Face to face, the terrifying Super A level dragon breath burst out directly, with the power to corrode everything, directly covering the head of the yellow sand giant. The scene was like a high pressure musket roasting pig's trotters, sizzling, and the gravel was corroded layer by layer in an instant. Even if the yellow sand giant encountered such an attack, it did not lose its combat effectiveness at this moment. The warhammer in his hand suddenly split into two short-handled giant axes, and the two hands turned and swung. The gravel battle axe with the power to easily destroy the city wall chopped on Alvis's golden skeleton. Whoosh! Amidst the sounds of breaking through the air, clang! Sparks exploded dozens of meters high. What was astonishing was that the terrifying gravel battle axe not only failed to cut off the golden skeleton, but was instead broken into gaps, causing large pieces of gravel to fall into the sky. The gravel was corroded by the blood power and immediately turned into a charred black. From a distance, when the two behemoths fought, black raindrops fell one after another, and soon the yellow sand ground was covered with a layer of black sand. It was terrifying. The collision between the two top combat units went from fierce at the beginning to crazy later. There were two giant snakes under his feet connecting the desert, and a steady stream of yellow sand surged up. Although the gravel on the yellow sand giant fell layer by layer, it still did not fall into decline. It violently attacked the dragon in front of it. Alvis was even more arrogant, although his level was 4 levels lower than the yellow sand giant. But with the potential of the Super A level, plus after swallowing the golden dragon soul, he had 7 Super A level skills, and he just suppressed the yellow sand giant. The degree of endurance shown in melee combat was even more exaggerated than that of the yellow sand giant. No matter how crazy the yellow sand giant's attack was, it could not hurt Alvis. The golden bone seemed to be 10, 100, or 1,000 times harder than steel. Richard was enjoying the scene from the sky. This was countless times better than any blockbuster movie. The live broadcast was so shocking. If it was on Blue Star, one could make a fortune just by broadcasting live. While the two top combat forces were fighting fiercely, the army of the Lord of the Dunes on the ground also rushed down. Mummy guards. Level 15 troops. Richard frowned when he saw this scene. The skeleton blood dragon stays behind, and the rest of the army crushes them. As soon as the words fell, except for the skeleton blood dragon, the stone statue of the dead swooped down on the sandstorm transformed by the sandstorm controller. According to normal logic, the ground troops are at an absolute disadvantage when facing the flying troops. But the next second after the Dusk City army launched the attack, something strange happened. The mummy guards suddenly raised the spear in their hands. Powerful energy emanated from their bodies. A large amount of gravel on the ground floated up and lingered on the spear. The ruby inlaid in the empty eye sockets was shining brightly at this moment. When the entire spear was covered with sand, they leaned back like a bent longbow. At the moment of reaching the extreme, the spear flew out of their hands. At the same time, the bright ruby eyes dimmed like a light bulb that had lost power. The spear covered with yellow sand shot into the sandstorm transformed by the sandstorm controller like lightning. It was so fast that even the outside world could only see a very vague shadow. The dead stone statues only felt a fatal danger coming and flapped their wings to dodge. But because they were too dense, a large number of dead stone statues did not dodge. Clang! Sizzle! A sharp sound of sharp objects rubbing against glass exploded. The spears directly pierced the extremely strong body of the dead stone statues. The next moment, those spears suddenly expanded like balloons. At the moment of reaching the extreme, they burst open with a click. The body of the dead stone statue was directly blown to pieces from the inside. The sharp broken spears tore everything apart. Some of the dead stone statues noticed something was wrong and turned on the solidification in time. Although they were blown up in the air by the explosion of the spear, they survived. But more of them did not have time to react and were directly blown to pieces by the spear. They turned into fragments of limbs and died on the spot. Seeing this exaggerated scene, Richard's pupils shrank sharply. The detailed attributes of the skills of the mummy gods could not be explored, and he did not expect that this type of soldiers could have such a terrifying attack skill. This was the biggest loss the dead stone statues had suffered since their birth. The opponent's attack this time killed nearly a squadron. He felt great pain in his heart. He gave an order in a cold voice. Syndification. The next second, the bodies of all the dead stone statues suddenly blurred and turned into grains of yellow sand. There were waves of angry roars from his throat. This was the anger after being provoked. Axe broken. The speed of the dead stone statues increased sharply, and the battle axe wrapped in chains in his hand was thrown out with a thunderous force. At the same time, those mummy guards who had not launched an attack also threw out their spears at the same time. The spears lingering in the yellow sand were sniping at the battle axes with dark red lines wrapped around the chains. Clang, many battle axes collided directly with the spears, and both sides exploded in the air, like the explosion of heavy artillery shells. The scene was extremely spectacular. The players who ran far away suddenly turned back. They saw a flash of light between heaven and earth. They were immediately shocked. Damn, that big guy's too damn fierce. I didn't expect that there is a great god of this level in our Solan city. I feel that King Kyu can't compare. That dragon hero alone can crush King Kyu. The undead dragon fights the yellow sand giant. Fuck, this scene is too exaggerated. Is this really the power that players can have? No one on both sides of the battle paid attention to the fleeing soldiers around them. At this moment, they rushed towards each other with endless murderous intent. After the battle axe of the dead stone statue passed through the yellow sand spear, it directly chopped into the mummy guards. The mummy guards were very flexible and avoided most of the battle axes. But the next second, a crisp sound rang out. The mummy guards only felt that the god of death was staring at them at this moment, and their souls seemed to be frozen. Countless battle axe fragments blew up a metal storm, directly covering a range of dozens of meters. Those mummy guards who were not directly hit by the battle axe enjoyed the taste of the iron fist of the City of Dusk. The battle axe fragments pierced their bodies directly, which was the first wave of damage. The attached 30% death feature took effect, causing the second wave of damage. After the second wave of damage, the flame energy hidden in it began to erupt, causing the third wave of damage. Even if they were only hit by the battle axe fragments in non-lethal parts such as the limbs, they would lose their combat effectiveness in the triple damage, or even be killed directly. After the desertification was turned on, the lethality of the yellow sand spears of the mummy guards was instantly reduced. After the spears pierced the stone statues of the dead, they would directly penetrate their bodies and did not explode like the axe fragments. Obviously, the mummy guards had no control over the spears after they were used. This also caused the failure of its attack. Even if a part of it exploded in mid-air, the fragments of the spear were obviously pure physical damage, carrying only a small amount of magic power. It could not cause fatal damage to the stone statue of the dead after the syndification was activated. On the contrary, the mummy guards suffered exaggerated damage under the axe. Although the level of the two arms was 4 or 5 levels apart, and the potential was also 1 level apart, but the terrifying combat power of the stone statue of the dead forced the two back to the same line, and even because of the syndification and flying ability, it had an absolute upper hand. When the stone statue of the dead attacked wantonly, the sandstorm controllers finally gathered together. Natural disaster appeared. Whoosh, the whistling wind caused the world to wail. Endless sandstorms surged at this moment. The light was completely swallowed up. Compared with the fireworks-like attack of the stone statue of the dead, the scene created by the sandstorm controller was more exaggerated. Sandstorm. The sandstorm gathered by the 5 squadrons of crazy sand controllers directly covered the mummy guards below. The strong wind was like the scream of a demon. The high-speed flying sand turned into bullets, fiercely attacking the body of the mummy guard. The bandages on the body were torn apart, as if cut by a razor. The shriveled and hollow body of the dead was exposed to the sandstorm. The mummy guard realized that the situation was not right and immediately took countermeasures. In the crazy roar, the arm suddenly pierced the ground. The power of the yellow sand on the body surged out and suddenly condensed into thick sand shields. Then several squads of mummy guards formed a windbreak with sand shields. They blocked the erosion of the sandstorm. At the same time, the mummy guards recondensed their spears, but now the spears were all condensed from yellow sand and lost their original sharpness. But a surprising scene appeared. They held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other and swung them around fiercely. Attack the sandstorm. This was originally a funny scene, but no one laughed. Because thousands of mummy guards made this move at the same time, the crazy whistling sandstorm suddenly stagnated. They could actually cause damage to the sandstorm controller, who turned into a sandstorm. The power of the top troops was fully revealed at this moment. Richard, who was watching the battle outside, saw it clearly. After the sandstorm controller turned into a sandstorm, he could share the health bar and magic power, but the attack of the guards made their status decline rapidly. If the mummy guards were not eliminated in time, it might not take a few minutes for the sandstorm controller to be beaten out of its original form. The controller of the sandstorm also noticed this scene. The next second, the whistling sound started again. In the air, giant sand spikes several meters long, or even dozens of meters long, condensed. Skill. Giant sand spikes. Accelerated by the strong wind, the giant sand spikes, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, mixed in the yellow sand that blurred the vision, fiercely stabbed the mummy guards who were holding shields and wielding spears. Puff at the terrifying speed, the power of the giant sand spikes reached a terrifying level. The thick shield in the hands of the mummy guards exploded directly. The body was like a wooden stick hitting tofu, shattered to the ground, and then swept up by the storm. At the same time, a stream of magic power escaped, and the gravel on the ground suddenly formed a gravel prison, imprisoning the mummy guards, forcibly separating the shield wall formed by them, creating a larger loophole. Although the guards fought back frantically, they could not break free for a while, and could only become lambs, to be slaughtered in anger. Skill. Yellow sand prison. At this time, the stone statue of the dead who had adjusted back also took action. The tightly grasped battle axe was thrown out fiercely. In the whistling, it penetrated the sandstorm and smashed directly into the dense mummy guards. Crack. The axe broke again. Because the team was too dense, it was impossible to dodge at all. In the metal storm, the souls were directly harvested. A battalion of stone statues of the dead plus 5 squadrons of sandstorm controllers, the cooperation of 2 top arms, formed a trembling battle line. Domineering and unparalleled. In the sky, the yellow sand giant with his feet stepping on 2 giant snakes. At this moment, the melee with Alvis has reached a white hot level. Both sides have been killing madly. They are colliding with all their strength every moment. And just when Richard thought that this battle might continue for a long time, suddenly, the situation changed abruptly. After the yellow sand giant repelled Alvis's attack, he turned his head and looked at Richard. The charred giant mouth opened and closed up and down, and the dull sound penetrated the air. Humble human, I will take the power of the yellow sand in your body myself. As soon as the voice fell, his body suddenly exploded like a ball of loose sand. In a rage, Alvis pounced on nothing, and then looked at the falling gravel with a blank face. Where is his opponent? Gone. After coming to his senses, his emotions immediately rose. He raised his head and roared towards the sky. Roar. The long dragon roar was transmitted dozens of kilometers away, and one could even hear its joy and excitement from it. He won the battle, and the humble coward ran away. He, the hero of the City of Dusk, Alvis, protected the glory of his master. Richard did not have the joy of Alvis at this moment, because he heard an unusual system prompt. Ding, you have been branded by the Lord of the Dunes with the power of the soul. Every hour, your coordinates will be known to the Lord of the Dunes. Soul brand? Looking at this message, Richard's eyes showed a bit of coldness. That Lord of the Dunes, treating him as prey? So brave. He suppressed the cold killing intent in his heart, and took out the statue of the old god. feeling the surging power inside, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Soul brand? What brand can escape the swallowing of the statue of the old god? But just when he was about to remove the brand, the breath on it suddenly jumped. The next second, a breath came to his mind. The Lord of the Dunes. Richard turned his head suddenly and looked into the depths of the desert. While the soul brand was transmitting his coordinates, it was also transmitting the location of the Lord of the Dunes to him. He suddenly suppressed the idea of using the statue of the old god to remove the brand. A playful lark hung at the corner of his mouth. It's really interesting. This Lord of the Dunes is braver than he thought. In this case, let's see who is the hunter. Chapter 410, Lord of the Dunes, God of the Kobolds. I know a god grace lord named Kinkyu. 5400 words. After suppressing the high will to fight in his heart, Richard sensed again. The soul imprint reflected the fluctuations of the Lord of the Dunes, like a scorching sun. Even if only a trace of breath escaped, he felt a strong sense of danger. Extraordinary. The other party was definitely in existence above the extraordinary. However, in his perception, the soul power was still a bit frivolous, like the weakness of a prisoner who had been imprisoned for a long time when he was released from prison. This made Richard fall into deep thought. Did the other party come out of a sealed place? After the yellow sand giant dissipated, the situation on the ground immediately became clear. Under the double teaming of the two powerful arms of the dead stone statue and the sandstorm controller, the mummy guards without the leader gradually lost their resistance. These crown 3-star level arms are overbearing in combat power, but at this moment they all became little sheep and were slaughtered rapidly. Their only skill, that can cause damage, throwing spears, although it has a strong lethality, cannot be used continuously and even requires weapons to cooperate. Moreover, after the desertification is turned on, the dead stone statue has an unbeaten advantage. Ding, you commanded the army to win a brilliant victory. Your experience has reached the upper limit. Please complete the promotion task as soon as possible. Ding, you have eliminated more than 1,000 level 15 soldiers. Do you want to anchor the clearing force, the Lord of Dunes? After anchoring the target, the task requirements can be completed one by one. Note, after anchoring the target, it cannot be changed in a short period of time. The promotion task cannot be completed by eliminating other forces. It can only be untied after 1 month. As the system prompt sounded, the end of this encounter was announced. Richard looked at the prompt and did not hesitate for half a second. Anchor. Ding, anchoring successful. A bit of coldness flashed in his eyes. Soul imprint, right? I'll let you brand it. What's more interesting to him is the power of yellow sand that the Lord of Dunes attaches great importance to. This is the first time he has heard of it. Obviously, if he wants to get the correct answer, he can only start from the other party. If I'm not mistaken, there is also the power of yellow sand in the body of the yellow sand giant. Judging from the other party's familiarity with controlling yellow sand, it can't be wrong. And from the attitude of the Lord of the Dunes, this power can obviously be stripped from other people. This is interesting. The other party wants to hunt, but who stipulates that he can't be a hunter? Soul brand straight hook fishing. Thinking of this, he took a deep look at the depths of the desert. He will give this guy a big gift. Extraordinary. I don't know what it feels like to kill with my own hands. I really want to experience it. The whirring sandstorm also quietly subsided with the end of the battle. The sandstorm controller, whose breath was much weaker, left the sandstorm state, and his true body appeared on the sand. Although it did not reach the state of magic overdraft, the battle just now caused this unit's state to decline seriously. After all, the sandstorm controller is a rare 3-star unit, and the initial level is only level 7. It is abnormal to be able to achieve such a brilliant result against a level 15 unit. After the battle, although Richard did not gain experience, the sandstorm controllers all upgraded 1 level. Obviously, the rewards of fighting above the level are not ordinary. Richard looked at the calmed Zhang and suddenly remembered the information from the hyena. The Earl of Solon City came to retrieve the treasures robbed by the Lord of Dunes. The army of the Lord of Dunes has been killed, but what about those things? Are they still there? He immediately raised his spirits. It is obviously much more interesting to harvest spoils than to fight. He immediately ordered the army to disperse and search. After the large army dispersed, Richard looked down at the ground. The broken and fractured bodies of the dead stone statues appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little painful. The biggest loss in this battle was the dead stone statues. These brilliant 3-star initial level 10 troops, 12 teams were killed. This is definitely the most tragic loss that the City of Dusk has ever suffered. It directly consumed the output of 11 troops for a week. This encounter also reminded Richard that he must be sufficiently vigilant when dealing with high-level troops. If he is careless, he may suffer huge losses. He took a deep breath and his eyes regained clarity. There must be war losses in war, and he was mentally prepared for this. However, he was obviously too arrogant this time. Empiricism is harmful. When he saw the mummy guards, he subconsciously thought that it was difficult for the ground army to cause damage to the air force. This directly led to the team's charge being too dense, and the general attack was launched without sending troops to test. The result was that the opponent's unexpected spear throwing caused heavy casualties. Fortunately, there is a powerful life-saving skill called desertification, otherwise the number of casualties in the end would have tripled or even tripled. Take this as a warning. Richard concluded on this loss. The arrogance that had risen in his heart because of the recent smooth sailing was cleared away. The current Twilight City is not yet able to be domineering, so it is better to be careful. After his mood recovered, he opened the private message. Hyena, I have cleared out the army of the Lord of Dunes. Where is the looted goods of the Earl? Send me the coordinates. The hyena, who had already run dozens of miles, was discussing with the boss, the third brother, and the bald man, whether to continue retreating. Seeing this news, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked unbelievable. Seeing that the hyena's expression was not right, the others hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Who has news again? That yellow sand giant is chasing us in this direction? The hyena opened his mouth and said in a dry tone, no need to run. The bald man was the most anxious and annoyed. Are you going to die? Can you finish your words? The hyena suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a trembling voice, the boss of Kinkyu just rushed over. The bald man wanted to give this idiot a stick. Then what? Then we don't have to run. The army of the Lord of Dunes has been wiped out. Several people were stunned and then looked at each other. What the hell? The army of the Lord of Dunes has been wiped out? Are you kidding? The Earl of Solan City has gathered thousands of high-level soldiers and tens of thousands of players' troops, but this level of power cannot stop the opponent's charge. The terrifying Lord of Yellow Sand even hammered the 19th level Earl of Solan City to death. How long has it been now? Gone? Question mark? An unreal sense of fantasy rose in my heart. The existence they feared was just a reptile that the opponent could easily kill. The bald man trembled with a hoarse voice. Then, what about the yellow sand giant? Hyena shook his head. Don't you know who the Kinkyu boss is? The yellow sand giant is probably the first to be killed. Everyone was silent, and then there was another heartfelt exclamation. Damn, the title of pervert is tailor-made for the Kinkyu boss. After coming to his senses, he became excited again. Only by following such a big boss can there be a future. Richard didn't know the mental journey of several people. After receiving the coordinates sent by the hyena, he didn't delay and rode Alvis away immediately. 10 minutes later, a sand dune with bloodstains of corpses and traces of battle came into view. The yellow sand below half buried a lot of cargo boxes. Richard's eyes lit up. The yellow sand on his body was surging. With a wave of his hand, countless gravels turned into big hands and lifted the goods on the ground to him. Originally, he was full of expectations, but after searching for a few times, he was disappointed. There was nothing in those cargo boxes, except a few rare resources. It was obvious that the Lord of the Dunes had transferred the spoils after he succeeded. Richard couldn't help feeling a little unhappy, because he didn't get any money. So, this wave is a big loss. It's okay to win a big victory and swallow the experience, but there is no spoils, and 12 teams of dead stone statues are lost. He shook his head helplessly. If you want to get real gains, perhaps you can only flatten the Lord of the Dunes. It's not a simple matter to confront a force with a supernatural sitting in it, but this kind of force definitely hides high-level treasures. If the strategy is completed, it will definitely bring huge profits. However, risks and benefits coexist. Before that, he has to raise the power in his hands again. Wait for Zinna and the Dark Valkyrie to return. Wait for the ancient tree of the evil god to wake up. And wait for the fire elemental lord to break through the extraordinary hunting plan. After confirming that there was no harvest, Richard was too lazy to stay any longer. After informing the Hillness and asking them to conduct a second search to prevent any accidents, he led the army directly to Solon City. The still weak sandstorm controller sat on the back of the dead stone statue and slowly recovered. At 10 o'clock in the morning, when the sun became scorching, Richard's pupils reflected the towering walls of Solon City. Although he had seen it once, he was still amazed at this time. The Pegasus cavalry in the sky were in groups. The heavy weapons on the city walls were hideous and terrifying. The dense arrow towers in the back were like hedgehogs, and the wizard towers interspersed among them lit up the world. The towering defense buildings made the city look like a beast with a huge mouth. It can swallow all the invading enemies. Compared with this city that has stood for 1,000 years, the difference between the city of dusk and this city is so huge that it is beyond words. He took a deep breath and regained his firmness. In the future, everything will be there. His faith was unshakable. After storing the troops, he called the best carriage and entered the city. Deep in the death desert, a sand dune surrounded by black gravel, the center of which was like a giant hand holding up the sky and smashing down, and it was severely sunken. If you look down from the sky, you can see a magnificent city standing in the sunken part of the sand dune. What is surprising is that the sand dunes around the city are more than 100 meters high, but they are as solid as rock walls and have not collapsed towards the underground city with a drop of 100 meters. It seems that an invisible force has blocked the gravel. It seems like a miracle. This mysterious underground city is quiet and lonely, and there is no sign of life. It gives people an inexplicable darkness and fear. Looking at the center of the city, you can see a wide square made of black boulders, majestic and solemn. In the central area of the square, on the 12th step, or throne made of yellow sand stood tall. On the throne, the Lord of the Dunes, who had a jackal head, a yellow sand robe, and a black scepter in his hand, half leaned against the throne. His dark eyes stared straight at the illusory picture, displayed in the air in front of him. Looking closely, it was the perspective of the yellow sand giant who had just fought with Alvis. At the bottom of the 12th step, two players whose temperaments were incompatible with this empty and dead city looked at this scene with subtle expressions. One was skinny, and the other was dark and fat. The two looked at each other and communicated silently in private messages. Pheasant, has the Lord of Dunes been stunned? Why does he keep watching this scene over and over again? Who knows? Why don't you go ask? Fuck, I don't want to die. But why do those soldiers in the picture look familiar to me? Haha, familiar as hell. We hang out together all day. How could I not have seen what you have seen? No, I must have seen them. Let me think. Undead dragons? They can be so strong. Fuck, I remember it. Don't be surprised. Who is it? King Kyu. Damn it, the player who killed the Lord of Dunes is definitely King Kyu. Look at those undead dragons. Aren't they the soldiers who killed everyone in the previous copy? And those gargoyles, although there are changes, you can find the template for them. Now that you mention it, it really does look like it. At this moment, the Lord of Dunes shifted his gaze from the screen in midair to the bottom. Seeing the wretched expressions of the two players, he frowned. Mountain Chicken, hey Onan, did you recognize the Lord of Divine Grace? There was an inexplicable sense of humor when these two names were called out by the Lord of Dunes. But the two players didn't smile at all and wished they hadn't heard it. Who wants to have their fate controlled by others? The Lord of Dunes didn't know the meaning of these two names, and he was too lazy to delve into it. He didn't kill these two people at the beginning, purely because he discovered the peculiarity of the Lord of Divine Grace, which gave him a lot of ideas. The two were frightened and looked at each other. After muttering a few words, the skinny player stepped forward with some fear. Great Lord, we recognized him. The Lord of Dunes sat up straight abruptly, his dark eyes narrowed into a slit, and he looked at him with endless greed. Who is it? King Kyu. The Lord of Dunes raised his eyebrows. Is it the strongest of the Lords of Divine Grace that you mentioned before? King Kyu? Yes, the Great Lord, that's him. The Lord of Dunes stood up slowly. Tell me all the news about King Kyu. All of it. The two did not hesitate and started talking from the first copy. They didn't know Richard at all, and there was no psychological pressure at all to provide information about a stranger. Moreover, the person in front of them was his top boss. If they accidentally disobeyed him, they would go to heaven. They didn't want to die yet. After a while, the Lord of Dunes looked at the two people who stopped and frowned in dissatisfaction. This information is too one-sided. You go to the forum of Lord Divine Grace? Search immediately. I need to know everything about him. The two of them were immediately worried. Private message. Shanji, fuck him. I shouldn't have told him the news from the forum. Hey Onan, who the hell told you to be so mean? But if we don't show our value, I'm afraid we won't survive. Shanji, you said, shouldn't we change our mindset? Hey Onan, how? Escape. Shanji, stupid, since we can't resist this boss, why not just join him? We work hard for him, maybe we can succeed. This boss is so powerful, we can get rich by just helping us switch to a few hidden professions. You don't want to live like this all your life, do you? Hey Onan, that's true. Fuck, let's give him a big bet, we don't have a choice anyway. After some communication, the two gradually adjusted their mindsets and began to work hard to collect information for the Lord of Dunes. Noticing the change in their attitudes, the Lord of Dunes showed a satisfied smile and did not oppress them too much. He needs valuable tools, and these two people don't seem to be stupid enough at the moment. An hour later, the two informed the Lord of Dunes of most of the information they could find on the forum. After listening to this, the Lord of Dunes fell into a long silence. You mean that Lord of Divine Grace is an enemy of the God of Gnarls, and the God of Gnarls has suffered a great loss from him? Shanji said hesitantly. This was said by an Gnarl God Grace Lord in the Dark Dungeon. He also participated in the attack on Kinkyu's territory and was defeated and fled in the end. We can't determine the specific circumstances. The Lord of Dune slowly looked up at the sky, frowning. Possess the power to fight against the gods. This sudden news made him feel a little tricky. The gods are the controllers of this world. As the strongest among the Lords of Divine Grace, it is definitely not a coincidence. There must be a trump card that outsiders don't know. After pondering for a long time, the Lord of the Dunes clenched the black scepter in his hand and slowly pointed it at the void. Endless magic power gushed out of his body, and in an instant, the world was dim. Time and space seemed to be wiped out. At the same time, those magical energies condensed frantically in the air. After a few breaths, a blurry picture appeared. When the two players saw this scene, they felt a chill in their backs. The skinny player subconsciously asked, "Master, what are you doing?" After that, he quickly covered his mouth. He wanted to slap himself a few times. He was a jerk again, and this was what he could ask. But unexpectedly, the Lord of the Dunes did not scold them, but slowly explained. "I'm calling the god of the Gnarls." The two were shocked. Calling the god of dogs? What the hell is this? Aren't you extraordinary? How do you know the gods? Although your head looks a bit like a dog, you are not a dog-headed man. As if seeing the doubts of the two, the Lord of the Dunes said lightly, "I was familiar with the god of dogs before he became a god." As soon as the voice fell, the magic power condensed into substance, and the picture was displayed. The two players looked subconsciously, only to see a ruined wall on the screen. What shocked them was that the ground was littered with corpses of high-level soldiers, rotting titans, headless dragons, and fallen angels with broken wings. The flesh and blood and limbs almost filled the gaps in the ruins of the buildings. The gurgling blood flowed along the corpses, some would floated up. This scene was very visually impactful. The two looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Where is this? Didn't they say to call the god of dog-headed men? This fucking took us into the abyss? Question mark? The Lord of the Dunes was also confused at this moment. What was going on? Did he connect to the wrong place? Isn't this the kingdom of the god of dog-headed men? How could it be so tragic? That scene made him feel palpitating, even though he was knowledgeable. Just as several people were in amazement, suddenly, a dog-headed man with scars all over his body, blood stained on his robe, and even a broken arm appeared on the screen. The moment he saw each other, the Lord of the Dunes cried out in surprise, "Your Majesty Carl, what's wrong with you?" When the dog-headed god saw the shock on the face of the Lord of Dunes, his expression was uglier than eating a fly. "I damn well know what happened to me. The damn Lord of Rot almost killed him." If it weren't for the quick support of the dungeon god system, we might not see the sun today. He was in no mood to talk more about this topic and said in a weak tone, "Just say it if you have anything to say." The Lord of Dune saw that the other party was unwilling to talk in depth and immediately said in a serious tone, "Your Majesty Kull, I sensed the power of yellow sand in a Lord of Divine Grace named King Kiu, and I think." Before he finished speaking, the Lord of Dunes only felt a shocking murderous intent coming across the plain. At this moment, the two players seemed to have their bones pulled out, their legs softened, and they collapsed directly to the ground, and the whole person almost lost consciousness. The Nile god was furious, and his ferocious face stared at the Lord of Dunes, as if he was going to devour him in the next second. "King Q? Exclamation mark exclamation mark. You said that Lord of Divine Grace was King Q?" The Lord of Dunes was equally shocked. He didn't understand why the Nile god reacted so strongly. He resisted the urge to kneel down and surrender under the divine power and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty Kull, yes, it's King Q, you and him." The Nile god roared miserably, "Otis, I want you to capture that lowly, dirty, despicable, disgusting blasphemer at all costs. I will burn his soul for 10 million years." Chapter 411 Windsor. What is the Crimson Moon? Sir Richard, what to find the Crimson Moon? Trample the horse's hooves made a unique sound of footsteps on the hard stone road. Richard looked at the street that was constantly retreating through the glass window and fell into deep thought. The most important thing for this trip to Solon City was naturally to find out the news about Crimson Moon. Today is December 1st, and the new expansion will be launched on December 28th. He only has more than 20 days left. This is the only time in the past 2 months to get news about Crimson Moon, and he must seize it. The most terrifying thing is not a powerful enemy, but the unknown. Just as urgent as Crimson Moon is the S-level mission issued by the old man who lost his heart in the Red Dragon grocery store. The 3-month deadline to retrieve the heart of the god is about to expire. Time is gradually shortening, and the room for him to turn around is also getting smaller. Whether it is to obtain news about Crimson Moon or that S-level mission, he must make progress during this period. The future has become unpredictable. I hope I can get what I want this time. Richard stroked the statue of the old god and remained silent. Click. The carriage turned a corner and slowly stopped. "Respected sir, the Violet Chamber of Commerce has arrived." The neatly dressed and elegant coachman in front respectfully opened the door. His carriage is specially for high-level guests. He even paid for it out of his own pocket to learn aristocratic etiquette. Richard was awakened, thanked him softly, and stepped out of the car. The fare had been paid when he got on the car. Looking at his back as he left, the coachman showed a sincere smile on his face. This order would make him much more relaxed. "Come on, keep working hard. There are 2 hungry little ones at home, waiting for him to bring food home." Standing at the door of the spacious manor, smelling the fragrance of violets in the air, Richard was a little dazed. This luxurious manor is now his private property. He smiled. Half a year ago, he could never have imagined that owning a manor was so simple. And it was in Solon City. Life is really unpredictable. Walking towards the manor, there was a 7 or 8 meter high sentry box inside the closed gate. The 2 half-winged sentries were immediately surprised when they saw Richard. "The master is back." This news immediately caused a sensation in the manor as the gate opened. Richard walked into the manor with a calm face under the respectful and humble welcome of the half-winged people. Being in a high position, he has long been accustomed to this kind of scene. This is a deeply rooted rule of Glorious Era, and it is impossible not to obey it. Most of the players who took the path of equality for all did not last more than 3 months. This time when he returned, Richard found that in addition to the original silver dwarfs and half-winged people in the manor, there were many unfamiliar faces. Obviously, they were the new staff hired or purchased by Weir. Many new plants were planted in the corners of the manor that were originally somewhat empty. New buildings were still being built in some areas, and there were many more statues full of artistic atmosphere. The overall look had a brand new feeling. At this time, the new employees looked at the imposing Richard with caution and great curiosity. Is this the real master of the Violet Chamber of Commerce? This momentum is really awe-inspiring. As soon as I arrived at the door of the main hall, I saw Weya, who came to greet me excitedly after receiving the news. The current controller of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, in front of everyone, held his chest and saluted. "Welcome back, Lord Richard." These words directly announced who the real ruler of the Violet Chamber of Commerce is. Richard looked at Weya, who looked a little haggard, and comforted him softly. "You have worked hard during this period. You can train an execution team in the future, and you don't have to do everything yourself. You can assign some non-major tasks to the team to execute. You are responsible for the main tasks yourself. As long as you regularly supervise and guide the work of the execution team, you can greatly improve work efficiency. For managers, the most important thing is not to do it yourself, but to use people." This is also Richard's biggest feeling during this period. The word use people is definitely the essence of the essence. He used Kalu well, so in the early stage of the development of Dusk City, he could spare his energy to use it in other places. Now, Bloodhoof City and Furnace City, which rule the underground world, are all like this, and Weya is the same. Although Weya looked haggard, she was in high spirits. "My lord, I understand what you said, but this is my first time to carry out such an important mission. I don't want to disappoint Teacher Kalu." Looking at the determination in the girl's eyes, Richard was stunned for a moment, and then relieved. He saw a familiar light in her eyes. Zina, Kalu, Sam, Andal and even countless residents of Twilight City all have the same light. Faith. For Twilight City, they are willing to give everything. The emotions in his heart were a little subtle. What he paid was not in vain after all. Pay attention to rest yourself. I believe you have your own judgment for other things, so I won't interfere with you. Hearing this, Weya showed a bright smile on her face, nodding vigorously. "My lord, I will not disappoint your expectations." The feeling of being trusted is particularly wonderful. After a simple conversation, they entered the house and sat down. After the maid made hot tea and left, Richard went straight to the point. This time, in addition to seeing how the Violet Chamber of Commerce is developing, there is another very important thing, the Crimson Moon. The information in the letter is very simple. "Tell me everything you know." Seeing Richard's serious eyes, Weya sat up straight and his tone became solemn. "Sir Richard, I have been using all my strength to explore the news of the Crimson Moon, but the Violet Chamber of Commerce was just established, and the network of contacts was too small, so I didn't get any results. Even Her Highness Chris is the same. The Crimson Moon doesn't seem to exist in this world. But a few days ago, President Windsor suddenly came and asked me to tell you that she knew about the Crimson Moon." After pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice a few degrees. President Windsor's expression is too calm. "I feel that there may be some secrets that are difficult for outsiders to explore. However, this is just my feeling. You still need to grasp the real situation." Richard was thoughtful. "President Windsor didn't reveal more information?" Weya shook his head. "She only asked me to tell you that we can discuss everything after you return." Richard nodded, thinking about the problem in his heart. All players are looking for news about Crimson Moon, and the natives cannot be unaware of it. Although players cannot reveal detailed information about Crimson Moon, over time, there will definitely be smart people who can figure it out. Under the prying of the natives, the secrets of the players have been dug out, and there are not many things left. But what's interesting is that Chris, the princess of Solan City, has not been able to find out even with the power of Solan City, but Windsor knows it. Moreover, the other party also told him the news by name. The meaning of it is quite interesting. However, there is too little information at present, and no conclusion can be drawn. We can only follow Weir's advice and deal with it carefully. After discussing for a while, no more news was obtained, and Richard did not hesitate. "Prepare the carriage, I want to visit the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce," Weir said hesitantly. "My lord, do you want to inform Her Highness Chris?" Compared to the majestic and powerful Windsor with the demeanor of a queen, she trusted Chris, the girl who didn't have too many schemes. With the little princess of Solan City, even if there was an accident, Richard's relationship with her could also play a buffering role. Richard couldn't help laughing when he thought of that little chatterbox. He had already imagined the scene of the other party mumbling non-stop. Send someone to tell her. He looked at Weir deeply, and the girl's little thoughts were not hidden very deeply. No, the queen who was in charge of the Luanwihe Chamber of Commerce would not be that simple. What the other party wanted to do was not something Chris could stop. How could a person with a boss template be easy to deal with? Soon, the carriage was ready. Richard rode alone and went to the Luanwihe Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, a fast horse quickly went to the Solon Chamber of Commerce to deliver a letter. When Chris got the news, she immediately jumped up with excitement and then hurried out. She kept muttering, "My gift is here." When the carriage disappeared at the corner of the street, an old lady with kind eyes suddenly showed up, but the soldiers around her seemed not to see her. This scene made people feel inexplicably weird. But if you look closely, the wrinkled face of the other party is covered with scars of all sizes, which makes people feel palpitating. No one can imagine what she has experienced. Lord Shannon, Kinkyu, the old woman, murmured a few words, took a deep look at the street, and turned to enter the manor behind. Looking carefully, you can find that the manor is engraved with a few plain common languages. Solon Manor, Grand Duke Solon, the residence of the legendary ascetic monk. Luanwihe Chamber of Commerce. Looking at this magnificent building complex, Richard felt a little subtle. The first time he came, he was curious about everything around him, but this time, it was because of unknown factors. The carriage stopped, reported the purpose of the visit, and followed the staff to take the all-chemical elevator to the top floor of the most central building. After 2 months, Richard saw the elegant and graceful figure again. Windsor, the controller of the Luanwihe Chamber of Commerce, the extremely mysterious boss. Windsor looked at the heroic figure standing calmly in front of him, and a little admiration flashed in his eyes. After 2 months of not seeing each other, the temperament of the Lord of Divine Grace in front of him has actually reached a new level. Every move seems to have a fatal attraction. If she was not sure that the other party did not cast magic such as charm, she could really drive him out. The other party has already affected her state of mind. After taking a deep breath and regaining peace, she said slowly, "Good day, Mr. Richard, we meet again." Richard's eyes were calm. "Good day, President Windsor, it's an honor to visit you again." After a simple courtesy, Windsor motioned Richard to sit down. Richard was also unceremonious and sat down with a big horse and a golden sword, without any restraint. This move, coupled with that unique temperament, has a kind of uninhibited charm. After a series of skill additions, Richard didn't know how much his attraction to the opposite sex had increased. Windsor looked at him deeply and sat across the white round table from him. After the maid who made tea left, she said leisurely, "Sir Richard, can I ask you a question?" Richard raised his eyebrows and said with a sneer, "President Windsor is too polite. Please go ahead." Windsor narrowed his eyes slightly, with a special meaning. "Not only, Your Excellency, it seems that all the Lords of God's Grace are inquiring about the Crimson Moon. Can I know what the Crimson Moon means to the Lords of God's Grace?" Richard was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "The future. The new expansion pack can change the turbulence of the world pattern. This is the future." The light in Windsor's eyes suddenly brightened, and Richard could even feel the joy on the other party's face. "Future? Why do you say that?" Richard was about to speak, but suddenly felt a mysterious force that prevented him from opening his mouth. He understood the system's prompt in his heart, that the news of the Crimson Moon could not be disclosed to the natives. This was obviously the power of the rule taking effect. He gave up the answer in his mind, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "Believe me." 3 simple words, without saying anything more. Windsor stared at Richard in a daze, carefully savoring the meaning of these 3 words. After a long time, his face suddenly brightened. "I have asked hundreds of God's Grace Lords, but your answer is the most unexpected to me." Richard looked directly into the other party's eyes as bright as stars. "Then I think President Windsor has already known the subtleties. With the channels of the Luanwihe Chamber of Commerce and the other party's superb skills, it is not difficult to guess the restrictions related to the Crimson Moon." When their eyes met, Windsor's expression suddenly became a little subtle. "Sir Richard, you are the most special God's Grace Lord I have ever seen." Richard smiled. "President Windsor, you are also the most amazing lady I have ever seen." Windsor smiled. "That's not true." Richard didn't comment. staring at the face that was so exquisite that it was almost perfect, and even the most picky people couldn't find any flaws. He said slowly, "So President Windsor, you didn't come to me just to ask me about my opinion on Scarlet Moon this time, right? I heard that Welia said that the president had asked me before, and if the president could answer my doubts after knowing the news about Scarlet Moon." Windsor smiled a little. "Yes, I know the news about Scarlet Moon." This sentence made Richard's eyes light up. "But before that, I want to hear your opinion on Scarlet Moon." Richard looked at the other party thoughtfully, thought about it, and said slowly, "Sorry, I also want to confirm my opinion. Because at this moment, I don't know what Scarlet Moon is." The smile in Windsor's eyes became more and more intense. "What will happen after you know?" Richard's tone was gentle, but he did not give in. "After you know, you will naturally make a decision." Windsor suddenly stopped smiling. "Sir Richard, what if I'm Scarlet Moon? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 412, The Will of the Ancient Gods, The Secret of the Crimson Moon. "I'm the Crimson Moon." Richard looked at the pair of eyes with a subtle glow, and his heart skipped a beat. His breathing froze. He had never thought of this possibility. Crimson Moon would be a person. If it were true, how terrifying would it be? The entire game expansion was set up because of one person. This is definitely a world-class boss that has grown up, and I'm afraid it can go against the will of heaven. However, Richard dispelled the surprise in an instant. The new expansion, Crimson Moon, can make the gods fall and change the world pattern. This is obviously not something that one person can do. Especially changing the world pattern. No matter how strong the other party is, it is impossible. The main plane of Glorious Era prohibits the existence of god-level power. Without the individual combat power of the god level, how can the world pattern be changed? Forcibly suppressing the ups and downs in his heart, Richard's thoughts began to turn wildly. After thinking for a long time, he looked directly into the other party's eyes and said slowly, "If President Windsor is Scarlet Moon, then Dusk City will be Scarlet Moon's friend." Windsor's eyes lit up, and a bright arc appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Sir Richard, are you so sure?" Richard's eyes did not evade at all. "I'm sure. President Windsor did not lie, so I will not lie." The other party was testing, and so was he. The most interesting thing about the game is to constantly test the other party's trump card and approach the other party's limit. The seemingly soft words of the two people hide all kinds of changes. Windsor suddenly laughed. "What if we want to be enemies with this world?" Richard's face was calm. "Then, step on the world under your feet." There was no emotional fluctuation in the voice, but at this moment it gave people a sense of determination. Looking at the other party's deep eyes, Windsor was stunned for a moment. "Step on the world under your feet." This statement came from the mouth of a divine grace lord who was not even level 15, which was simply crazy. Just when I wanted to laugh, I suddenly remembered that the other party was King Kyu. He is the strongest among the lords of God's grace. He once buried hundreds of thousands of troops with his own hands. He once ascended the throne by fighting against hundreds of thousands of people in a competition of tens of billions of people. What's more, the other party has imprisoned a clone of a god at this moment. With such a crazy record in front of him, this arrogant statement has some credibility. After Windsor came to her senses, her eyes moved slightly, and she slightly turned away from the other party's gaze. Compared with the other party's fierce record, the other party's breathtaking charm in his every move made her feel uneasy. This Lord of God's grace is so special. He picked up the exquisite teacup on the white round table and took a sip of warm tea. After putting down the teacup, he said with a relaxed tone, "Sir Richard, it was just a joke just now. I'm not Scarlet Moon." Richard didn't believe it at first, but when the other party said this, the subtlety in his eyes made him shudder. The other party said that he was the Crimson Moon. This ridiculous statement, at this moment, he felt it was true. This was too much bullshit. After this unrealistic idea lingered in his mind for a while, he hid it in his heart and did not say it out loud. After a pause, he continued to ask, "President Windsor, Can you tell me the news you have about the Crimson Moon? Windsor pondered for a moment and said softly, Sir Richard, what do you want to know? Richard was not polite. Or. Windsor smiled, neither refusing nor agreeing. He spoke slowly in an elegant and slow tone with a unique charm. Crimson Moon is the power left behind by the ancient gods. The first sentence shocked Richard. Ancient gods? Exclamation mark. He has heard this mysterious title countless times, and he heard it from the gods. Since he got the statue of the ancient gods, he has been looking for information about the ancient gods, and the result is that there is no such person. All traces of the ancient gods have been erased. Windsor, who was staring at Richard's face, saw the fluctuations in his expression and showed a look of as expected. But he did not ask anything and continued in that tone that sounded very charming. In the countless years after the death of the ancient gods, the Crimson Moon was also forced to hide. After the War of the Gods hundreds of thousands of years ago, the power of the ancient gods began to awaken again. And the Crimson Moon, which inherited the will of the ancient gods, is also reviving. When the Crimson Moon rises, the gods will tremble. This is a prophecy that has been passed down for countless years. Once the Crimson Moon appears, the gods who have mastered the rules of this world will inevitably launch crazy revenge. If you have anything to do with the Crimson Moon, you will inevitably be hostile to the gods. The foundation of this world is the gods. Being enemies with this world is not just empty talk. This surprised Richard, and at the same time, he also had more doubts. President Windsor, who are the ancient gods? The ancient gods? Windsor shook his head slowly. No, the ancient gods are not gods. They are beings that transcend the gods. Existences that transcend the gods? This evaluation was simply terrifying. Richard felt that what the other party was about to say might be one of the biggest secrets of this world. Why did the ancient gods die? Why do the gods now hold power? Windsor's eyes showed cold murderous intent. Those damn gods stole the power of the ancient gods. Richard was puzzled. The ancient gods surpass the gods. Why can the current gods still steal their power? Because the ancient gods are not life, and have no desire for life. Not intelligent life. Richard was shocked by this news. Windsor's tone became a little lower. Yes, they are the embodiment of rules. Each ancient god represents a rule. Life, death, light, darkness, water, fog. At the beginning of the creation of the world, the gods did not exist yet. The ancient gods were the real controllers of this world. At that time, a single rule could only be controlled by one ancient god, and other ancient gods could not interfere, because they were the rules. The current king of the gods of the light system, the god of thunder and light, was the first thief who stole the power of the ancient gods. Richard digested these heavy news for a long time, and could not come back to his senses. The ancient gods are the embodiment of rules. The current gods are thieves who steal the power of the ancient gods. These news are too terrifying. No wonder he used conventional means to find news about the ancient gods, but could not find any clues. The vested interests, the gods, will definitely use all means to erase this ancient secret. Now think about it. There is an explanation for the horror of the gods he encountered before after seeing the statues of the old ancient gods. Their power is to steal the ancient gods. The fake suddenly saw the real owner, and the panic in his heart can be imagined. After taking a deep breath, he said in a concentrated voice, President Windsor, can I know what your relationship with Crimson Moon is? Windsor looked at Richard deeply. The relationship is closer than you think. Richard narrowed his eyes. This news is obviously more credible than Windsor's claim that he is Crimson Moon. His tone became more serious at the moment. What is the purpose of Crimson Moon? What is the goal it pursues? Whether a force is evil or good, orderly or chaotic, just look at their goals or doctrines. Let the world fall into eternal fear. The Lord of Fear. Let the world be free of injustice and evil. The God of Justice. Windsor fell silent. He stood up gracefully and came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window on the side. This is the tallest building of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, which can overlook half of Solon City. The Wizard Tower in the distance, the clock tower at the corner of the cross street, and the pedestrians on the street, who are as small as ants are reflected in the pupils. The slender white hand gently pressed on the transparent glass window, as if trying to touch the world outside the window. After a long time, a faint voice sounded. Sir Richard, do you know how much darkness and injustice there is in this world? And when faced with this darkness and injustice, most people cannot resist. They will even kneel down and pray for the protection of the gods in despair. Pray, haha, what a ridiculous act. If they knew that the sinner who caused all this was the god they prayed to, I wonder what their expression would be. God, a group of creatures with strong selfish desires, are they also worthy of being worshipped? Believed in? The tone became more and more cold. Gods, why do you want to spread faith? Because they don't have complete control over the power of rules. They can only rely on the power of faith contributed by the intelligent life favored by the will of the world to govern the rules. Ancient gods don't need these. The power of faith is everything to the gods. Therefore, their greed and desire for the power of faith are constantly magnified. Occupy farmland to build churches, encourage believers to believe in religion, attack hostile sects, use faith to harvest property, and fool civilians. Wage wars, slaughter villages, destroy races, and collapse planes in this world. As long as there is a large-scale war, the final behind-the-scenes ruler must be a certain god. Gods, their existence is the original sin. After they stole the power of this world, they plunged the world into endless turmoil. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the War of Gods, that destroyed half of the life in the entire world, was the best evidence of the greed of the gods. A very small number of creatures control the fate of most people in the main plane. This is the greatest darkness. What Crimson Moon seeks is to let the ancient gods regain power and slaughter all the gods who stole power. Eliminate the turmoil and unrest caused by the gods' selfish desires. The gods are the original sin of everything. Anyone who dares to draw such a conclusion is either a madman or a super boss. Richard looked at the back of the peerless figure and felt a little dry in his mouth for no reason. Although it is not appropriate to attribute all the problems to the gods. But the point is not here, but to slaughter the gods. He thought that making Dusk City the most magnificent city in the Death Desert was already a big goal. My goodness, compared with Crimson Moon, it is not good enough. This belief alone is crazy. The gods hold the power of this world, and the fall of each god is a world-shaking event. But now, Windsor said that he would slaughter all the gods. This made his scalp numb. Is this the true face of Crimson Moon? This new expansion is so fucking exciting. No wonder the system prompts that when the Crimson Moon appears, a god will fall. That's because the power of the ancient gods is a natural enemy of the current gods. No one knows this better than him. After Windsor finished speaking, he slowly turned around and looked at Richard again. So, Mr. Richard, what is your attitude towards the Crimson Moon now? As soon as this sentence came out, the atmosphere in the room immediately became subtle. Richard was now truly sure that the top existence in front of him, who had a boss template and was in charge of the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce, had a very important relationship with the Crimson Moon. Although the other party had mentioned it, the words might be true or false, and he believed in his own judgment more. He suppressed his emotions and said slowly, President Windsor, my attitude has always been firm. Dusk City is your friend, no matter what your identity is. As he said this, a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. Besides, I'm quite interested in killing gods. Perhaps, we can cooperate further. The soul of the dog-headed god is still imprisoned in the statue of the old ancient god. That dog thing has tried to wipe out Dusk City more than once. The hatred between the two sides has long been irreconcilable. He is looking for the Crimson Moon with such fanfare, not only to explore the new expansion, but also because the Crimson Moon can make the gods fall. Since he can kill other gods, why can't he let the kobold god taste the taste of death? He will never be at peace if he doesn't kill the old dog. He always feels like a thorn in his back. It's like a poisonous snake hiding in the shadows, and it may jump out and bite him at any time. Windsor smiled, and the atmosphere in the room immediately warmed up. Sir Richard, maybe I have made a true friend. But I'm curious, are you really not afraid of the gods? Feeling the breath coming from the old statue of the ancient god in his arms, Richard smiled. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Who is not afraid of those terrifying beings that control endless power? But so what? The gods are not immortal. And compared to the gods, I prefer to believe in my friends. Others have choices, but he has already stood with the ancient gods. The statue of the old god is the most powerful treasure he has ever had. He relied on it to turn the tables in several desperate situations. This is a treasure that can directly compete with the gods, and it even has unlimited potential to be explored. For the gods, if they knew all this, they would automatically classify him as a remnant of the ancient gods without saying anything. As for giving up the statue of the old god, whoever dares to say this, Richard can beat his dog brains out. Windsor sighed lightly. Sir Richard, you are really the most unique Lord of God's grace I have ever seen. He stepped forward, slowly touched his chest and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your trust, and may the scholar be with you forever. Seeing this, Richard stood up gently, touched his chest, and returned the greeting. President Windsor, may the scholar be with you forever. After the two stood up, they looked at each other and suddenly smiled. The air seemed to be filled with a bit of pure evolutionary friendship. Although the two sides are still far from being true comrades in arms, after some testing and investigation, finally completed the first and most critical step, building trust. Chapter 413 Richard, I have a suggestion. Kill the kobold god first. Richard looked at the figure in front of him who was gradually regaining his composure, and said slowly, President Windsor, I have a question. Can you please answer it? You are welcome, Sir Richard. Please speak. How can we pull down the high and mighty gods from the altar? His eyes were serious. They are now the masters of this world. Although the power of the ancient gods is a natural enemy of the gods, it is obviously not omnipotent. Otherwise the current rulers would not be the gods. Windsor smiled and looked at him meaningfully. Sir Richard, this involves the most core secrets of Crimson Moon. Are you sure you want to hear it? Richard was not afraid at all. If it can be made public, I would be happy to know. Windsor hesitated and shook his head after a moment. Let's talk about it after you officially become a member of Crimson Moon. Although both parties were open and honest this time, with the current relationship, it has not yet reached the point of involving more core things. Richard did not force it and followed the topic. I have the same goal as Scarlet Moon, or rather, President Windsor. I have a suggestion. If Scarlet Moon wants to come to the world, it must be made public. And the best way is to let a god fall, announce the return of the ancient god to the world, and create momentum. At this point, he looked at the other party seriously. I have a suggestion. Set the hunting target as the god of kobolds. He said this by changing the prompt given by the system. This was what Scarlet Moon was supposed to do. It did not involve information that could not be disclosed. Windsor looked at Richard with a smile, as if he had guessed what he was going to say. Sir Richard is really courageous. I didn't make a mistake about him. But the god of kobolds is the backbone of the dungeon gods, and may not be easy to deal with. Richard narrowed his eyes, and he noticed something subtle. The other party's tone. Did he know that he had imprisoned a clone of the god of kobolds? The figures who knew this information at the beginning appeared in his mind. Those players? No, their words were difficult to convey to Windsor's ears. What was that? After thinking for a while, he finally locked his eyes on Chris, the chatterbox. Given the relationship between Chris and Windsor, Chris would definitely pass through Windsor if she wanted to find the Crimson Moon. With Windsor's skills, it would be easy for him to get these from Chris, the little girl. Unfortunately, the deeper meaning of his revealing this news was to test the real master of Solon City, the legendary monk. He wanted to see if the other party was interested in killing the gods. The strategic choice of winning allies and isolating enemies will never be outdated. I didn't expect to come to Windsor after a lot of twists and turns. But the result is not bad. President Windsor, I think the god of dog-headed people is a good hunting target. Richard said bluntly. I have the clone of the god of dog-headed people imprisoned in my hand, which has a wisp of soul power. There is no better choice than it. Although Windsor had already learned this news from Chris, he still felt a little subtle when he heard Richard say it in person. Although she regarded the gods as prey, she had to admit that the controller of this world was definitely not something that ordinary people could deal with. But now, a lord of divine grace who had only appeared in the main plane for more than half a year had imprisoned an existence that controlled the power of rules. Even if the other party could do this, it was very likely that he had used the holy relics left by an ancient god. It was also amazing enough. The Crimson Moon had been planning for so long, but it only obtained a wisp of the soul of the three gods. And they controlled more things. After pondering for a long time, Windsor said slowly, "Sir Richard, are you serious? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Once the god of the dog-headed man falls, you will be completely bound to the Crimson Moon, and can never be separated." Consequences? Richard smiled. Wouldn't Dusk City be able to rest easy if the god of the dog-headed man was not destroyed? Although the other party could not descend to the main plane in a complete state, it was a god after all. A terrifying existence that had lived for millions of years. Once the other party seized the opportunity, how much damage Dusk City would suffer, or even whether it would be destroyed, no one could predict. This danger must be eliminated. President Windsor, the god of the kobolds, must die. Hearing this decisive statement, Windsor looked at him with admiration. "Perhaps I understand why the teacher admires you so much. Your personality is so similar to the teacher's when he was young." Teacher? The old man in the Red Dragon grocery store? When Richard heard this, he immediately thought of the S-level mission that had not been completed, and he was a little confused. Other players are still struggling with which map to clear, which mission to complete, and which ruins to explore. Now he has to think about how to strangle the extraordinary Dune Lord, how to complete the S-level mission, and how to kill the god. Alas, it's distressing. These urgent matters at hand are more perverted than each other, and none of them are easy. After coming to his senses, he hesitated to ask, "Is Mr. Pym in good health? The 3-month mission period is about to end. If the other party can't hold on until the return of the Dark Valkyrie and the awakening of the ancient tree of the evil god, it will be difficult. He doesn't want to lose the mission reward, the scroll of the contracted vampire duke. But the problem is that he is not sure to complete the S-level task yet, so he can only wait." Hearing this, the light in Windsor's eyes dimmed a little. Shaking his head, "Teacher can still hold on for a month. 1 month." Richard's pupils shrank. The Crimson Moon is coming. He keenly noticed the subtle connection. Could it be that the appearance of the Crimson Moon at this time is related to that old man? Thinking of Windsor's identity, he immediately confirmed a little. Moreover, with the power that the old man in the Red Dragon grocery store once had, his status in the Crimson Moon must not be low. He has not forgotten the high-level artifact in the other party's hand, the wishing balance. This thing is not something that any cat or dog can own. The mood at the moment is also a little subtle. He and this Crimson Moon are really destined. Windsor stared at Richard. "If Sir Richard is sure, I hope you can complete the teacher's task. We need that heart." At this moment, his eyes were filled with unprecedented pleading. Richard was silent. The difficulty of the S-level mission is too great. Even if the Dark Valkyrie returns and the ancient tree of the evil gods awakens, he is not sure to complete it. "I will try in half a month." "But, President Windsor, you know how difficult it is to retrieve the heart of the gods. I can't guarantee it to you." Hearing Richard's words, Windsor's eyes softened. "This is natural. No matter whether it succeeds or not, no one can blame you." Richard did not discuss this issue too much. He didn't know what the situation was inside, and it was useless to say more. "You will know when you go and see. With the hero altar, there is no need to worry about accidents." After a moment of silence, he still shifted to the main topic. "The imprisoned avatar of the god of kobolds is in my hands. What should we do now?" Windsor looked at him deeply. "Follow me." After the voice fell, he stood up and walked inside and outside the house. This entire floor is Windsor's office, which seems as huge as a palace. Richard followed closely behind him. After circling around for a few times, Windsor pushed open an inconspicuous room. There were no windows around the room, only the magic lamps emitted a dim light, barely illuminating the surroundings. Richard walked into it silently without saying a word. After arriving at the center of the house, Windsor waved his hand, and a majestic magic power escaped. Countless mysterious and obscure inscriptions instantly appeared in the house. It exuded an ancient and vicissitudes of life, as if it had come across tens of millions of years. In an instant, the chaotic light emitted from the inscriptions covered everything. When Richard's vision was restored, he had already appeared in an unfamiliar environment. This was an ancient and vicissitudes of life palace, and time had left obvious traces on it. Its width exceeded 300 meters, and each of the milky white floor tiles on the ground was more than 10 meters. Dozens of giant trees that reached the sky supported the 100-meter high dome. Looking up, you can see a strange relief with a giant forest carved on it. The surrounding walls were painted with colorful murals, mostly natural landscapes, thunder, hurricanes, ice, and snow. Winnie saw everything around her, and her expression inexplicably eased, with some reminiscence in her eyes. I grew up here. Before Richard could speak, he interrupted the topic, and turned to walk in another direction. Follow me. Richard felt a little puzzled, but he didn't say much and followed. Crossing the ancient hall of astonishing size, and passing through several winding corridors, the two came to a stone door covered with ancient carvings. Windsor was full. We are here. As soon as the voice fell, he waved his hand and the stone door opened naturally. Richard was a little curious, and followed him into the house. But the moment he entered the house, the stone door closed directly. At the same time, the originally dim light in the house suddenly brightened. Richard's face was calm, and he turned around calmly. There were 12 giant statues without faces, placed in this stone house. Each statue was 10 meters high. Its body shape was twisted and strange, full of weirdness. What was even more surprising was that in front of each statue, there was a prison that could hold 2 or 3 people. At this moment, in the prison in front of the 3 faceless statues on the far left, there were illusory figures slapping the cages frantically. But the strange thing was that no matter how hard these illusory figures tried, no sound came out. It was as if the prison isolated everything. What are these? Richard opened the attribute panels of those illusory souls with some curiosity. God of Pain Soul Clone. God of Night Soul Clone. God of River Soul Clone. After reading the attributes, Richard's heart skipped a beat. Good guy. The people imprisoned here are the same as the dog-headed man clones he imprisoned. All of them are soul clones of gods. No wonder the other party is so confident. The foundation of Crimson Moon is much stronger than he thought. Slaughtering the gods is definitely not just talk. The only pity is that the faceless statues that made it more curious could not see any attributes. After opening it with the black gold system, it could only get a simple prompt: a statue without a face. It doesn't seem to be a powerful treasure. Sir Richard, the Lord of God's grace has the ability to detect the origins of others. You should know the identities of those souls, right? Windsor turned around and looked at him quietly with eyes that seemed to have stars flowing in them. Now, you are touching the biggest secret of the Crimson Moon. Richard took a deep breath. It's an honor. After saying that, he gestured to the prisons. What do I need to do? Put the soul of the Kobold God in the prison as well. Windsor nodded. When the Crimson Moon rises, these gods whose soul power is imprisoned will be deprived of everything. The ancient gods will take control of the rules again and appear in this world again. These gods who have been deprived of their power will all fall. Richard's eyes lit up, and he smiled happily. President Windsor, I have a suggestion. Windsor was a little curious. Please speak, sir. Can we kill the Kobold God first? Richard looked at her sincerely. The Crimson Moon has risen. We can't be careless about such an important matter. Let the Kobold God be the first sacrifice, to test our strength first, so as to avoid mistakes in the middle. What do you think? Death Desert. On the black sand dunes, 2 players stood behind the Lord of Dunes, looking excitedly at the high-level army that kept pushing away the sand from the yellow sand. It turned out that this was the real confidence of the Lord of Dunes to rule the desert. Under this black sand dune, there were all top-level soldiers above level 15. There were too many, so many that they couldn't imagine who could stop this army! Exclamation mark. Private message chat. Hey Onan, fuck, the old Lord of Dunes is really strong. He actually hid so many troops in the depths of the desert. Shanji, who would have thought that the Lord of Dunes and the God of Nals were old lovers? These 2 shameless guys conspired to deal with a player. I have lost face because of them. Hey Onan, NPCs, what face do they have? But then again, this guy Kinkyu is really perverted. He even defeated the God of Nals. If I hadn't heard it from the God of Nals with my own ears, I would not believe it, even if you kill me. Shanji, yeah, who would have thought of it? But this time Kinkyu is in trouble. The Lord of Dunes has sent out his entire army, and the God of Nals has also mobilized a large number of Nal troops from the Dark Dungeon, and the 2 of them are encircling and suppressing together. If this wave of fighting starts, I'm afraid that the number 1 player will become history. Hey Onan, what a pity, but it's none of our business. Who made that guy Kinkyu so perverted? The Lord of the Dunes did not know that the 2 lords of divine grace that he had conquered were talking about him in a way that he could not spy on. He looked at the army that kept crawling out of the earth with a dim gaze. If it were not for the Great War hundreds of thousands of years ago, the army in his hands would be 100 times stronger. Originally, his plan was to slowly accumulate strength and steadily grow stronger. But now with the support of the god of dogs, who can stop his hunting? Kinkyu? Lord of divine grace? Haha, just a reptile. As long as he gets the power of the yellow sand, his lost level will come back, and his exhausted power will be restored to its peak. The Death Desert will once again crawl under his throne. Chapter 414. Do something big and make the world tremble. Richard felt a little regretful because Windsor finally failed to agree to his proposal to sacrifice the god of dog-headed men to heaven. The fall of a god involves too much. If the follow-up is not handled properly, it is likely to cause great negative impact. If the plan is finally destroyed, then everything will be more trouble than it is worth. Richard did not dwell on it when the proposal failed. Just let the god of dog-headed men live for a while. Sooner or later, he will peel off his dog skin and use it as a cushion. After asking, Richard took out the statue of the ancient god and imprisoned the god of dog-headed men in the prison according to Windsor's instructions. The steel cage in front of the faceless statue looks very loose, but it can firmly imprison the soul. The god of dog-headed men, who was blurry and looked like a thick fog, woke up immediately without the suppression of the statue of the ancient god. The thick fog body turned around and found that he was imprisoned and rushed out frantically. After discovering Richard's figure halfway, he fell into a rage and seemed to be constantly cursing something. But the sounds in this place were isolated, and it looked like a silent pantomime. Richard's expression was calm, without any emotional fluctuations. He was just a clone. If it weren't for killing the main body, he would have fed it to the statue of the old god long ago. Windsor glanced at the cage and ignored it, focusing his attention on the statue of the old god in Richard's hand. There was a bit of subtlety in his eyes. Sir Richard, I didn't expect you to be recognized by the relics of the ancient gods. Every life that touches the holy relics must endure the erosion of the will of the ancient gods. That is the power of rules. There is no escape. Only by blocking the erosion can you master the power. As he said this, he frowned, as if thinking of some bad memories. Richard was thoughtful. He thought of the terrifying twisted existence that suddenly appeared in his mind when he first touched the statue of the old god. If it weren't for the talent of rebirth in broken sand, he would have been swallowed up long ago. The things of the ancient gods are definitely not so easy to touch. After a moment of silence, he looked up at the faceless statue in front of him and said slowly, President Windsor, why is the statue of the ancient god so strange? He wanted to say that it was hideous and terrifying, including the statue of the old ancient god in his hand. It was also very strange. Windsor smiled. People are always ignorant and only judge the heart from the appearance. The ancient gods are not life. They have no worldly desires. The formation of their bodies is also related to their own rules. So it seems that the form is so special, even beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Richard suddenly realized, I didn't expect there to be such a secret. However, he seemed to know why the ancient gods died so quickly. In addition to the gods stealing power, could it be related to being ugly? Appearance is justice. This sentence is obviously applicable to Glorious Era. No one likes to see a life that they can't understand or even feel physically uncomfortable. Compared with the gods who now control power, the image of the ancient gods is too unfavorable to spread. Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly came to my mind. In this case, can I change the image? After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. President Windsor, the ancient gods do not need believers. What is the main purpose of us letting the crimson moon appear in the eyes of the world? To strike at the faith of the gods and shake their foundations. Windsor's tone was firm. Without the power of faith, the gods will fall into weakness. The difficulty of reviving the ancient gods will become easier. Richard nodded, looked at the faceless statue in front of him, and hesitated for a moment before speaking. President Windsor, the image of the ancient gods is not conducive to our dissemination of their deeds. He looked at her with burning eyes. Perhaps we can make some changes to the image of the ancient gods to make it more in line with the aesthetics of most people. In this way, when spreading the majesty of the ancient gods, it can be more effective. Transformation, aesthetics. Windsor was shocked by Richard's words. The ancient gods have a very high status in her heart, and their image has long been deeply rooted in her heart. How can it be changed just by saying so? Richard nodded affirmatively. The ancient gods have no desire for intelligent life, and they don't care about their image, so why can't they change to an image that is more suitable for the public and recognized by everyone? President Windsor, if it were you, would you prefer a god who looks like an angel who saves the world, or a twisted and weird god who looks full of terror? After a few seconds of pause, she continued after digesting it. Although the ancient gods don't need faith, and don't care what ordinary people think, our goal is to shake the foundation of the gods. The original body of the ancient gods doesn't need to be changed. When we promote it, we can promote the changed image as the avatar of the ancient gods as a god. It's normal to have several avatars, right? This bold proposal made Windsor fall into a long silence. The ancient gods are the embodiment of rules. Crimson Moon wants to revive the ancient gods. The most essential pursuit is to eradicate the gods who have selfish desires and create all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. Let the whole world return to its original order. Therefore, Windsor's attitude towards the ancient gods is not the worship of believers to gods, but more of treating the ancient gods as a kind of rules. They respect him, but they don't worship him. They even vaguely see him as a tool to manage the world. So at first glance, Richard's proposal seems incredible and audacious, but after thinking about it carefully, they feel that there is room for maneuver. At least, they don't think this proposal is not feasible. After pondering for a long time, Windsor said slowly, "Sir Richard, this proposal is too special. I need to think about it before making a decision." He stared at him with a subtle tone. "Before, people always told me that Lord Shannon has no fear of everything. I didn't believe it at first, but now, Your Excellency has opened my eyes." Richard thought of those stupid people and smiled knowingly. "Players, this is known as the fourth disaster. It's a pity that they don't have the ability to revive, which makes them more conservative. Otherwise, as long as they dare to show their health bars, the gods will be slaughtered by you. Perhaps this is why we can be friends." Richard shrugged. "Normal people will not discuss how to slaughter gods with you here." Windsor smiled. "That's right. Normal people who dares to blaspheme gods? Only these fearless lords of God's grace have the courage to do this. Sir Richard, the time when the crimson moon shines on the world is the last day of December. You are welcome to come and watch the ceremony." Richard frowned when he heard this. He had heard the saying of the crimson moon rising into the sky more than once. He thought it was just a description, but now it feels like a specific action. He immediately asked the doubts in his heart. Windsor was stunned for a moment and then smiled brightly. Because the crimson moon is the body of an ancient god, and his body is a blood-colored moon. He symbolizes the era when the ancient gods controlled the rules. Once the crimson moon reappears, it means that the ancient gods have revived and returned. Richard's pupils shrank. The crimson moon is the body of an ancient god. Then the name of this new expansion pack comes from this? Exclamation mark. A huge wave was set off in his heart. This news is too exciting. No wonder the system prompts that the crimson moon will cause changes in the world pattern. Suddenly, a blood-red moon appeared in the sky, and all the gods knew what it meant. I'm afraid the whole world will fall into panic. Next, the gods will definitely not sit and wait for death, and no one will tolerate losing the power they have held for countless years. The catastrophe is imminent. Take a deep breath and forcefully suppress the ups and downs in your heart. This information must be conveyed to the City of Dusk immediately. The original plan must be revised immediately. He can already imagine how turbulent the whole world will be after the crimson moon rises. After coming to his senses, Richard looked at the elegant figure in front of him seriously, and his voice was a little hoarse. "President Windsor, what do you need me to do now?" Windsor shook his head. "The layout of countless years has already taken shape. Even if you are extraordinary or even legendary, you can't change anything in this short time. The rising of the crimson moon, even if the gods find it, can't stop it. As he spoke, his tone became a little lower. Now, what we need most is for you to help the teacher get the heart back. Speaking of this topic, Richard frowned slightly. S-level mission President Windsor, you know how difficult it is. He said solemnly without waiting for the other party to speak. But there is a solution. If I can get a contract scroll that can enslave extraordinary life, I have 60% confidence. The vampire duke in the blood coffin is still sleeping. He has been thinking about that extraordinary existence for a long time. He failed to achieve his goal last time. If he can get what he wants this time, then many problems that are troubling the city of Dusk can be solved. Extraordinary, in this world, is a symbol of the strong. Windsor shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Richard, it's not that I'm stingy, but the extraordinary contract scroll is too precious. From the beginning of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce to now, it has only been handled once 30 years ago. We don't have this level of treasure now. It's true that Richard needs it, but who in this world doesn't want a contract scroll that can enslave extraordinary power? It's not an exaggeration to describe this thing as priceless. As long as it appears, it will definitely cause a huge wave. Richard was not disappointed. With Windsor's regard for the old man, if he had it, he would not have waited until now. However, his purpose was not to get it from the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. After organizing his words, he said slowly, President Windsor, perhaps Mr. Pime has a way. I know he has a special treasure that can be exchanged for what he wants with equivalent items. High-level artifact, wishing scale, the top treasure in the hands of the old man. Before, he felt that the wishing scale was of average value and did not live up to the name of a high-level artifact. But now that he thinks carefully, this thing is absolutely priceless. If it can't be found in the outside world, you can exchange it with an equivalent treasure. It's awesome. Windsor's eyes dimmed a little. If it was before, there would be no problem, but now, the teacher's power has been exhausted to the freezing point, and the wishing scale can no longer be used. I only heard that the Ice and Snow Empire has such treasures, but the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce has no influence in the Ice and Snow Empire. Richard couldn't help but sigh. There really is no way to get it by cheating. The Xiaobinksu Empire has this thing, but it is a treasure of the royal family, and it is a bit unrealistic to get it. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke, has expressed to him the difficulty of this, so you can imagine it. It doesn't matter, I'll think of other ways. Richard didn't dwell on this matter too much. When he returns, he will take people to destroy the vampire castle and see if there are such treasures in the castle where the blood coffin is hidden. After a moment of silence, he suddenly seemed to think of something and continued. President Windsor, a powerful force has appeared in the Death Desert recently. Its ruler is called the Lord of Dunes. I wonder if you have heard of it? Windsor nodded. I have heard that many caravans have been attacked recently. Richard became interested. Does President Windsor know about the Lord of Dunes? Windsor shook his head. It's just a small force. I don't pay attention to it. Richard was speechless. Judging from what the other party planned and the boss panel it has, the extraordinary level Lord of Dunes is really a small force. After pondering for a moment, he said slowly, then President Windsor, have you ever heard of the power of yellow sand? This was the source of the excitement that caused the Lord of Dunes to go crazy. Windsor perked up a little and looked at him with interest. The power of yellow sand? Sir Richard, where did you hear it from? I had a collision with the clone of the Lord of Dunes before, and I heard it by accident. This made Windsor's face solemn. It seems that the Lord of Dunes has an extraordinary origin. How do you mean? The power of yellow sand is the power of the desert. The panel of the desert will give part of its power to the person closest to the desert, so that he can control some of the characteristics of the desert. Windsor's tone was very serious. Once you have the power of yellow sand, you will be the master of the desert. In the desert, you will have a combat power 10 or 100 times greater than that of life of the same level. Even worse, if you can control all the power of yellow sand, you can even touch the rules of the desert. Equal to it are the power of the ocean and the power of the grassland. The Lord of the Dunes must have a great background to be favored by the pan-consciousness of the desert. Richard felt his eyes were opened. His talent, the master of the desert, is the power of yellow sand given by the Pan consciousness. In the end, he can even touch the power of rules. Will the power of yellow sand be divided into many parts? Of course, the Pan consciousness of the desert will give power to those who are close to the desert, but there is no limit on the number. This gift may be 1 person, or 10 people. He looked at Richard meaningfully. If you can kill someone with the power of yellow sand, and get the power in his body, then the power of the god of yellow sand will be replenished. Become stronger. Richard's heart was pounding. No wonder the Lord of the Dunes was so excited after seeing him. President Windsor, thank you for your information. Windsor chuckled. We are friends, aren't we? There's no need to be so formal. Richard looked into the other's eyes and smiled generously. Yes, we are friends. After this understanding, the relationship between the two sides has deepened a lot. Of course, the most important thing is that they are now natural allies on the same front. Not to mention that he has an old relic in his hands. Just the act of joining forces with Scarlet Moon to kill the god of the kobolds. There is no going back. Blasphemy is a serious crime, not to mention that they are joining forces with Scarlet Moon. But he will not look back. After knowing all the secrets of Scarlet Moon, Richard had more ideas. This time, let's do it big. Chapter 415, Lady Scarlet, Magic Music Box. After the two came out of the mysterious building, they returned to Windsor's office. Sitting down again, Richard's mood was very different. He didn't expect that he originally planned to come to inquire about the news of Crimson Moon, but in the end he established such a close connection with this mysterious force. But this time it was worth the trip. The two most important goals, to inquire about Crimson Moon and to kill the god of kobolds. The former has been achieved, and the latter has been completed halfway. Next, just wait until December 28th, when Crimson Moon takes off, and completely kill the god of kobolds. It will be perfect. With the current strength of Dusk City, it is the best choice to achieve the goal with the help of Crimson Moon. As for the ultimate goal of Crimson Moon, to make all the gods fall, he is interested in it, but not as strongly as Windsor. What he values more is what position Dusk City will be in this change and what it can get from it. Although the relationship between the two sides has become closer, Richard has a clear view of cooperation with Windsor. Each gets what it needs. Windsor needs him to help him, the old man who lost his heart, get it back, and wants to win him over to join Crimson Moon. And he needs more information to maintain the initiative in the new expansion, and at the same time, use Crimson Moon's hand to eliminate the threatening kobold god. Whether the relationship between the two sides will go further or drift apart in the future depends on the development of the situation. Richard is very rational. As the ruler of Twilight City, he must be sure enough to bet everything. While he enjoys the supreme power, he also bears the fate of everyone. Retracting his scattered thoughts, Richard said slowly, President Windsor, can I see Mr. Pym again? Windsor shook his head. The teacher has returned to the Red Dragon grocery store, he said with a low tone. Now, the teacher no longer sees outsiders, but if you have something important, I can take you there. Hearing this, Richard couldn't help shaking his head. It's nothing serious. I just want to visit Mr. Pym. If it's not appropriate now, I won't bother you. He stood up. No one will know what happened today. The Violet Chamber of Commerce still has a lot of trivial matters to deal with. I'll visit President Windsor another day when I'm free. Windsor nodded and didn't stay for long. He stood up to see him off. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, he waved his hand and a gem that looked like quicksand appeared in his hand. After rubbing it for a while, he handed it to Richard with some reluctance. This gem is a treasure I got accidentally. Your Excellency is interested in the power of yellow sand. Maybe it can help you. Richard subconsciously reached out to take it. The moment he held the gem tightly, he immediately sensed a roaring yellow sand energy like the sea inside. The yellow sand power on his body unconsciously dissipated, and his whole body was cheering. Seeing this scene, Richard couldn't help but become interested instantly. With strong curiosity, he opened the attribute panel. Heart of Quicksand level, special features. 1. In the desert, the speed of magic power recovery is increased by 100%. 2. It can guide the discovery of other lives with the power of yellow sand. Introduction. The gem condensed in the center of the desert has the majestic power of yellow sand. After reading the properties, Richard's eyes lit up. What a good thing. For him, this thing is probably no worse than a legendary treasure. But what made him feel a little strange was that he had just learned the origin of the power of yellow sand, and the other party sent this treasure to his door. He took a deep look at the elegant figure in front of him. Regardless of the deeds, he still had to accept this kindness. This treasure is of great use to me, President Windsor. Thank you for your generosity. Windsor smiled. This treasure was found in a sandstorm more than 10 years ago, and it has been with me for a long time. I don't use it on weekdays, so giving it to you can make it really useful. This made Richard's eyes soften a lot. After thanking him again, he left the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce without staying any longer. The information that should be obtained has been obtained. How to use this information next is the top priority. When Richard's figure disappeared, Windsor came to the French window with a sense of loss, and once again overlooked half of Solon City. Silent. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a voice full of awe came from behind. My lord, have we let the Lord of God's grace know too much? Windsor didn't look back, and her eyes were staring out the window, as if she didn't hear it. After a long time, she slowly turned around. A figure wearing a black cloak appeared in her sight, with a high nose bridge and scalloped eyes with a heart-pounding coldness. Although standing here, it gives people a sense of nothingness, as if he is just a shadow or even an illusion. A lot. Windsor said lightly. The mysterious existence with a hooded head lowered his head slightly, not daring to look her in the eye. Once the news of the return of the ancient god is revealed in advance, it may cause additional waves. Windsor turned around again, looking at the glorious city outside the window, and his voice came faintly. My intuition tells me that he can be trusted. When the other party heard this, his expression froze. He bowed his head deeply and said in the most respectful tone, Ms. Crimson, your will not go wrong. The moment Richard sat on the carriage of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, he suddenly seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at the buildings of the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce behind him. Windsor's words suddenly appeared in his mind. What to find the Crimson Moon? The Crimson Moon is the body of the ancient god. The blood moon rises into the sky, symbolizing the return of the ancient god. The heart beats faster. At this moment, his mouth is dry for no reason. Is the other party's words true or a joke? Reason tells him that it is mostly a joke, but the sensibility is completely the opposite. If the other party's words are true, then the situation will be completely different. A living ancient god. Moreover, the other party also possesses the wisdom and desire of a normal life. If the ancient god has all these, can he still be called an ancient god? All kinds of thoughts made his heart churn with emotions, and even taking a few deep breaths could not suppress the throbbing in his heart. The specific secrets cannot be explored for the time being. Everything will surface by the end of the month. After taking a deep look at the main building where Windsor was located, he turned his head and stopped looking. Originally thought that he had understood the secrets of the Crimson Moon, but now it seems that it is just the tip of the iceberg. But no matter how the situation changes, the most fundamental core is to strengthen oneself. Strength is the only pass, and this sentence has never been false. Now, the most important thing is how to use the information obtained to plan for a longer term future. Great changes are accompanied by great chaos. Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Richard, who was frowning and thinking, entered the main hall, he saw a cute and lovely figure rushing towards her. Then he grabbed his arm tightly like a sloth, and refused to let go. Sir Richard, you are finally back. The voice was full of strong surprise. Smelling the breath that kept rushing into his nose, and feeling the subtle touch from his arm, Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chris, you are the princess of Solon City. Please pay attention to your status. What are you doing hugging and kissing all day long? He took his arm away. Chris looked at him unconvinced. Humph, who dares to talk nonsense in front of me? I can do whatever I want. She looked Richard up and down, and found that this guy seemed to have become more handsome. Even standing still, her heartbeat accelerated. Feeling her own emotions, her face quietly blushed. But the girl still suppressed the waves in her heart, raised her head, and looked at him proudly. Sir Richard, where is my gift? Richard said in surprise. Gift? What gift? This made Chris' eyes widen instantly, full of disbelief. You forgot? The last time she received the bouquet of flowers, she was looking forward to today's gift, but now, it's gone. It felt like her parents promised to buy her the most beloved toy, but she was ignored in the end. The little girl's eyes suddenly turned red. She pouted, looking like a child whose favorite toy was taken away by the neighbor next door. She felt so wronged. Richard couldn't help laughing at this. Chris couldn't stand it anymore. She stamped her feet and snorted. She turned around, put her hands behind her back, looked in another direction angrily, and didn't want to pay any attention to him. Tears began to well up in her eyes. At this moment, a pair of hands handed over a very exquisite metal box from the side. It was engraved with complicated patterns and various cute animals. It was extremely beautiful, except that it was not practical. Your Highness Chris, look at what this is. Weir has been telling me these days that the Violet Chamber of Commerce has been able to develop so smoothly under your care. No one can forget our lovely Chris. This is a gift I asked the craftsman in the underground world to make for you. Open it and see. Chris was immediately curious when she saw the box, but she couldn't hold back her surprise and grievance. She turned her hands behind her back and refused to take it. Richard was amused. It seemed that all girls in the world looked the same when they were angry. Having a centaur daughter at home, he was very experienced in coaxing children. It took a short while to make this little girl burst into laughter. She happily took the metal box and opened it. The moment the metal box was opened, dozens of flowers carved from gems popped out instantly, and those flowers were still blooming slowly. When the flowers bloomed, a rainbow suddenly lit up on it. Below were colorful mini flowers, and above was a colorful rainbow. This scene simply melted the hearts of girls. It was magnificent. And it didn't stop there. As the flowers bloomed, a crisp music sounded from the box. Chris called out in surprise. Is this the elf's music box? She looked at Richard with bright eyes. Sir Richard, where did you get the music box? It is said that this is a treasure that only ancient elves can make. Great. Richard smiled at the satisfied look on the little girl's face. I asked the Grey Dwarf craftsman to develop this for you. It stores 10 pieces of music unique to the underground world. The alchemy of this world is all focused on the war side, and small gadgets like music boxes are extremely rare. When he went to the underground world for inspection in the middle of last month, he accidentally found the blueprint of the magic music box among the blueprints at the bottom of the box in the Furnace City. At that time, he realized its value and immediately ordered the Grey Dwarf craftsman to make it. But he didn't expect that the craftsmanship of the magic music box was extremely complicated. It took hundreds of people more than half a month to make such a small thing. I wanted to bring more to sell to the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, but in the end, only this one seedling was produced. This is really great. Chris couldn't let it go, and the rippling water in her eyes was about to drip out. Her red eyes just now curved into a crescent, looking cute and interesting. Weir, who was watching the two people playing with a smile on her face, suddenly lit up after the magic music box was opened. Compared with Chris's happiness of receiving the gift, she noticed the business opportunity. Lord Richard, can we sell this product in the future? Richard poured cold water on the excited girl. The magic music box is very difficult to produce. Hundreds of Grey Dwarfs spent more than half a month to produce one, and it is difficult to mass produce. This thing is too difficult to make. Judging from the current productivity, it is probably difficult to become a formal product. On the contrary, the black condensed ice cream, which has a low price and earns little profit, has more potential. If the black condensed ice cream is made into the Coca-Cola Dusk City and Glorious era, it can make money without lying down. But diversified development, with one more product, is also a good thing. Chris immediately became interested when she heard this topic, holding the magic music box in her arms like a treasure, and then looked at the two people happily and said, Sir Richard, this kind of treasure should not be sold in ordinary shops. It should be put on the auction house and appear in the study of the nobles. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was interested. Richard immediately grasped the point. The auction house, the nobles. What can be auctioned? What will attract the nobles? Precious, rare, high-end, grand, and upscale. This has an easy to understand name. Luxury goods. Fast-moving consumer goods can make money, but luxury goods can make more money. Richard narrowed his eyes. The magic music box is so difficult to produce, it is obviously more suitable for the high-end market. It is not too difficult to make it a luxury product. Moreover, he has never seen one that can store 10 songs and play continuously for half an hour. Some players have also made music boxes to sell in the trading market, but that thing can only be listened to for fun, and it will be boring after a few minutes. The two are completely different levels of goods. The more Richard thought about it, the more he felt that this thing had great potential that could be tapped. Once these major issues at hand are dealt with, let Furnace City focus on researching the technology in this area. By then, it may be a product that can make a lot of money. But now, we still have to focus on more important things. Lord of the Dunes. As this word emerged in his mind, the soul energy imprinted on him by the other party fluctuated at the same time. Every hour, the soul imprint will transmit his coordinates to the Lord of the Dunes. At the same time, he will also know where the other party is. Richard turned around and looked into the distance with a faint gaze. The Lord of the Dunes has now left the area where he was originally entrenched. The other party seems to be heading towards a certain target. Chapter 416. Is this Kinkyo's territory? Aunt Mary wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and smiled. She was finally done. Her chubby face looked like a red apple cut in half, which was particularly eye-catching under the setting sun. Although she was exhausted physically and mentally after a busy day, she felt refreshed when she saw the heavy sacks all. She felt a sense of accomplishment. Since Lord Richard appointed her as the head of the agricultural area, she would come on time every day, no matter how hot the sun was or how unbearable the heat was. This was her responsibility and her honor. Contributing her strength to the City of Dusk would make her particularly satisfied. This was an experience she had never had in her half-life. On this land, she was respected, had a stable life, and had everything she dreamed of. She believed that every resident of the City of Dusk had the same idea as her. They were working for their dreams. That feeling was wonderful. After resting for a while, Aunt Mary waved to the residents who came out of the Saxel forest one after another. Pack up your things. Everyone, except those who are on night watch, go back. Although the Saxel forest and the sandwheat are treasures bestowed by God and mature once a month, they still need to be cared for. However, as the City of Dusk grows and develops, its function has changed from providing food to providing flowers for desert bees. Although the function has changed, the responsibilities of everyone in the agricultural area remain. And recently, I heard that Lord Richard ordered to open up large-scale plantations in the underground world to grow the raw materials of the recently popular black condensed ice cream. This is not a gift from God, and it needs to be carefully taken care of. Thinking of this, Aunt Mary was full of yearning. As the person in charge of the agricultural area, she has been paying close attention to this area during this period. Once there is a need, she will immediately take the staff of the agricultural area to participate. That is the legendary underground world. If she can take people to the underground world to farm, it will be a glorious thing when she talks about it with others in the future. Maybe she will have a chance to get the honorary medal awarded by Lord Richard. Aunt Mary, let's go back first. The trap I set yesterday caught 2 desert long-necked chickens. Aunt Mary, come to my house for dinner today. The staff inside greeted her with a smile. Aunt Mary also responded with a smile. After gathering a group of people, everyone went back to the City of Dusk together. Under the setting sun, the residents carrying farm tools laughed and talked, stepping on the yellow sand and casting long shadows. It gave people an inexplicable sense of harmony. As they approached the city wall, the crowd was in high spirits. The statues of ice and snow elves covered the entire city. No matter how high the temperature outside was, the interior of the City of Dusk was very cool. As long as you enter the city, you can immediately enjoy that kind of comfort. This is definitely what every resident who works outside yearns for the most when they return. Approaching the towering city wall, Aunt Mary's steps became brisk. But at the moment, when a group of people were about to enter the city, boom, a terrifying sound like a landslide resounded through the world. Aunt Mary was startled and turned her head subconsciously. The next second, a scene that made her feel cold on her back appeared in her sight. At the end of her sight, the sky was like broken glass, with countless cracks. Some cracks were still expanding rapidly, as if they would burst at any time. What was even more terrifying was that countless black spots that could not be seen clearly crawled out from those cracks. Aunt Mary tried to open her eyes wide to see everything in front of her, but the distance was too far, and everything was blurry. She could only vaguely see those black spots appear and rush towards the city of dusk. Enemy attack! Exclamation mark. Aunt Mary suddenly woke up and yelled at everyone. Hurry into the city. The enemy is coming. But to her surprise, the scene was not chaotic. The residents who were still carrying farm tools were looking at the black shadows on the horizon viciously. What kind of dog dares to provoke us? With Lord Richard here, what are you afraid of? Haha, I want to see who wants to die. Many people seemed to want to rush up and fight with each other. Aunt Mary was stunned for a moment, and then she relaxed. She raised her head proudly. She looked at the black spots with disdain. This is the city of dusk. So what if we are enemies? Their master is Lord Richard. The victories and changes brought by Richard have already made the residents have strong confidence. Woo! When Aunt Mary led the crowd into the city, a long horn sounded from the city. In an instant, the residents who were still busy working seemed to have pressed the pause button. They listened quietly for a moment, and after confirming that it was the horn of the enemy attack, they immediately put down the tools in their hands. They began to leave their respective workplaces in an orderly manner, and then gathered in the small square in the city. After experiencing several wars, the residents have already developed a way to deal with war. In addition, the City of Dusk organizes exercises every week, which also makes everyone well trained. In the dungeon, the City of Dusk had fallen before, and every resident here had died. Having experienced life and death and seen blood, they were definitely not lambs to be slaughtered. The whole city was running at high speed with the sound of the horn. The skeleton blood dragon spread its wings and flew, bringing back all the residents who were still working outside. Desert bees and flame dragon rabbits were not left out. The various oms in the city climbed onto the city wall, and the alchemical cannons were loaded one by one. On the 3 towering arrow towers, the sharp arrows of the condensed sand archers appeared in front of the shooting holes. This city, which had just been peaceful, immediately became fully armed. Aunt Mary directed the staff of the agricultural area to let them participate in the logistics of carrying ammunition and various supplies. She didn't know when she got a long knife and a short shield for self-defense. Although he was a little fat and looked a bit funny, his solemn face made people dare not underestimate him. The same was true for other residents. Although they couldn't fight on the front line, they could also support the frontline troops in their own way. Kalu, Gunter, Gray, Amirida, and the heroes left behind in Dusk City hurriedly climbed the city wall. The large cracks in the space looked frightening. That was definitely not a noise that ordinary life could make. Kalu, with an old face, looked very serious. Those enemies are definitely not weaklings. He turned his head and looked at the 2 mummy heroes beside him and was about to say something. But at this moment, Amirida, the little centaur who had always been treated as a child, stood up. She stared at the few people with a childish look and a crisp but firm tone. Gray, have someone pass the message immediately and have Bloodhoof City and Furnace City lead troops to support. The enemy's strength is unknown, so we must go all out. At the same time, send 2 teams of stone statues of the dead to Solon City and tell the news to my father. Remember, everyone should fly separately. Lord Kalu, please ask the later personnel to pull out all the alchemical bombs in the warehouse, just in case. If the situation is urgent, don't be stingy with the elixir. In addition, immediately move the materials needed for recruiting troops to the vicinity of the arms nest and recruit all the arms this week. We need more troops. Gunter, have the crazy sand mage and the cursed pharaoh go to the ice and snow elf statue and be ready to activate the magic shield at any time. Remember, we have perfect fortifications and the enemy cannot capture the city of dusk. Everyone act immediately. Amirida's decisive and resolute order made several people stunned for a moment. Although her voice was still a bit childish, it was inexplicably trustworthy at this moment. Yes, Miss Amirida. Kalu was the first to come to his senses and answered immediately. The 2 mummy heroes didn't say a word, they just held their chests. When they were in the Broken Rules land, they had seen Amirida who had not lost her power, and they trusted her more than Kalu. After the others left, a Merida came to the city wall with a long-handled battle axe that could change with her body size. She placed one hand on the cold city wall and looked into the distance. No one could break through the city of dusk and destroy her home. Her father was gone, but she still had him. After 2 months of blood trials, this boss unit, who was once a demigod, seemed to have something different. Haonan and Shanji had been excited since they passed through the space gap. They didn't expect that they would be appointed as the commander-in-chief of this army by the Lord of the Dunes. Although they couldn't make any comments, they didn't have any power, and they couldn't even command a soldier. But at least they were the commander-in-chief appointed by the other party, which was a big step forward. Chat with a private message. The fat black Shanji spoke first. Fuck, we are going to flatten King Kyu's territory this time. How about opening a post to broadcast it live? The fall of the strongest player is worth watching. The skinny Haonan was disdainful. Don't talk nonsense, it hasn't even started yet. Are you sure you can win? Shanji, brother, are you kidding me? The army of the god of dogs, plus the army of the Lord of Dunes hiding in the desert. The number of top level soldiers above level 15 is more than a legion, right? Not to mention that the Lord of Dunes is right behind. Can King Kyu win? How can he win? If he wins, I will lick his socks. Haonan, fuck, don't be so disgusting. But what you said is true. This thing can't lose at all. But we are just watching the show. It doesn't matter to us whether King Kyu is unlucky or not. Shanji, yeah, just treat it as watching a blockbuster movie. Unfortunately, there is no live broadcast now, and it can't definitely attract billions of people to watch. At this moment, the broken sky above the two suddenly erupted with a terrifying energy. Rumble, two huge space gaps appeared on the yellow sand land, as if they were torn by giant beasts. The next second, the mummy guards who had once made the dead stone statue suffer a great loss, poured out from the space gap like ants passing through. The terrifying number made people's scalp numb. From another space gap, kobold warriors with ferocious dog heads and messy weapons appeared. The army from the Dark Dungeon, the place of faith reserved by the god of kobolds. The war against the City of Dusk has begun. The armies of both sides did not merge together, but each formed a huge camp. But the exaggerated number still brought a strong visual impact. Roar after a large number of kobold warriors appeared. A low roar sounded. Among the kobolds, there appeared one after another riding on stinking wolf cavalry. Crown 1 star, level 12. Advanced troops. And behind the level 15 mummy guards, archers holding longbows and carrying bow and arrows appeared at the same time. Crown 3 stars, level 16, top level troops. As the world progresses, the types of troops gradually increase, carrying heavy shields, holding javelins, and holding scepters. The army gathers more and more. The two players are terrified. The power of this army is too exaggerated. They can't imagine that any player at this stage can resist it. The armies of the two camps gather together, which is particularly visually impactful. The kobold army in the Dark Dungeon, although the level is lower, is all above level 10. The army of the Lord of the Dunes is all top level troops above level 15, fierce and violent. Although the kobolds are blessed by the gods, this race is a low level race in Glorious Era and there are no higher level troops. After the number of the two armies added up to more than 5 legions, the two players finally saw the commander of this war, a mummy hero riding a bone dragon. The opponent's level is as high as level 19, and his potential has reached A level. Horrible, terrible. The moment they saw this hero, the two finally no longer had any doubts. This wave is stable. Even if the Lord of the Dunes does not take action, there will be no problem. At the same time, it is a pity that King Kyu, the most powerful player, will be removed from the list today. Haonan, if King Kyu is killed, let's build at some stone for him. The fat black pheasant looked at the skinny Haonan and sighed. Alas, there is no way. This is all we can do. Who made King Kyu offend someone he shouldn't have offended? The god of the dog-headed man is a god. The Lord of the Dunes is also an extraordinary existence. Woe when the two sighed. The war horn was finally blown in the rear. This army with terrifying strength began to move in the same direction. As younger brothers, the two players had no real power. They could only be witnesses in this war. They could do nothing. After the army crossed more than 10 kilometers of the desert, a city located on the yellow sand appeared in front of the two. The two looked at it intently, and their expressions immediately became subtle. Even without testing, the nearly 30-meter high city wall can be felt to be strong. Ordinary siege equipment is unlikely to work. Behind the city wall, 3 towering arrow towers stand proudly, with shooting holes that make people with intensive phobia feel numb. They feel physically uncomfortable. It is conceivable how exaggerated the arrows inside will be once an attack is launched. What makes the two people feel dry and thirsty the most is the old chemical cannons with exaggerated calibers that are placed next to each other on the city wall. It is the first time they have seen such old chemical cannons with calibers measured in meters. Is there any place for anyone to survive after this cannon? Even a solid pill can smash a person to pieces, right? In addition, the dense army of mummies on the city wall and the undead dragons flying freely in the sky. The defense of the City of Dusk has greatly deterred the two idiots. WDNM. This is not wrong. This is the territory of Kinkyu. If I'm not blind, this is a desert, right? You only spent half a year in a desert with few resources to develop the city to this extent. It's not like they haven't seen other players' territories before. Even some masters, it's good enough to have a 10-meter high wall in their current territory. As for defensive weapons, although there are many, they are all in a reasonable range. But compared with this city that is armed to the teeth, it's simply garbage. No, saying garbage is flattering them. Forget about the arrow towers and mummy armies, they can still accept them. But what the hell is that all chemical cannon? Where can there be an all chemical cannon with a caliber of 1 or 2 meters? And the walls are densely packed with them? This is a rough estimate. The number of 3 to 500 is nothing. What an international joke. Doesn't this thing cost money? Did it come for free? If it opens fire at the same time, how many people will it take to fill it? The two looked at each other and were very jealous. Compared with Kinkyu, they simply don't deserve to live in this world. They spent more than half a year to build their territory into this, but what about them? They have fallen to the point where they are ordered around by NPCs and even treated as dogs by the NPCs. Thinking of the gap between them, they suddenly felt sad. Shanji couldn't stand it first and ran under the bone dragon, shouting at the level 19 mummy hero. Commander, the territory of Kinkyu is ahead. Hit him hard. Don't leave him. I have the strongest, right? Invincible, right? I told you to call Kinkyu. Chapter 417 Siege War, Developing Entertainment Industry in Glorious Era. Woo! With the sound of a longhorn, the dense army approached quickly like an ant march. In a flash, they were close to the city wall 500 meters away. There were more than 20 types of soldiers, including kobold warriors, wolf cavalry, shield warriors, kobold warlocks, mummy guards, longbowmen, and spear throwers. Tens of thousands of troops surged like a huge wave. The kobold army also carried a large number of siege equipment, siege ladders, flying claws, battering rams, and giant shields. This terrifying scene had a strong psychological impact, and even veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles would tremble physically and mentally. When the two players saw this scene, their emotions became subtle again. Such a powerful city, rounding off, was going to be destroyed in their hands. The feeling was very complicated, but more of it was an inexplicable pleasure of revenge. Who the hell made you so awesome in Kinkyu? Now, let you experience the beating of society. Just before the army launched the attack, the two players suddenly found that the sky behind them darkened. Turning around, they saw two kobold heroes riding wyverns, with more than 3 battalions of level 14 wyvern cavalry, coming in front of the level 19 mummy hero riding a bone dragon. The wyverns joined hundreds of level 16 bone dragons in the sky. Given the characteristics of the low-level kobolds, it was definitely a huge investment to put together this army. What amazed them even more was that the level of the two kobold heroes had reached level 18, just one level lower than the level 19 mummy commander. Their potential was all their level. Seeing this scene, the two of them were inexplicably silent. The situation was already doomed to fail, and now even the slightest possibility of a comeback was strangled. There was a bit of pity in their eyes, and Kinkyu was destined to become history. After the two sides joined together, they had a quick conversation, and after a while, a kobold riding a wyvern took out a bloody warhorn. Putting it to his mouth, his cheeks puffed up. Woo, the low and solemn voice cut through the sky. At the same time, a strong magic power dissipated in all directions. The soldiers, enveloped by the magic power of the war horn, only felt a strong desire to fight in their chests, and their strength surged. Although the mummy had no morale, it was also blessed by that power at this moment. Attack. The 19th level mummy hero sitting on the bone dragon drew out the white bone sword in his hand, pointed at the city of Dusk, and issued an order for a general attack. The next second, on the yellow sand land, the dog-headed army rushed up like a wild horse. The neat and uniform mummy army behind followed closely, pressing down with a heavy and majestic aura like a mountain. The earth was covered by shadows. The low roars made the air cold and terrifying. In the extreme noise, the world became inexplicably silent. In everyone's ears, there was only the roar of the dog-headed people. Other sounds seemed to disappear at this moment. The siege battle began. The army moved quickly, and the moment the kobold army approached the 300-meter range of the city wall, in the 3 hurricane arrow towers that were upgraded to special grade, countless condensed sand archers loosened the taut bowstrings in their hands. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded through the clouds. The light in the sky suddenly dimmed. Everyone looked up and saw countless arrows covering the sun. The arrow tower added powerful power to the condensed sand archers. The arrows tore through the sky like lightning, and the speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Puff, a level 10 kobold warrior, only felt a strong sense of danger. But just as the thought of dodging arose, he felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness instantly. His body fell back suddenly and fell heavily on the sand. The arrows with skyrocketing flying speed were like bullets. The enemies who were shot fell backward unnaturally under the strong inertia. The dense army fell down like wheat being cut in front of the condensed sand archers who were pulling their bows quickly. Blood continued to burst, and blood-colored lumps formed on the dry yellow sand. However, the will of the gods is supreme. The kobold army had no intention of retreating, and continued to charge wildly. The mummy army behind them was also approaching quickly. After more than 2 battalions of casualties, the army finally approached the city wall 100 meters away. The siege was about to begin. At this time, more than 5 battalions of mummy guards also closed the distance with the city wall. More than 2 battalions of mummy guards clenched their spears in their hands, and the next moment, the ruby-encrusted eyes instantly burst into hot light. The body leaned back, like a spring stretched to the extreme. Whoosh! It burst out violently. 2,000 spears with a length of more than 2 meters crossed the sky. Dingling dang, the yellow sand arrows were directly shattered by the spears, and the rain of arrows was broken. The 2 players in the back saw this shocking scene and couldn't help but widen their eyes. "This is so fierce!" Exclamation mark. This wave of attacks might destroy the city in front. This is an attack by the 15th level mummy guards. They watched nervously. The terrifying spears fell straight into the city. Clang! The first spear that landed hit the city wall directly, and the sound of metal and stone clashing instantly exploded. A hole was smashed in the city wall, and gravel flew all over the sky. This sounded the horn of death. The next second, the rain of spears fell wantonly. But just when they thought that the city of Dusk was going to suffer a big loss, the picture on the city wall made the 2 players' pupils shrink. They saw the spears penetrated one after another mummies guarding the city, and then the spears exploded and splashed around. But this terrifying attack did not cause any damage to the mummies. The bodies of those troops were like gravel. After being penetrated by the spears, they immediately returned to normal. The last wave of destructive attacks only caused sporadic casualties in the end. The biggest damage was the holes on the city wall and the arrow tower at the back. The 2 looked at each other, and both felt a little tingling. Fuck, Kinkyo is such a pervert, isn't this cheating? Question mark. Although this wave of attacks did not produce the expected effect, it also bought time for the madly charging kobold army in front. At this moment, the kobolds have already rushed under the city wall. Dozens of people holding large shields and driving battering rams rushed straight to the city gate. Ladders were erected at the same time and smashed against the city wall. As long as they stopped, the kobold warriors immediately stepped on the ladders and rushed up. Although these siege weapons are all lightweight versions, there are too many of them, giving people a strong psychological pressure that the city wall will be broken in the next second. In the back, the mummy longbowmen of the Lord of the Dunes are already in place. These top soldiers hold the bone arrows tightly and start to draw their bows. The arrows that tear through the boulders whistled in the sky, providing a lot of firepower support for the siege army. The attack on the arrow tower was immediately neutralized. At this time, the first wave of kobold warriors had already attacked the city wall. A more crazy melee is about to break out. At this moment, bang, a cannon fire sounded like thunder in the sky. The fat black Shanji and the skinny Haonan subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, and a mushroom cloud of yellow sand more than 30 meters high appeared in their sight. The sand and gravel in the sky covered most of the sight, making it difficult to see clearly. When the sand and gravel dissipated slightly, they could see that the area that was originally crowded with troops had been cleared at this moment. There were limbs and fragments everywhere, as if they had just been strangled by a meat grinder. A bad feeling rose in the hearts of the two people, and they looked at the city wall fiercely. The next second, those all-chemical cannons with calibers, calculated in meters, spewed out flames at the same time. Bang bang bang, 10,000 cannons fired. The violent roars made the world pale in comparison. The dense troops around them fell down like harvested rice with the sound of cannons. The scene they were most worried about appeared, and the power of those all-chemical cannons was more terrifying than they had imagined. The fat black pheasant was shocked and terrified. Fuck him, where did King Kyu, this pervert, get so many all-chemical cannons? Is there any justice? But fortunately, the mummy hero quickly counterattacked. The long-range archers increased the pressure, and a small number of spellcasters began to cast spells. At the same time, two level 18 dog-headed heroes led 3 squadrons of wyverns to attack. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. If this kind of attack intensity could be blocked, they really had to consider whether to run away immediately. But before they had time to be happy, in front of the wyverns flying over the city wall, a group of gargoyles holding heavy battle axes appeared. On the city wall, the dog-headed warriors who climbed up one by one saw a figure with a pair of giant iron pincers and a long curved scorpion tail on the back at first sight. Just as they showed a hideous smile on their faces, they saw the other side rushing over more brutally than them. The war has just begun. Solent City. Richard was also somewhat amused when he saw Chris playing with the magic music box happily. As the princess of Solent City and her father was a legendary strongman, he had seen everything. But these little gadgets could make her extremely happy. This girl, she was too easy to please. After Chris came to her senses, she looked at him with a smile and said with a little arrogance, "Sir Richard, can you make a few more when you come next time? Record some different songs for me. I will get tired of listening to these few songs too much." The little girl held the magic music box, tilted her little head, blinked her big eyes, and looked cute and innocent. That cute look made people unable to refuse. Richard was about to speak when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Record some different songs? Isn't this a record? The magic music box that can play continuously for half an hour seems to be not much different from the early MP3 of Blue Star. If the magic music box is improved to make it play longer and have better sound quality, it can be done in this direction. He touched his chin and followed the train of thought. In the future, he could even turn the magic box into a music player and turn songs into CDs or tapes. The magic box is expensive, but the tapes are cheap. In the future, he can make a lot of money by selling a player, and the tapes and CDs can make money continuously. What he values more is the deeper things. Once these basic equipment can be successfully researched, won't he be able to engage in the entertainment industry in the glorious era in the future? The speed of making money from this thing is the real profit. It is not slower than selling goods. Although Glorious Era does not have the technological support of Blue Star, the world rules and even some basic physical rules are also very different. It is unlikely to replicate the products of Blue Star. But he has alchemy technology. This thing is the science of Glorious Era. If it cannot be replicated, then it will be localized. With the magic box as a template, the possibility of making these things is extremely high. It is not just singing. In the future, if a few magic tricks are added to take pictures, can they all be used to make movies? Are the elves and orcs interested? Learn about the story that the mermaid and the dwarf have to tell. Find a few people who have a good life to guide. It will surely be more popular. If these can be done, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to the glorious era with a poor spiritual life. The more Richard thought about it, the more he felt that there was something to it. If this is completed, the speed of making money will be comparable to that of a money printing machine. At that time, you can upgrade as many army nests as you want, and recruit as many troops as you want. It's really wonderful. But before that, you have to solve the problem of playback time first, and then study how to separate the player from the disc. Finally, this thing must be made in a form that is difficult for outsiders to imitate. This may require huge investment, but as long as it can be manufactured, no matter how much investment, it is worth it. After retracting the scattered thoughts and organizing the language, he told Wedia about his thoughts. Wedia's eyes lit up when he heard it, and finally he had some admiration. Lord Richard, this idea is great. Your wisdom is enough to be praised by the gods. Although Richard's words were a bit rough, as long as you think deeply, you can appreciate its potential. The magic music box that can change songs is completely blank in Glorious Era. The simple magic music box is already an art of the ancient elves. Usually, very few of them are leaked, and once they appear, they can be auctioned for a sky-high price. Richard felt nothing to be proud of, and his face remained calm. If he can think of it, the players can probably think of it too, as can be seen from the music boxes sold in the trading market. However, his advantage now is not that he thinks more than other players, but that the resources he has at this time are not comparable to those of current players. If it weren't for the blueprint obtained from the Crucible City, and if he hadn't conquered the Great Dwarfs, it would be useless to know that this thing has potential. The key is to be able to make it, just like the nuclear weapons of Blue Star. Everyone knows that these things are good, but technology limits their manufacturing. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but look at the smart figure beside him. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "Chris, I need some high-level alchemy talents. Can you help me get them?" Chris blinked. "Sir Richard, does this magic music box really have such potential? For a girl with a rich life, this thing is just a small gadget. Thinking to make money? Does she need it? If it weren't for fun, she wouldn't even bother to take over the Solon Chamber of Commerce." Richard smiled. "Of course, if we can research it, then the exclusive operating rights of Solon City can be handed over to you, Your Highness Chris. Of course, all new products will be delivered to you as soon as possible." The latter sentence made the girl's eyes light up. "Let me think about it, but this kind of talent is very rare and not easy to find," he said hesitantly. "However, I do know that there are 2 alchemy masters imprisoned in the dungeon of the City Lord's mansion." Richard's eyes lit up. "Master alchemists? What did they do to be imprisoned?" Chris said with interest. "I don't know. It seems that they studied something that is strictly prohibited." There was some regret in her eyes. "Father doesn't let me contact them." Listening to the tone, it's like a child who didn't get a toy. Richard laughed dumbly. This little girl, I'm afraid she only paid attention to him because she heard that he was researching something that was strictly prohibited. Children in the rebellious period always like things that are not allowed. "Can you help me ask and give me these 2 alchemists? I will imprison him in the underground world and make them unable to appear on the surface forever. And I promise you that I will only let them study normal alchemy and never involve taboos again." Chris shook her head in distress. "I will ask my father. I don't have the power to release people from the dungeon. They are all criminals imprisoned by my father himself." Richard nodded and was about to speak when a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Din, your territory has been attacked by the anchoring force, the Lord of the Dunes. Please hunt down the Lord of the Dunes as soon as possible and complete the promotion task. Before the task is completed, you will not be able to gain experience." The deep eyes suddenly turned cold. Turning to look in the direction of the Lord of the Dunes deep in the desert, there was no change. "I was careless. The other party actually stole my home directly!" Exclamation mark. At this moment, the second reminder sounded. "Din, your territory is attacked by the Dark Dungeon Force, the kobolds. Please organize defense. Once the territory falls, you will become a refugee." "Kobolds?" Exclamation mark. "Kobolds are involved in this?" Exclamation mark. Richard narrowed his eyes and was in doubt. How could the Lord of Dunes be involved with the god of kobolds? Exclamation mark. the Lord of Dunes appeared. Was it the god of kobolds who interfered? Or was the Lord of Dunes a pawn of the god of kobolds? Question mark. As his mind turned, he said in a concentrated voice, "The Dusk City is under attack by a powerful enemy. I need to go back immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. But before he went out, he suddenly felt the corner of his clothes being pulled. Turning his head, Chris's delicate and lively face appeared in his sight. The girl who just looked like a child was looking at him with a very serious expression at this moment. "Sir Richard, do you need my help?" At this moment, the other party's identity is no longer a little girl waiting for gifts, but the controller of the Solan Chamber of Commerce, the most noble princess of Solan City, and the descendant of a legendary strongman. Chapter 418. There is a dry tree in the desert to the north. Is it the source of energy? I will chop it down. Kill. Heart-wrenching roars became the main theme on the battlefield. The horrifying sound waves spread dozens of kilometers away. In the back, Shanji and Haonan, two idiots, looked at the fierce war and fell silent for unknown reasons. They thought that under the siege of the two top forces, the Lord of the Dunes and the God of the Dog-Headed Man, the city in front of them would be easily captured. But the result was far beyond their expectations. In the crazy attack of tens of thousands of troops, the other side actually resisted for 3 hours and there was no sign of falling. This scene was unbelievable for them. The fat black Shanji had a very complicated expression, looking at the scorpion warriors on the city wall with giant iron pincers, who were like heavy armored tanks rushing around. He sighed. Where did King Kyu get so many fierce soldiers? These scorpion warriors, who are not even level 10, can easily suppress the dog-headed warriors of level 10, and even the mummy guards of level 15. I just can't figure it out. Not only were they suppressed, but those dog-headed warriors of level 11 or 12 would be torn to pieces in a few encounters. It felt like an 80-kilogram strong man saw an 8 or 9-year-old child and wanted to bully him. But in the end, he was slapped down by the child. The contrast was huge. It shouldn't have been such a development trend, but the ending turned out like this. Bang bang, another series of artillery roars. With the splash of yellow sand dozens of meters high, the fierce offensive of the coalition forces was once again repelled. The skinny player Haonan shook his head. Fuck, who knows how that pervert develops. However, I think the most incredible thing is the opponent's all-chemical cannon. It's been bombarding for several hours. The shells haven't been fired yet. I'm really screwed. How much ammunition did he produce? Is the cost of such a large caliber and powerful weapon so cheap? The 3-star all-chemical cannon must use ammunition of high quality, right? But how can it be fired without spending any money? It's amazing. The two didn't know that the City of Dusk had an entire underground world, and they didn't know that the accumulation of hundreds of years of the Great Dwarves was moved into the warehouse of the City of Dusk after the war. However, I always feel that the Lord of the Dunes has some other plans. Look at those heroes. They haven't made a move until now. If they made a move, it's impossible that they are stuck on the city wall and can't push in now. The fat black pheasant curled his lips. What else could it be? Fishing. Didn't you see that King Kyu hasn't shown up yet? The Lord of the Dunes wants the power of the yellow sand, not this territory. Didn't the boss say that King Kyu hid in Solan City? Who knows if he's scared? No one can tell when he'll come out. If he never comes out, isn't that nonsense? I don't think the Lord of the Dunes dares to attack Solan City. It's reasonable to use the other party's territory to fish at this time. Haonan touched his chin with his bamboo-thin hand and said in a daze, no wonder they haven't conquered the other party's territory. This is the reason. Shanji sneered. That may not be the case. If it weren't for these top heroes, we might not be able to win. The defending army has an impeccable geographical advantage, which is difficult for the siege troops to achieve. Fighting in the opponent's home court, they are at a disadvantage anyway. What's even more abnormal is that King Kyu's firepower network is too fierce, especially those all-chemical cannons. In front of the cannons, all beings are equal. The at least 300 to 500 all-chemical cannons completely make up for the difference in the number of troops. The opponent's artillery fire has made us a little restrained. Once too many troops are invested, those all-chemical cannons will be able to reap the army at will. If too few troops are invested, they will not work. So it seems that the opponent has a huge gap with us, but the opponent is fighting based on the city, and the heavy weapons in their hands forcibly narrow the gap. Hearing this analysis, the skinny player couldn't help but sigh. Fuck, I thought I could flatten King Kyu City in one go, but now it seems that this guy's territory is really hard. I can't figure out where he got so many good things. Just as the two were talking, they suddenly found two bone dragons flying from behind. The other party came directly to the side of the level 19 mummy hero and started talking. After a while, the two bone dragons returned. The next moment, the low war horn sounded again. The morale, which had been slightly low due to the long-term attack, began to soar in the sound of the horn. Regroup. This time, except for the three top heroes, the guard army left behind did not stop and began to press forward in a big way. The two players were immediately refreshed when they saw this. The Lord of Dunes is not pretending anymore. The fish they want to catch has taken the bait. Why don't I see King Kyu? The actions of the two coalition forces immediately ushered in a counterattack. Bang bang, the exaggerated caliber all chemical cannon spewed out tongues of fire, and every flash of light represented a large number of souls being harvested. Arrows rained down from the shooting holes of the arrow tower, cutting through the sky with the call of the god of death. The fierce heavy crossbow arrows, the dragon hunting crossbow, were also under the control of the Ningxia archers at this moment, aiming at the two-legged dragons. Although the counterattack was sharp, this time was different from the past. The pressure on the City of Dusk increased tenfold. After suffering heavy casualties under the artillery fire, the dog-headed warriors and the mummy guards rushed to the bottom of the city wall and climbed up the siege ladder. The two-legged dragons and bone dragons in the sky wantonly attacked the defense line of the stone statues of the dead. The other side launched a general attack. After 3 hours of fierce fighting, the City of Dusk, with more than half of the troops killed, gradually couldn't hold on. The fierce scorpion warriors collapsed one by one. The bandages of the bandaged mummies were scattered all over the ground. The heads of the mummy guardians were trampled. The axe of the dead shattered the battle axe. The wings of the dark gargoyle were broken. The cursed pharaoh exhausted his magic power, and the speed of the staff in the hands of the crazy sand mage was getting slower and slower. Even in the end, even the reserve cavalry in the rear, the giant axe Death Knight, rushed to the city wall to guard. The situation became more and more bad. After 3 hours of crazy attacks on the Dusk City, it was about to reach its limit. And just when the situation was gradually collapsing, and even difficult to save, a dull sound of footsteps came from the north of the Dusk City. It was a sound that could only be heard by thousands of people running. Many people turned their heads subconsciously. On the yellow sand land, fierce warriors in full armor were running wildly. The opponent held a battle axe in his hand, and his body was generally more than 2 meters tall. The muscles supported the armor high and bulged, full of power. Above the heads of these warriors, two-legged dragons wearing heavy armor and armed to the teeth were roaring. Not only that, there were also a large number of mechanical puppets in these armies, each of which had the eye-catching mark of the Great Dwarfs. Is that the dungeon army? The blackened fat pheasant widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. What's going on? When did King Kyu get involved with the dungeon? The opponent was destroyed with just one kick from Lingman, but now it was abruptly interrupted. That kind of discomfort made him feel very uncomfortable. The appearance of the dungeon army immediately attracted the attention of the 19th level mummy hero. Looking at the Dusk City that was still resisting stubbornly, he snorted coldly. Although he was unwilling, he had to withdraw part of the army to stop the dungeon reinforcement. If he allowed them to attack, I'm afraid the entire army would be affected. When the coalition forces were mobilized, Cell Bloodhoof, the master of Bloodhoof City who had been promoted to level 17, swung his battle axe with madness and tyranny. He led the charge. Kill. The roar was full of killing intent. The generals were brave, the leaders were crazy, and the army behind them naturally had no scruples, and rushed in together. After a few months of recuperation, and with the wealth gained from the large-scale elimination of other forces, Bloodhoof City had already returned to its peak. And because of the full support of the City of Dusk and the sufficient resources obtained, the dungeon barbarians are now stronger than before. The extremely solid armor on them is the best proof. Looking down from the sky, the dungeon reinforcement coming from the north pierced into the army of dog-headed men and mummies coming from the west like a sharp knife. Even though the coalition dispatched troops to respond quickly enough, there was still a situation of insufficient response force. The dungeon life is not a kind existence. It will take your life while you are sick. It seized this fleeting gap and began to kill crazily. People and horses fell. The two sand sculpture players widened their eyes when they saw this, feeling absurd. Is this the real power of Kinkyu? When the two were in doubt and wanted to see how the 19th level mummy hero would respond, suddenly, they felt the ground beneath their feet trembling and shaking, as if a dragon was turning over. Both of them were stunned. What the hell was this? Before they could react, puff 50 meters ahead, the ground suddenly exploded, and countless yellow sand splashed out, covering most of the sky. In the dim light, they vaguely saw a creature with a terrifying body that made people despair leap out of the ground. The giant beast's huge mouth opened like a petal, and it was full of saw-like sharp teeth. When it opened and closed, rocks collapsed and steel broke. The dozens of mummy guards in that area were all swallowed by it at this moment. These fierce troops didn't even have the strength to struggle. Bang, like a fish jumping out of the water, the vague and terrifying giant flew dozens of meters into the air and then fell heavily on the ground. The gravel exploded 100 meters high. The ground seemed to be hit by a mountain thousands of feet high. The violent vibration made their feet numb and even unstable. After falling into the yellow sand, the giant beast suddenly drilled underground. In a breath, the other party disappeared from sight, leaving only a pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters, which was still collapsing. This horrific scene gave the two people an unprecedented psychological shock. No one could imagine how terrifying the impact of this ancient giant drilling out of the earth under their noses was. Bang bang, what made the power scalp numb was that there was more than one of these terrifying giant beasts! Exclamation mark. The continuous sound was like the roar of the god of death, and each time it took away a large number of souls. Looking down from the sky, you can see that the giant beasts are constantly drilling out from the ground, devouring the dog-headed men and mummies on the surface with the most domineering attitude. Every time they jump out of the yellow sand, a large area of the ground will be cleared. When falling, those who are hit will be crushed into meat paste in the first time. Sandworm, the giant beast Richard got from the first copy. These creatures, which are over 100 meters long, when they grow up, are not as powerful as the mummy guards at this moment, but the advantage brought by their size is enough to make up for it. With the participation of the dungeon reinforcement and the rampage of 10 sandworms, the originally shaky city gradually stabilized. The Dusk City gained some breathing space. The two sand sculpture players suddenly found that, in order to better command, the mummy hero took the two kobold heroes to the air only 20 to 30 meters away from them. Looking up from the side, you can see that the two kobold heroes seem to be a little anxious. Fuck, these guys are not going to do it. If it really drags on, it's not certain who will win. I'll let you pretend, and now you are anxious? What were you doing before? The two were very disappointed. At this moment, a messenger riding a wyvern quickly flew from the direction where the dungeon reinforcement appeared. Great Lord Whiteclaw, I have already found out the origins of those dungeon troops. The leading kobold hero stared at them. Speak. Those dungeon barbarians and great dwarves appeared from a space gate about 10 kilometers north of. There is a dry tree near the space gate. It is very easy to identify, but the state of the tree is a bit strange. It seems that it is not dead, and its roots have spread to the space gate. The messenger added at the end. I suspect that the tree is providing energy for the space gate. The dog-headed hero was excited to hear this. Go down and explore again. He looked to the side. The 19th level mummy hero looked at the dog-headed hero's inquiring eyes, turned his head slightly, and looked to the north of the direction where the dungeon reinforcement appeared. The Lord of God's grace has not returned yet. We still have to wait. The dog-headed hero raised his eyebrows, a little dissatisfied. Then how to deal with these dungeon barbarians and great dwarf troops? His eyes became extremely cruel. The companions of the blasphemer should all die. No one can challenge my god, the mummy hero said indifferently. First cut off the enemy's reinforcement, then capture this city, he said, driving the bone dragon to turn around. You two stay here to supervise the battle. I'm going to close the space gate to the underground world, cut off the retreat of the dungeon reinforcement, and by the way, find out if the Lord of Divine Grace has any other tricks." The dog-headed hero's expression eased a little, and before the other party left, he said one more thing. "That big tree is the energy source of the space gate." The 19th level mummy hero didn't care about it, and his tone was indifferent. "What power does a dry big tree have? Just chop it down." He drove the bone dragon to gallop northward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419. That tree is alive. No, that's not a tree, that's a divine evil! Exclamation mark. 19th level mummy hero gave the order. He immediately drove the bone dragon under his seat to turn around and fly toward the north. The Lord of Divine Grace has not appeared yet. It cannot let the master's plan be destroyed. Those lowly dungeon creatures should not appear here. On the flank of the City of Dusk, the dungeon reinforcement have been fighting to the point of madness. The most intense bloody battle with the Kobold Army and the Mummy Legion. With the cooperation of the Sandworms, this sudden reinforcement force forcibly delayed the coalition forces that were going to destroy the City of Dusk in one go. However, the army of the Lord of Dunes was too strong. The level of the mummy guards, longbowmen, and spear throwers were all above level 15, which was much higher than the quality of the army on the field. And because they entered the battle late, there were only 4 or 5 battalions left at this moment. After a brief period of chaos, they have begun to reorganize the dense military formation. They launched a more fierce attack on the dungeon reinforcement. A mummy guard ran into a dungeon barbarian wearing full armor. In close combat, the mummy guards thrust out their spears. The dungeon barbarian warriors, who were roaring and charging, held a shield in one hand and a knife in the other. Seeing this, they immediately raised their short shields to forcefully block the spears. Clang, the contradictions intersected, and sparks exploded. The dungeon barbarian warriors took 2 steps back, but did not lose their fighting power. But before he could counterattack, the next second, the mummy guard's ruby eyes burst into brilliant light. The spears suddenly burst out with 10 times the power. Bang! The dungeon barbarian warriors felt numb in their palms, and their shields were directly knocked away, and their bodies fell backwards uncontrollably. He was startled, and when he tried to control his body, a ray of cold light was reflected in his pupils, and then he lost consciousness. The dungeon barbarian warriors, the average level is 10, and the potential ranges from rare 3 stars to brilliant 3 stars. Compared with the mummy guards, the strength gap is too big. Not to mention that all arms are like the army of the City of Twilight and can get the bonus of high level technology and treasures. In most cases, there is almost no chance of winning when fighting an enemy that is 4 or 5 levels higher than oneself and 1 level higher in potential or even more. Blood soaked the yellow sand and solidified into hard lumps in an instant. Dungeon reinforcement began to fall in large numbers. In the end, it was only because of the 10 sandworms that the situation did not collapse. But this brief stalemate did not last long. An 18th level kobold hero personally went to the battlefield. The opponent was a rare spellcaster. He held a bone staff in his hand and aimed at the sandworm. When the sandworm attacked again, endless magic power burst out of his body. The next second, the yellow sand on the ground was instantly petrified, and stone spikes tens of meters long burst out on the ground. Surprisingly, those stone spikes did not appear where the sandworms were. But 2 breaths later, the opponent's actions explained everything. Those sharp stone spikes snapped and broke from the roots, and then suddenly flew upside down and attacked the sandworms that were slaughtering wantonly in front. Crack! The stone spikes were like heavy crossbows, piercing the huge sandworms with a whistling sound. The terrifying force forcibly shot through the wrinkled skin, and a massive mucus splashed up. The immature sandworms did not have a defense that was invulnerable to metal and stone. Raw, the severe pain made the sandworms wail, and finally they could only unwillingly dive into the yellow sand land, unable to attack at will. The elimination of the sandworms immediately made the situation worse, and the number of dungeon reinforcement killed increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. City of Dusk. 1/3 of the city wall had fallen under the spears of the mummy guards. Although all the troops fought bravely, they were still inevitably squeezed by the opponent's living space. Especially as the opponent's army entered the city, the number of all chemical artillery decreased rapidly, and the suppression force decreased, making the opponent's offensive even more fierce. The real horn of doom was the fall of the arrow tower closest to the western wall among the 3 arrow towers. When the 300 sand condensing archers were forced to turn on the sandification, and then jumped from the air, to evacuate in this way, the situation instantly deteriorated to an unacceptable degree. Lord Kalu, take all the residents to evacuate immediately, and take refuge in the sandstorm. Quick. The void sandworms are in the underground world, connecting to the space gate of the underground passage of the Bloodhoof City Road, and they can't spare their hands to help us. On the east, only a small number of enemies were attacking, leaving enough space for the residents of Dusk City to retreat. At this moment, the little centaur with blood on his armor, a Merida, was giving orders. No one expected that a Merida would become the backbone of everyone at this moment. This boss, who used to have the mentality of a child, took over the command at the beginning of this battle. A series of decisive, calm and timely orders have allowed Dusk City to hold on until now. In this battle, a Merida led the way and fought firmly on the front line without retreating. In more than 3 hours of fighting, she killed more than a battalion of enemies. Hearing this order, Kalu's old face showed some reluctance. This is his home. If he retreats, he will have nothing. Exclamation mark. But looking at the enemies who have entered the city, he still suppressed his emotions. After a long sigh, he turned around decisively. Everyone follow me. Even if the Dusk City is destroyed by the enemy today, as long as the Lord of the City is still here, we can still rebuild it. Being alive is the greatest contribution to the Dusk City. The residents around were silent. These words were like a sharp knife that stabbed into their hearts. Many people clenched their hands and gritted their teeth, and the anger in their hearts was burning. Their city was being trampled by the enemy. Exclamation mark. Moreover, when the Lord of the City left, they did not protect their home well. Exclamation mark. They failed the Lord of the City. Exclamation mark. Power. They have never had a moment of such desire for power. They absolutely did not want to see the city that the Lord of the City had worked so hard to build, their home, finally reduced to ruins. Looking at the enemies pouring in from the western wall, the emotions in their hearts reached a peak at this moment. But no one rashly went to fight with those enemies, but followed Kalu decisively and swiftly to the sandstorm area in the east. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. This is a proverb that the Lord of the City taught them personally. They want to live and wait for their master to return. They want to see with their own eyes how those who trampled on the City of Dusk are buried. Kalu stared at the silent residents around him, and his emotions were a little subtle. Although no one spoke, he always felt that these residents were different at this moment. Fires ignited in their eyes and anger ignited in their hearts. Exclamation mark. After watching the army behind escort the residents away, a Merida looked at the mummy hero beside him. Grey, Gaunt, you take the army to guard the east wall. If you can't stop the enemy, flee to the sandstorm immediately. Don't hesitate. When father comes back, these enemies will be liquidated. All the residents are like this, and so is a Merida. They all have a firm belief, wait for Richard to come back. That is their master, hope, and light. They firmly believe that, as long as their lord returns, all enemies will be reduced to ashes. Exclamation mark. As soon as the voice fell, a Merida's body suddenly swelled to a height of 10 meters. The long-handled battle axe in her hand also swelled at the same time. Suddenly, it looked like a statue that could support the sky and the earth. A Merida, with a cold look in her eyes, rushed out like lightning. Tap tap, one person charged, and thousands of troops retreated. The earth was trembling. Dozens of mummy guards were walking along the street to the Lord's mansion, and suddenly saw the elongated shadows after the sun shone. More than a dozen mummy guards sensed the threat and immediately gathered together to form a military formation, trying to shake the ground. The next second, a Merida, who was running wildly, swung her weapon violently. The battle axe whistled past. Crack, a crisp cracking sound exploded, and more than a dozen spears fell to the ground. Looking carefully, the mummy guards holding spears had disappeared, and only a large area of skeletal remains and broken bandages were left. Instant kill. Amirida did not stop, and rushed into the dense enemy army like lightning. Her terrifying figure made her white horse hooves become a weapon more ferocious than a battering ram. It can trample the soldiers on the ground to death. Rush. This boss who entered the combat state, no one can stop his edge at this moment. However, he went deep into the enemy alone, and killed all directions, but he could not stop everyone. Amirida's bravery could not save the overall situation. The gap in strength between the two armies was too great. With the fall of the city wall and the loss of the old chemical artillery, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The army of Twilight City had no artillery cover, and was forced to retreat continuously. In the high-intensity battle, the number of casualties has now exceeded 70%. This is an unprecedented loss since the birth of Twilight City. Even if there is no new reinforcement, the entire city will be razed to the ground. The dungeon reinforcement outside the city were also severely suppressed at this moment. Cell Bloodhoof, the 17th level dungeon hero, hated his lack of strength at this moment. The dungeon barbarians he led were like glass in the face of the mummy guards, and they broke at the touch. This made his arrogance from ruling most of the underground world ruthlessly smashed. It turned out that the army on the surface was so powerful that Bloodhoof City was far from having the capital to run rampant. He made up his mind that if he could return to Bloodhoof City alive this time, he would definitely invest all resources in the military. One day, he will let the surface world see the edge of Bloodhoof City. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could not stop the situation from deteriorating. The army was gradually collapsing, and facing the fierce mummy guards, he was already overwhelmed. The field fell into gloom. Even the most confident people would be silent when they saw this scene. The overall situation has been decided. The two sand sculpture players who witnessed the whole war in the back finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the dungeon reinforcement being suppressed forcefully. Fortunately, there were no more accidents. They still won. After the black and fat pheasant came to his senses, he set his sights on the City of Dusk and looked at Amirida, who was killing wantonly, and was amazed. I really don't know where King Kyu got so many trump cards. A 10-meter tall centaur. This is a fucking air level hero, right? Too fierce. One person against thousands of troops is simply the image portrayed for this centaur. The skinny Haonan was a little bit resentful. Who cares? No matter how strong King Kyu is, his territory is going to be razed. It's a relief. Just when the situation in Dusk City was irreversible, the 19th level mummy hero slowly flew over the quicksand. This top level combat power took a look around and immediately found the space gate connecting to the underground world and the withered ancient tree that looked lifeless. He stared at the ancient tree for a long time with his hollow eyes, and finally sneered. It's not withered. However, this big tree seemed to have no necessary connection with the space gate. But what does it matter if there is no connection? It's just a tree, so what if it's cut down? Some dungeon barbarians who had just come out of the space gate immediately discovered this uninvited guest, but they had no means to fight against the air, so they could only glare at him. The war had only been going on for 3 hours, and the dungeon army had already come to support. It was impossible to gather all the troops here. There was not enough time. For this reason, Cell could only bring the remaining troops first, and the troops in the rear would come continuously. Seeing this, the mummy hero pulled the reins, and the 17th level bone dragon hero who was sitting on it suddenly lowered his head. Roar the moment the huge mouth opened, a faint green dragon breath pulled out a flame tongue dozens of meters long. Sizzle. The dungeon barbarians covered by the dragon breath instantly seemed like ice and snow melted by the scorching sun. In a breath, only the skeleton and the outer armor were left. Horrible and terrifying. The mummy hero didn't pay much attention to the small characters on the ground. After a simple cleanup, he drove the bone dragon straight to the ancient tree of the evil god. Then it landed and stopped on the dry branch in front of it. The huge branches were not difficult to accommodate a bone dragon. The mummy hero looked down, and the faint soul fire was looming in the empty eye sockets. It was a little surprised to find that there were many petrified wasps on the tree trunk. What is this? Question mark? but after not sensing any strange breath, it was too lazy to pay attention. The right hand stretched out and pointed to the giant tree below. "Destroy it." The voice was indifferent and hollow, as if it came from a machine, which made people feel terrified. After receiving the order, the bone dragon lowered its head, and its throat lit up with a faint green light again. Puff, it rushed down from above with a strong corrosive negative energy. I thought that the dry branches would be corroded in an instant. But the mummy hero was surprised to find that the dry bark was like a sponge absorbing water, swallowing up all the dragon's breath. Huh? What is this? The mummy hero was a little unhappy. "Can you withstand the dragon's breath? Keep going." The sitting bone dragon felt the displeasure of its master, roared, and opened its throat again. This time the dragon's breath was significantly stronger. The bone dragon's level is as high as 17, and its potential is also sea level. It is a well-deserved hero unit. When it goes all out, its fierce attack is very terrifying. But what surprised the mummy hero was that the dragon's breath was actually swallowed up by the dead tree. This made it a little impatient. Dragon breath explodes. As soon as the words fell, the dragon breath of the bone dragon surged several times. The terrifying energy made the surrounding space distorted. Even if steel was covered, it would turn into molten iron in a breath. Under such a terrifying attack. Finally, the dry giant tree slowly moved. The soul in the empty eyes of the mummy hero flickered slightly. Finally, there was movement, but it didn't have time to make any moves. Suddenly, I felt an unspeakable dark evil breath rising from below. It was like the abyss was broken, and endless darkness poured into the world. Fear descended. The rolling evil breath made the world lose its color at this moment. The mummy hero was horrified. It only felt that its soul was grasped by a giant hand, creaking, and it could explode at any time. As the giant tree revived, the lifeless grey wasps on the trunk were also given new life at this moment, and suddenly regained their colors. Black and yellow, maintaining the hideousness. Buzz buzz buzz, the wings flashed wildly, and a black tide formed on the treetop in an instant. The level 19 mummy hero came back to his senses at this moment. Retreat. With a shrill roar, the bone dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. But before it flew out of the tree canopy, the bone dragon in high-speed flight suddenly stopped and then fell rapidly. The mummy hero felt his butt empty and subconsciously looked down, and a branch directly wrapped around the bone dragon hero. Under the pull of the tree trunk, the level 17 power was like a child facing an 80-kilogram strong man, without the slightest resistance. After being pulled down, the branch swung down fiercely. Bang, the ground trembled, and countless gravel splashed up. The bone dragon was violently smashed into the yellow sand. Before it could struggle, the tree trunk swung, pulled the bone dragon out of the gravel, and lifted it up again and smashed it down. Bang bang bang, every swing, the ground trembled once. A level 17 bone dragon hero was smashed into pieces alive under the eyes of the mummy hero. In the end, the only thing left of the soul was the skull of bones burning with the fire of the soul, which fell to the ground. After the bone dragon was killed, the mummy hero suddenly saw a twisted face on the wrinkled skeleton. The other party's dark eyes looked at him indifferently. Seeing this scene, the mummy hero felt an unspeakable horror in his heart. The life of the dead is not afraid. But at this moment, under the gaze of the twisted face, it felt the evil and fear that penetrated into the soul. It was the disgust and fear from the rules of life, and the dead could not escape. The one on the ground was not a tree, but more like an extremely evil existence that crawled out from the deepest part of the abyss and could kill the gods. A name that made the mummy hero tremble suddenly appeared in his mind. God's Evil. Chapter 420. The new overlord God Evil Treebird. King Kiyu returns. The word divine evil represents the end of evil in glorious era. The abyss demon is already a representative of negative nouns, and the divine evil is 100 times more terrifying than the demon. Because these extremely evil beings are born from the bodies of gods. According to legend, a large number of gods fell in the first war of gods after the creation of the world. But those fallen gods did not decay. Instead, because of the special nature of the rules, their souls survived. But because of the restrictions of the rules, they could not be reborn. In the long confinement, resentment grew. With anger and resentment as nourishment, an extremely terrifying life divine evil was born on the body containing rules and divinity. Those beings inherited the divinity and power of the gods, and because they eroded part of the power of the rules, they could not be killed by ordinary means, but could only be sealed and imprisoned. The special birth rules made their souls full of the world's most extreme evil. It also gave them extreme destructive power. The first batch of born divine evil killed more gods than those who died in the War of the Gods. In the end, the evil gods even forced the gods to stop the war, and they joined forces to drive the evil gods into the abyss. Fear devoured the soul of the 19th level mummy hero at this moment. It could never imagine that such a terrifying life would exist in this inconspicuous desert. At this moment, even its courage to escape was broken. On the thick trunk of the ancient evil tree, the twisted face looked at the mummy hero in the sky indifferently. There was no word. After a short silence, puff, the earth suddenly burst. Countless yellow sands splashed up, and the sky was covered with a veil. In the blurred vision, dozens of thick roots could be seen bursting out from the earth and rushing straight to the mummy hero in the sky. However, facing such a scene, the mummy hero was unusually stiff in the air, as if he was forcibly grasped by a giant hand. Outsiders could not perceive that under the evil pressure, the power in the mummy hero's body was collapsing and could no longer be mobilized. The roots rushed to the front, and death was about to devour its soul. The mummy hero was finally stimulated by the great terror, and his empty eyes burst into 1,000-foot light. In an instant, endless energy surged in his body. Some kind of confinement was broken. The mummy hero roared in fear and wanted to fly away. But the next second, a pressure that was countless times more terrifying than before surged up. The soul fell into fear again. The thick roots whistled up and tied up the mummy hero directly. It was like a hemp rope tied to an ant, and it could be crushed with a little force. After being tied up like a dumpling, the pressure dissipated, and the mummy hero woke up. Realizing that his situation was not right, he roared wildly, "No!" In endless panic, the right hand, that was not tied tightly, grasped the white bone sword and chopped at the roots around him. The terrifying energy even distorted the void. Clang, metal clashed and sparks exploded. The bone sword left a deep scratch on the roots, but compared to the exaggerated directness, it was just like a tickle. What made him even more desperate was that the scratches were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the mummy hero was pulled to the front of the tree trunk by the roots. The twisted face of the evil ancient tree appeared directly in front of the empty eyes. The struggling mummy hero suddenly stiffened. At this moment, it seemed to be stared at by the end of the devil who stepped on the ground in the sky above his head. The soul gurgled and could explode at any time due to excessive pressure. It dared not move. The pressure of the upper life on the lower life penetrated into the soul and could not be resisted or contended. After the evil ancient tree dragged the mummy over, the roots that bound the other party quickly grew countless tiny tentacles, completely wrapping the mummy hero. The next second, a terrifying scene appeared. The breath emitted by the mummy hero was like a flagellate, rapidly decreasing. On the sandy ground around the ancient tree, small saplings broke through the gravel and emerged. When the new saplings saw the sunlight, they grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few dozen breaths, trees over 20 meters tall grew. What is terrifying is that these giant trees do not have the lush green leaves of ordinary trees. Instead, the branches are dry and bare without a single leaf. The branches are twisted, like human arms after drying, full of weirdness. The forests standing upright on the desert do not add color to the desert, but make it look more desolate and terrifying. It was not until no new saplings emerged that the roots that bound the mummy hero slowly loosened. After losing support, the mummy hero fell directly from the air, thumping on the ground, splashing gravel all over the ground. When you look closely again, you can find that the mummy hero, who was just so arrogant, now has large cracks on his body. The yellowed bandages on his body have lost their luster. The fire of the soul in the hollow eyes had gone out at some point. Level 19, potential air-level hero unit, among the players, a top existence that could shock countless people, just died in such an unclear way, without even launching an attack. No one could have expected that the situation would develop like this. After dealing with this inexplicable enemy, the ancient tree of the evil god suddenly turned its trunk and looked in another direction. The roar of the war in the city of dusk could be heard clearly even from a distance of 10 kilometers. A bad feeling suddenly arose in its heart. It sensed death and blood. Just when the ancient tree of the evil god was about to make a move, a messenger from the city of dusk riding on a stone statue of the dead quickly flew over. After stopping dozens of meters away, he said in a sad and angry tone, "Lord Treebird, the city of dusk has been attacked by the enemy. The lord of the city has not returned yet. We can't defend the city of dusk." Hearing this, the trunk of the ancient tree of the evil god turned violently, and the twisted face showed a surging anger. "Who is it?" "Kobolds and a group of unknown mummies." "Kobolds?" The evil aura of the godly evil ancient tree suddenly surged, as if a huge wave swallowed the sky and the earth. The light in the sky dimmed at this moment, and it seemed that only this giant tree was left in the vast world. A group of inferior reptiles. The godly evil ancient tree was furious. Those lowly lives actually attacked the Dusk City when it was asleep and when the master was away! Exclamation mark. As the guardian of the Dusk City, it was told by Richard more than once to protect the city after he left. But now, it just woke up and heard the news that the Dusk City was going to fall. It was like a slap in its face. If the master returns and the Dusk City becomes a ruin, how will it explain? For its breakthrough, the master has put in so much effort, but now, it can't even protect the Dusk City. The more I think about it, the more terrifying the aura of the godly evil ancient tree becomes. The surrounding space gradually distorted. No one can trample on the city of dusk. The voice of the high-level tree man resounded through the sky. Endless dark energy burst out from his body. In the endless anger, the earth cracked. Yellow sand surged out from the ground. The next moment, thousands of frozen corpses emerged from the gravel. Richard had retrieved a large number of magical plants that could emit ice power in Bloodhoof City. These magical plants were planted in the underground space created by the roots of the godly evil ancient tree. These frozen corpses were left after countless battles and were originally used to recruit high-level soldiers. But at this moment, the angry godly evil ancient tree could not care about anything else. The roots grew violently and directly inserted into the corpses, and then like a straw, it swallowed up all the energy contained in those corpses. As it moved, new saplings sprouted on the outside of the hundreds of towering trees on the yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, the forest spread out 500 meters. When the energy of the thousands of corpses was devoured, they all cracked and turned into mummies. A dry and dead forest has formed on the land of quicksand. With the large number of white bones and corpses on the ground, even veterans who have seen hundreds of battles would feel numb at this scene. After the growth of the big tree stopped, the godly ancient tree snorted coldly. "Those who attack the city of dusk will be punished." After the voice fell, it chanted loudly. The long and obscure spell resounded through the world. In an instant, those dark trees over 20 meters high suddenly twisted. Looking around, this forest of at least 2,000 giant trees were all waving their branches. The branches whirred as they waved, filled with unspeakable weirdness. At the same time, blurry and hideous faces gradually emerged on the thick trunks. These big trees are alive. The messenger riding the stone statue of the dead swallowed his saliva, his eyes horrified and excited. The godly ancient tree looked around and spoke again. The next second after the obscure syllables came out, sizzle, the earth exploded. Countless yellow sand splashed tens of meters high, and the sky was covered with sand and dust. Looking around, I saw that the dry tree people suddenly pulled out their roots and stood up. Looking down from the sky, 2,020-meter high dark tree people rose from the ground at the same time. This picture was very psychologically impactful. The angry ancient tree roared, and the roots, that were thicker than the trunks of other big trees, also tore the earth at this moment, and propped it up high. The 50-meter high ancient tree of the evil god soared directly to 80 meters. Dozens of roots supported its body. From a distance, it looked like an ancient creature in mythology and legend walking out of the mural, giving people a strong visual impact. Ordinary humans standing in front of it were as small as ants. Revenge. With a low roar, a dark light surged from the ancient tree of the evil god. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The yellow sand under the feet of all the dark treemen began to flow forward. They did not move at all, but they were already moving forward quickly. What was even more exaggerated was that this ability still existed after leaving the quicksand. The ancient tree of the evil god mastered the ability to control the quicksand. After waking up, the ancient tree of the evil god became more and more frightening. Above the sky, thousands of poisonous wasps were buzzing and flying, forming a thick black cloud. The giant tree controlled the quicksand, carrying the army of treemen and the black tide of wasps. This scene was like the battle scene engraved in the ancient murals. At this time, no one could imagine how terrible the destructive power of the ancient tree of the evil god coming with anger would burst out. The two sand sculpture players in the camp of the Lord of the Dunes, Shanji and Haonan, at this moment, looked at the walls of the City of Dusk completely collapsed, and felt a sense of loss in their hearts. King Kyu was completely gone. The top player who occupied the title of the first player, and had almost no doubt about his strength, his territory was captured like this. Moreover, there was no possibility of a comeback. Even if another dungeon reinforcement appeared, it would be useless. The territory is the foundation of a lord. If the foundation is destroyed, everything will be zero. The fat black pheasant sighed. It's a pity that such a good territory is ruined. It would be great if the Lord of the Dunes gave it to us. The skinny Haonan curled his lips. You are dreaming. Didn't you see that the god of dogs mentioned King Kyu with an expression as if his wife was slept with by the other party? I'm afraid this city can't stay in King Kyu, and it will end here. A new era has arrived. Shanji sighed. I'm afraid King Kyu is still on the way back to support. It's a pity that there is no use for fishing with a straight hook. Unless he can give up everything, he will definitely take the bait. Again, if the sky dies, let's build a tombstone for him. If there is no body, make a cenotaph, which can also be regarded as a memorial to this pervert who once made 20 billion players bow their heads. This can be regarded as a hero cherishing a hero. Haonan nodded shamelessly, with a look of approval. That's right, heroes appreciate heroes. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and looked to the side in disbelief, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. The fat black pheasant frowned. What did you see? As for this expression, he turned his head and the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. WCNM. What the hell is that shit? In sight, a huge tree with dry branches and exuding endless evil aura came quickly from the depths of the desert. The other party was not walking, but the yellow sand on the ground was flowing. Exclamation mark. It made the two of them shudder. What's more terrifying is that the other party is not a combat unit, but also brought a terrifying number of troops. Exclamation mark. In the air, thousands of flying wasps made a harsh buzzing sound, and the black tide formed surrounded the treetops, as if putting a crown on the giant tree. Under the giant tree, groups of evil tree people surged like a tsunami. The height of more than 20 meters was enough for people to look up, and it was a giant existence for ordinary life. Both of them were shocked by this scene, and couldn't recover for a long time. It wasn't until the towering tree roared in an attack that they woke up. The black and fat pheasant said in a hoarse voice. What the hell is going on? Is this also the reinforcement of King Kyu? I'll build a tomb for your mother's clothes and hats. Exclamation mark. This pervert should be fucked alive. The skinny Haonan swallowed his saliva and closed his mouth at this moment. Because he opened too wide, he felt dislocated. He rubbed his chin with his hand and said in disbelief. That tree man, he can't see the attribute panel. It must be my eyes are blurry. Even the Lord of the Dunes can see it. How can this tree man? Is he stronger than Cheofen? The two looked at each other and saw shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Stronger than Cheofen? How could such a being become a reinforcement of King Kyu? Before they could discuss this, the angry voice of the tree man who controlled the quicksand resounded throughout the battlefield. No one can trample on the City of Dusk. The glory of our Lord must not be tarnished. Anyone who violates the law must die. The deep language of the high-level tree people exploded in the minds of the two sand sculpture players like a thunder. My lord? Question mark? The black and fat pheasant's expression froze, his eyes full of absurdity. No, not reinforcement. My lord, are you talking about King Kyu? That guy was originally a subordinate of King Kyu. MLGB, are you kidding? I must be hallucinating. This kind of existence that can make people feel terrified from a distance of 1,000 meters. Could it be a subordinate of King Kyu? I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. It must be fake. The appearance of the evil ancient tree was too shocking. The despairing breath was something the two had never experienced before. Even the feeling from the Lord of the Dunes was not as strong as that of the other party. But now, the other party told them that this level of existence was actually a subordinate of a player like them. Just now, they were still thinking about how to deal with King Kyu's aftermath after the other party was trampled, and now in the blink of an eye, such a powerful and terrifying existence came. The contrast between heaven and hell made them unable to control their emotions. When the two were shocked, the angry god evil ancient tree had already rushed into the battlefield with 2,000 dark treemen. These lowly existences must die! Exclamation mark. If the master returns and sees the Dusk City being trampled like this, how will it face it? Exclamation mark. The inner anger was poured out at this moment. Exclamation mark. The dungeon reinforcement had been killed by the 15th level mummy army. After the Treeman army appeared, their morale immediately soared, and they began to fight back fiercely. But soon, they found that they were no longer needed on the battlefield. Boom! The Dark Treeman army launched a charge as the earth trembled. The roots became legs and the trunks became hands. Every step he took would sink heavily into the yellow sand, and the moment he pulled out his weapon, it would bring up all the sand and gravel. The Dark Tree Man, who was over 20 meters tall, rushed straight into the mummy guards, and the two sides engaged in close combat. Although the mummy guards swung their spears fearlessly, the difference in size brought about an absolute difference in strength. The tree man who first collided with the mummy guards roared and swung his branches. Bang! The mummy guards in front of him felt a force like a landslide coming from their spears. Under the recoil force, the spears flew out of their hands and were smashed dozens of meters away. Then the remaining dozen branches fell fiercely, and the mummy guards could not resist 4 punches with their hands. After losing their weapons, they could not resist at all. Puff! I only felt a branch hit my head, and then I lost consciousness. A top level 15 soldier was smashed into debris alive under the swaying branches. This is just a microcosm of the battlefield. The fierce mummy guards just now suffered heavy casualties after a few encounters. On the battlefield, the most terrifying thing is the ancient tree of the evil god. This huge body supported by roots is as tall as 80 meters. The walls of the city of Dusk are as short as a threshold in front of it. The ordinary mummy guards are more than 2 meters tall, and in their eyes they are not much bigger than insects. Bang! The terrifying tree roots rolled like a storm, sweeping in all directions. The attack ranges as long as 100 meters. The mummy guards who were hit were like watermelons hit by baseballs, bursting instantly, and bones scattered all over the ground. The situation was reversed directly. But the mummy guards are worthy of being the top troops, and they quickly counterattacked. 10 people in a team attacked the Dark Tree Man in the form of a squad. At the same time, the remaining Air Legion began to use their supremacy to intercept and kill. The Tree Man has irresistible power, but the biggest disadvantage is slow movement. In positional warfare, these troops are invincible, but once the enemy seizes the space to maneuver, it is easy to be caught. The top troops are indeed powerful. After the team organized a counterattack, they immediately killed a large number of Dark Tree people. However, this can no longer change the bleak situation. There are too many Dark Tree people, and there is a divine evil ancient tree sitting in the way. The mummies and the dog-headed men had been bombarded by the artillery fire of the city of Dusk for several hours, and a large number of troops were killed here, and they had lost their initial edge. No matter how the two coalition forces resisted, they were still defeated by the flood of tree people. The angry ancient tree opened fire at full power, and the killing effect was simply terrifying. The roots over 100 meters long were like a rotating knife, which controlled the quicksand to move quickly, and those roots kept waving. Wherever they passed, the earth collapsed, and the yellow sand splashed 100 meters high. The enemies covered by it had no chance of survival. Even the warriors holding heavy shields could not withstand the extremely terrifying bombardment. Under the hard impact, they would often fly 100 meters away with the heavy shield, and the shield would be destroyed, and the person would die. Buzz buzz buzz. With the strong smell of blood on the field, the last straw that broke the camel's back appeared. The poisonous wasps flying in the sky participated in the war. 3,000 poisonous wasps formed a black tide, killing the flying soldiers in the sky. Mummies have strong resistance to poison or even immunity, so the dog-headed wyverns became the target. As the black tide surged, the wyverns, even though they were thick-skinned, kept falling from the sky. Their green bodies slammed straight to the ground. With super dexterity and flying speed, the poisonous wasps were like a stream of wasps, invisible to the naked eye. The collapse of the Air Force caused the already struggling coalition to collapse completely. In less than 10 minutes, the situation that had just collapsed to the point of being irreversible was completely reversed at this moment. The coalition of the dog-headed men and the Lord of the Dunes began to collapse, and many dog-headed men even dropped their weapons and fled. The 2 kobold heroes who were originally responsible for commanding the level 18 kobolds did not participate in the battle against the ancient tree of evil from beginning to end. The moment the ancient tree of evil appeared, the 2 heroes felt that they had fallen into the abyss and were being stared at by an extremely evil life that could devour everything. As long as they dare to move a little, their souls will be devoured by it. Go forward and fight. The aura emitted by the opponent made them not even have the courage to charge forward. In that kind of panic, it was already precious to be able to keep from fleeing. They could only retreat to the end of the army, to reduce the fear in their hearts, and try to command the army, to encircle and suppress the opponent. But in the face of absolute power and exaggerated size, the army that could suppress the City of Dusk could not face the opponent at all. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, a dog-headed hero wailed, gritted his teeth, took out a scroll from his arms, and tore it open violently. Deep in the Death Desert, the Lord of the Dunes sat on the throne, looking at the picture in the void with a little respect. Opposite was the dog-headed god who had lost an arm. But a god is a god after all, and losing an arm does not affect its dignity. The Lord of the Dunes said with a firm look, "Your Majesty, no matter what that Lord of God's grace has in his hands, our army will surely sweep away everything." He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. "I have sensed him, and he is heading towards his territory. It won't be long before he arrives." In the picture in the air, the face of the God of Dogs became distorted. As long as the lowly Lord of God's grace was mentioned, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, the Lord of the Dunes changed his expression and turned his head to look to the side. There, a terrifying space wave was dissipating. Teleportation scroll? Hahaha, they have one! Exclamation mark. "Your Majesty, the territory of that lowly Lord of God's grace has been breached. Your Majesty, please come with me to completely destroy that Lord of God's grace." The God of Dogs showed the excitement of the great revenge that was about to be avenged. "Go immediately, that lowly reptile must die." As the voice fell, the void in front of the Lord of the Dunes exploded, and a wide space gap appeared. The 2 of them looked through the gap, and their excited expressions suddenly froze. They saw that on the endless yellow sand, a large number of ferocious tree people were slaughtering the dog-headed army and the mummy guards. The scene was very tragic. The originally exaggerated number was now only a small part. This scene was completely opposite to the picture they thought. Their army occupied the other side's city. The other side's captives knelt on the ground, and everyone welcomed them respectfully. What the hell is going on? The Lord of the Dunes scanned the surroundings along the picture, and suddenly, an unspeakable sense of horror emerged in his heart. He saw a terrifying tree man with a height of more than 80 meters reflected in his pupils. What made it palpitate was that the other side emitted a breath that made him suffocate. Destruction, death, darkness, evil. All the negative adjectives added together were not enough to describe it. That was God's evil. With a somewhat horrified tone, the dog-headed god's scream spread throughout the battlefield along the gap in space. The moment the 2 sand sculpture players saw the Lord of the Dunes, they were filled with ecstasy. The Lord of the Dunes is a supernatural being, and there is also the god of the dog-headed man. They have the support of the gods. No matter how fierce the tree man boss is, he can't be the opponent of the gods. But all these fantasies were shattered with the fearful cry of the god of the dog-headed man. The 2 turned their heads and looked at the towering tree man standing upright, and they felt dizzy in their minds. God's evil? Question mark. That tree man is a god's evil? What a joke. How could this thing be a god's evil? That is the ultimate boss in countless myths and legends of glorious era. More importantly, how could such an existence be conquered by King Q? Question mark. The countless doubts in their minds made them almost explode. This information was too shocking. The two looked at the battlefield with a suddenly weird atmosphere, staring wide-eyed for a long time. No one could know how exaggerated the shock they were experiencing at this moment. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, suddenly, a cheer came from the direction of the Dusk City. The two turned their heads subconsciously. In the sky, a dead life with crimson energy burning all over its body and golden bones was flying fast. Behind it, hundreds of undead dragons and nearly 1,000 gargoyles with battle axes flapping their wings followed closely. What was surprising was that when these soldiers flew, they were surrounded by sandstorms, bringing natural disasters. The scene brought a strong visual impact to everyone. The two keenly discovered the figure riding on the back of the leading undead dragon. They looked at each other and suddenly became excited. The real protagonist of this war has returned. The extraordinary existence of the Lord of the Dunes spied on unfeared, subdued the evil gods who fought alone in all directions, built a brilliant city, trampled on the dignity of the god of dogs several times, and had countless legendary experiences. The strongest player among the players, King Kyu. Just as he was about to say something, a sneer resounded through the sky. The god of dog-headed men, a dog with a broken spine, dares to spy on the city of dusk. Who gave you the courage? The two of them closed their mouths in an instant, looked at each other again, and their hearts trembled inexplicably. WDNM. Is this King Kyu? Exclamation mark. Open your mouth and curse the gods directly? Exclamation mark. A scalp-numbing excitement surged in my heart. Fuck, this is too fucking crazy. Chapter 421. What the hell is King Kyu doing? Exclamation mark. The dog with a broken spine dares to spy on the city of dusk. With the sound that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the protagonist of this war appeared in front of everyone. He rode on a giant undead dragon burning with crimson power, and behind him, there were thousands of flying soldiers carrying sandstorms as the background. He himself carried a violent momentum like a sandstorm sweeping across the world, and the flying yellow sand around him obscured the outside world's vision, making it difficult to see clearly. This picture gave people a direct and strong visual impact. When the two sand sculpture players were still excited about each other's arrogant behavior of scolding the gods, the next second, a scene that made their blood boil appeared. The terrifying existence that was rampant and made the god of the dog-headed man show fear. The evil god slowly bent the branches towards the figure in the sky and saluted with the most humble attitude. Great master, tree bird welcomes your return. The words of the high-level tree man fell, and all the dark tree men on the battlefield bent their branches at the same time. Behind, the eyes of the dungeon reinforcement were also hot and crazy at this moment. The majestic figure riding the undead dragon is a legend of the underground world, a great existence that ended the fate of the great dwarfs, and the true ruler of this land. Lord of the underground world, your will is the direction we are moving forward. Bloodhoof City always obeys your orders. Cell Bloodhoof led all the other troops to hold their chests and bow their heads. We always obey your orders. Without a word of nonsense, the moment Richard appeared, he immediately became the only focus on the battlefield. His identity and status were suddenly revealed at this moment. With power, his outer clothes were bright and gorgeous. The fat black pheasant and the skinny Haonan, the two sand sculptures looked at each other and saw the envy, jealousy, and hatred in each other's eyes. This is King Kyu. This is the first player, the strongest among the 20 billion lords. Exclamation mark. As soon as the other party appeared, the scene of the army kneeling and surrendering immediately made them feel shaken. If they could do the same, how majestic would it be? No one can cover up his brilliance, even if the other party is a god. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but look at the cracked space. The furious figure of the kobold god came into view. This god who had lost an arm and was covered with scars looked so pitiful against the majestic King Kyu. Even though he was a god, they could not help but look down on him. At this moment, the figure that made the army bow their heads slowly scanned the area, looking at the kobold warriors in the mummy army that had not been completely wiped out. His momentum turned cold. Leave no one behind. The moment the order was issued, all the armies seemed to have received the will of the gods and launched the most crazy attack. The skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead immediately roared and killed the air cavalry. The dungeon reinforcement and the dark tree people showed their hideousness. especially the dark tree people. The scene of these behemoths charging together was just like the scene of ancient myths described in the ancient murals, which made people tremble. The army with the backbone burst out with 12 points of strength. In the yellow sand, the remaining army of the Lord of the Dunes was destroyed. The most surprising thing was that the 2 level 18 kobold heroes saw the situation collapse, and they actually took some of the wyverns and fled. Even the will of the kobold god could not stop it. The 2 players saw this scene, and their blood boiled. This kind of deterrence is really desirable. Humble reptiles. The kobold god saw this scene and immediately jumped into a rage. It's like this again, and it's like this again. How many times? From the beginning, when the seal of the Krina tribe was unlocked, and he wanted to destroy the city, he never got a good deal from the other party. His dignity was trampled on by the other party again and again, and it was the kind of trampling that was stepped on the ground. What's more, last time his soul clone was imprisoned by the other party. It's ridiculous! Exclamation mark. As a god with infinite power, he was actually controlled by a lowly human lord. Even his revenge plans, that he planned several times, seemed boring and ridiculous after failure. What made him unable to control himself was that the damn reptile actually tried to seize the authority of the Lord of the 333rd floor of the Abyss. How dare he? Why? That was the Lord of the Abyss, the Dark Immortal with supreme power! Exclamation mark. And what made him even more incomprehensible was that this lowly reptile succeeded! Exclamation mark. Yes, it succeeded. This was simply absurd to the extreme! Exclamation mark. Can anyone get their hands on the authority of the Lord of the Abyss? That was the Lord of Decay. Although he didn't want to believe it in his heart, it happened to be said by the Lord of Decay himself. What made him most furious was that after the damn Lord of Divine Grace did all this, he also released his soul clone. In the end, he threw all the blame on him. He stayed quietly in the kingdom of God, but for no reason he was blamed for robbing the authority of the Lord of the Abyss. Bastard, bastard, beast. Thinking of this, the god of dogs almost lost his mind. Because of this, the Lord of Decay led his people to attack his kingdom of God. He had accumulated millions of years of power, and in this war of gods, 90% of it was destroyed. 90%! Exclamation mark. Thinking of the corpses of the Holy Spirit scattered all over the ground and the kingdom of God that was destroyed to the point of only ruins, his heart was bleeding. If it weren't for the timely support of other gods and the dungeon gods, he might have fallen that day. Thinking of the scene of the Lord of Decay killing his way into the kingdom of God, the legs of the god of dogs were weak. He was unwilling. He was a god. Why should he be toyed with and trampled on by a lowly Lord of Divine Grace? Exclamation mark. All these sins must be borne by that lowly human lord! Exclamation mark. He must die. He must! Exclamation mark. When the army on the earth was being hunted wantonly, the 2 players suddenly turned their heads. Because the only protagonist of this war was driving the undead dragon he was sitting on to fly to the bottom of the space gap. Cold eyes stared at the sky through the yellow sand lingering around him. The 2 sides faced each other in the air. On one side, there was the Lord of Dunes and the god of dog-headed man, and on the other side, there was Richard, the ancient tree of the god, the dungeon reinforcement, and all the troops of the City of Dusk. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The god of dog-headed man was so angry at the indifferent gaze that he could hardly control himself. Human, I will let you know how sinful it is to blaspheme the gods. The crazy roar resounded through the sky. Reason had been abandoned at this moment. He just wanted to crush this bastard and kill him 10,000 times! Exclamation mark. But what made him crazy was that the other party just glanced at him lightly without saying a word. Unable to descend to the main plane, no matter how angry he was, he had to hold it in. Richard looked at the figure that really made him feel a strong sense of danger. The Lord of Dunes. The moment he saw the other party, the gem given to him by Windsor emitted a strong energy fluctuation. Sensing the changes in his arms, his eyes narrowed slightly. The power of yellow sand, the authority bestowed by the Panwell of the desert, had traces of existence on the other party. Hunting the existence with the power of yellow sand, you can devour the other party's share and further enhance your own power. In the end, you can even master the rules of the desert. The other party regards him as prey and even engraves the soul mark on him. Now, who can be sure who is the hunter? His eyes gradually became arrogant and wanton. Extraordinary. Cut off the head and crush the heart, and you will die anyway. The Lord of the Dunes felt Richard's dangerous gaze, and there was a bit of ridicule on the jackal's head. The Lord of God's grace, who has not even reached level 15, also wants to provoke him? If it weren't for the power of yellow sand, this weak human would not even be qualified to enter his eyes. He looked at the tree man emitting an extremely evil breath. This was the only existence on the field that made him feel threatened. But, that's all. The opponent's level is only level 17. Moreover, although this tree man exudes a terrifying aura of the devil, it is not solid when you sense it carefully. The other party does not look like a real devil, but more like a lucky person who has obtained some of the power of the devil. Thinking of this, the pressure in his heart immediately reduced a lot, and the greed in his eyes increased. Compared with the real evil gods, this level is far from touching the extraordinary evil tree people, and it can't threaten him. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at the human lord. After fishing for so long, he finally attracted the fish. With the power of the other party's yellow sand, his power will return to the peak! Exclamation mark. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. Your Majesty Kull, let me take your blessing and bring this lowly blasphemer back for trial. Hearing this, the furious dog-headed god's face showed some reluctance, but Richard's figure was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, making him hate him. Gritting his teeth, he swung his one arm violently. Endless divine power erupted, and across the endless void, waves of surging power poured into the main body of the Dune Master. After the Dune Master obtained that power, his momentum was like a calm sea surface rolling up a stormy wave thousands of feet high. The terrifying pressure penetrated the gap in space and pressed horizontally. The extraordinary aura gushed out recklessly. The extraordinary, the starting point of the world's top power, possessed unspeakable powerful strength. In the main plane, the extraordinary was placed in any force, and it was absolutely the top combat power. Unlike the dog-headed god, who could not descend on the main plane, the extraordinary could burst out his strongest power, and was not subject to any restrictions. Moreover, the statue of the ancient god could not restrain the opponent's power. This was the biggest challenge facing the City of Dusk this time. A mountain that was almost impossible to climb over. After the Lord of the Dunes aura climbed to the extreme, the jackal's head showed a bit of intoxication. This is power. With a narrowed look in his eyes, he waved his hands fiercely, and the endless yellow sand power on his body burst out. In an instant, the air seemed to be crushed at the other end of the space gap. He took a step forward. Under the gaze of everyone, the Lord of the Dunes passed through the space gap. The two sand sculpture players saw the figure of the Lord of the Dunes hanging like the scorching sun. They were suddenly excited. King Q, this pervert, is finally going to be destroyed. This is a supernormal, and a supernormal blessed by the gods. Even if the opponent has a divine evil, it is impossible to resist! Exclamation mark. The twists and turns of this battle made them emotional. From the beginning, they had sympathy for King Q, and then they were constantly shocked by the power displayed by the City of Dusk, and finally they thought they could defeat the opponent's army, but were defeated by the City of Dusk. All the twists and turns made them tired. Now they have only one thought. Destroy it, quickly, I'm tired. The fat black pheasant gnashed his teeth. A pervert like King Q shouldn't exist in this world. Bah, go to your cenotaph. I will applaud you when you die, you dead pervert, you deserve it. They are just pure and stupid. The strongest among the 20 billion players needs their sympathy. If you have this idea, why not sympathize with yourself? The skinny Haonan looked at the powerful and invincible Lord of the Dunes in the sky and let out a long breath. This time, there will be no accidents, right? The fat black pheasant said loudly. If there is another accident, I will eat it. Before the voice fell, a cold voice hit his ears. Lord of the Dunes, who gave you the courage to step into the City of Dusk? A dog with a broken spine can also be your alliance? The two heard those clean, but extremely arrogant words, and their hearts skipped a beat. Just as they had a bad premonition, they saw that the sky suddenly seemed like glass falling from a high altitude, and instantly turned into countless fragments and fell down. Then, a scorching heat wave swept in all directions. Even 1,000 meters away, you can feel the pressing heat wave, and your hair began to curl at this moment. This piece of heaven and earth seemed to be put into a furnace, and the surrounding temperature rose by 20 to 30 degrees in an instant. The two subconsciously looked up, and after seeing what caused all this, their scalps suddenly numbed. Uncontrollable fear rose in their hearts. What the hell is this dog thing? Question mark. I saw an elemental life with a height of more than 20 meters across the broken void. The opponent's body was burning with flames that distorted space, as if it was condensed from pure flames. Waves of heat made everything around it burn black, like the sun falling into the desert. A pair of wings made of flames, gently flapping, was a blazing storm that could easily melt steel. There were two curved horns on his head, engraved with strange runes, which seemed to be the only part of the opponent that had substance. The most eye-catching thing was that the opponent's eyes were as bright as the sun, and they were still eye-catching even in the scorching flames. Is this a supernormal? Question mark. After opening the opponent's attribute panel, the two were shocked. WDNM, when did you see a supernormal so easily? The Lord of the Dunes, the God of the Nulls, and this elemental life, what kind of war is this? Question mark. What's the matter with this fire elemental lord? Is this also a subordinate of King Q? Question mark. Can a supernormal be subdued? I don't believe it, this must be fake. Before they could recover from their shock, another terrifying breath suddenly surged out. King Q threw a statue at the evil god tree. In an instant, the evil god, who was already terrifying, exuded a creepy aura. Then, everything around him began to rot quickly, including corpses, weapons, armor, bones, and everything else. As the energy overflowed, even the gravel was decaying and collapsing. Seeing this weird and terrifying scene, the two of them felt an uncontrollable fear in their hearts. What the hell is King Q doing? Chapter 422, the Crimson Moon appears and slaughters the gods. The rotten smell of the ancient tree filled the sky, and the rotten corpses on the ground made people nauseous. The two players only felt horrified, and the impact they received was far less than that of the god of the kobolds. The moment the god of the dungeon clan sensed the rotten smell, he lost his voice. Rotten power. He looked at Richard through the gap in space in shock and anger. Damn human, you dare to give away the power of rot. You are trampling on the Lord of Rot. But before he finished speaking, he held back his words. Trample the Lord of Rot. How else to trample? Exclamation mark. This bastard snatched the power of rot in front of the other party. Exclamation mark. Needless to say, the Lord of Rot will launch the most crazy attack when he sees the other party again. Thinking of this, he thought of the blame he had inexplicably shouldered and suddenly felt aggrieved. Bastard. He is a god. In the end, he can't do anything to a human. Exclamation mark. He must make this bastard pay the price. He must. Exclamation mark. Richard looked at the godly evil ancient tree with its momentum soaring, and his emotions were also a little excited. He did not expect that the godly evil ancient tree would actually cause the wisp of rotten power sealed in the old statue of the ancient god to tremble. After sensing the breath of the godly evil ancient tree, it even took the initiative to want to be controlled. Before that, he had tried dozens of times without getting a response. After so long, I'm not as good as a tree. Richard sighed. But he did not hesitate, and directly gave the rotten power out. Only by matching one's own power can the greatest effect be exerted. The godly evil ancient tree is obviously more suitable for controlling the rotten power than him. Moreover, his target is the Lord of the Dunes. The desert is his life force. At the moment when the momentum of the godly evil ancient tree climbed to a certain critical point, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, the godly evil ancient tree obtains the rotten power. The degree of fit between the two parties is 99.89%, and the fusion begins. The fusion is successful, and the current degree of mastery is 1%. The twisted face of the godly evil ancient tree looked more hideous and terrifying at this moment. The dark breath that escaped was accompanied by boundless decaying energy, wantonly devouring everything around. Whether it was corpses or bones, whether it was blood or hair, they all began to rot at the same time. It was as if the abyss had descended upon the world, with evil and terror coexisting. The face of the Lord of the Dunes, who was originally confident that he could control the situation, became a little ugly. In the sky, there was a terrifying high temperature that could melt all fire elemental life. On the ground, there was a divine evil that combined with terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, he, who had an absolute advantage, was actually at a disadvantage. How could that damn human summon life from the plane of fire element? Exclamation mark. And it was a lord of the extraordinary level, with his level less than 15. Question mark. And the power that the other party just gave to the divine evil was the power of decay mentioned by the dog-headed god. Thinking of this, his eyes turned red. Why? How could a lord of God's grace who had only been in this world for more than half a year have accumulated such a foundation? Exclamation mark. His eyes were focused on the ancient tree of the divine evil. There was a strong greed in his eyes. If he could get that wisp of rotten authority and add the power of the yellow sand on the human lord, his power would rise to the peak before he was sealed. Exclamation mark. In the future, he might even touch the domain god. That made his mind waver. Thinking of this, his heart thumped and thumped faster. At the same time, he could no longer hold back and acted brazenly. Endless yellow sand flashed on his body, and the sand and gravel on the ground flew upside down. In a breath, it condensed into a yellow sand giant holding a spear and more than 100 meters tall. The moment the yellow sand giant appeared, it immediately attacked the ancient tree of the evil gods. The terrifying sandman charged with a sandstorm, and the yellow sand covered the sky and the sun, as if it was going to directly submerge the ancient tree of the evil gods. Sensing the danger, the ancient tree of the evil gods roared in a low voice, and the dark energy suddenly erupted, carrying a majestic decayed breath, and waved the trunk that was like a tree that could support the sky. Whoosh, the sandman holding a spear rushed up to kill, and the trunk smashed down wildly. Clang, the two sides collided, sparks exploded, and the sound of metal clashing pierced into the ears along with the whistling of the sandstorm. The two behemoths fought, causing huge damage in an instant. The dark tree people standing nearby quickly evacuated outside, and the aftermath of the battle could easily destroy them. This was a collision between the masters, and ordinary soldiers could not participate in it. The yellow sand giant waved his spear, crushing the space. Under this level of attack, even the city wall could not withstand a few seconds. The extraordinary burst of power can already destroy a city. But what is surprising is that the yellow sand giant condensed by the Lord of the Dunes was unable to do anything to the evil ancient tree. The power of this boss was not weak at all, and it could even suppress the yellow sand giant. The 18 giant branches waved, and the terrifying power made the yellow sand giant constantly shake off large pieces of gravel. If it were not for the endless supply of yellow sand in the desert, I'm afraid that it would shrink by half in a few rounds. After mastering the ability to control the movement of yellow sand, it is no longer limited to a corner. The invincible ancient tree of the evil god has flexible means of movement, and its explosive fighting power is simply trembling. After the fierce collision, the situation suddenly changed. At the moment when the ancient tree of the evil god repelled the yellow sand giant's attack again, its roots suddenly shot out from the yellow sand. It forcibly pierced into the opponent's body. The next second, the power of decay surged out. The majestic sandman began to decay rapidly in the blink of an eye, and large pieces of gravel collapsed like a sieve. The huge yellow sand giant became a pile of gravel right under his eyes. The pupils of the Lord of the Dunes shrank suddenly. Not only did he not retreat, but his inner greed became more and more hot. This power must be his! Exclamation mark. The yellow sand light on his body surged again, and the gravel on the ground exploded. In an instant, 5 yellow sand giant warriors with a body size of more than 100 meters, holding giant spears, and wearing heavy yellow sand armor, condensed. The breath exuded was more than 10 times more fierce than the giant just now. This scene looked like an epic myth and shocked people. The Lord of Dunes waved his hand. Kill. The two players who were watching the battle from a distance widened their eyes and even forgot to breathe. Is this the way a high-level boss fights? Kinkyu. How should we deal with it? If this move was used before, they would definitely feel that Kinkyu was gone. But after being slapped in the face, they no longer dared to say such things. That guy's background was too terrifying, and he was already so powerful that they could not guess. Who could have expected that the situation that was pushed flat at the beginning would turn into this? Now, the opponent is completely fighting against the Lord of Dunes and the God of Dogheads with his own strength. If it spreads out, I'm afraid that countless people will be shocked. Thinking of this, their eyes can't help but look at the fire elemental lord in the sky who flapped his wings of fire and made the temperature of this area soar. That extraordinary person has not taken action yet. Although it is still unclear how powerful the opponent is, the level is here. I really don't know how the opponent makes this level of existence obey orders. People will die if they compare themselves to others. The distorted face of the godly evil ancient tree looked at the 500-meter tall Sandman warriors, and the fighting spirit in his heart rose. No one can trample on the city of dusk! Exclamation mark. Those who anger my lord will be punished! Exclamation mark. Feeling the almost endless power in his body, the godly evil ancient tree roared and rushed forward. The anger caused by the attack on the city of dusk suddenly poured out at this moment. 500-meter tall Sandmen with spears also launched an attack at the same time. An epic battle began. The godly evil ancient tree versus the 100-meter Sandman. The moment the two sides collided, the situation was out of control. The branches that could easily destroy the city wall smashed, and bursts of sonic booms broke out. The yellow sandland collapsed, and the void twisted. The Sandman warriors were shattered into large pieces of gravel. The yellow sand in the sky covered the light and made the air blurry, and the giant spears of the Sandman warriors would also leave eye-catching scratches on the trunk of the godly evil ancient tree. In this battle, ordinary armies were as insignificant as ants facing humans. They could only watch from a distance. But what was surprising was that the ancient tree of the evil god was still in the upper hand when it was fighting 5 people alone. That huge body seemed to have endless power. The injuries it received would also recover at an exaggerated speed. It was more durable than the Sandman warriors who could absorb sand and gravel to recover, and no one dared to ignore the burst of attacks. The Lord of the Dunes looked a little ugly at this moment. The power of this evil god was far beyond his expectations. One Sandman warrior could sweep away all the existences below the extraordinary. But now, the 5 Sandmen joined forces, and could only barely tie with the other party. After receiving the blessing of the god of the dog-headed man, his strength had recovered a lot, but controlling 5 Sandmen was still a great burden, and he could not maintain it for a long time. He had been sealed for too long, and his strength had already fallen to the freezing point. At this moment, the Lord of the Fire Element, who was releasing endless heat in the sky, slowly lowered his head. The eyes that were brighter than the sun stared at the Lord of the Dunes. The wings of fire flashed. The terrifying flames rushed down towards the Lord of the Dunes. The flames directly covered the sandstorm in the sky, and the sand and gravel turned into magma in the high temperature. The Sandmen who were 100 meters tall were even more unbearable because of the large area of heat. Large pieces of magma dripped from their bodies like sweat. From a distance, the yellow Sandmen seemed to have just crawled out from the depths of the earth. The fiery red magma covered their whole bodies. The participation of the Lord of Fire Element announced that the final decisive battle had begun. An extraordinary elemental life and a boss with the power of a god jointly launched an attack. The scene exploded instantly. The sandstorm in flames directly covered the battlefield and blurred all vision. Outsiders couldn't even see what was happening inside. Richard could only vaguely sense how fierce the battle between the two sides was through the yellow sand. The terrifying high temperature burned everything, and the yellow sand condensed into various giant sandmen, attacking strongly. Later in the battle, even animal-shaped sandmen appeared. The power of the sand of the Lord of Dunes must be related to the condensation of sandmen. Those sandmen seemed to be given life, each one more fierce and powerful than the other, and they attacked the Lord of Fire Element and the ancient tree of the evil god crazily. The Lord of Fire Element's attack method was extremely violent. The flames that could burn everything soared 100 meters high, melting everything around. The rolling magma dripped from the air and set off clusters of heat waves in the sandstorm. The Lord of Dunes kept summoning sandmen one after another, surrounded by sandstorms, and controlled everything from behind. The duel between the flames and the sand was 100 times more exciting than any blockbuster on Blue Star. After witnessing all this, Richard finally knew why the extraordinary was called extraordinary, because the power controlled by this level had exceeded the limit that mortals could control. They are the overlords of the world. The storm created by this melee spread out 1,000 meters away. Within 1,000 meters, the army that did not escape had already been crushed into mud. Perhaps the scene can only be described as a natural disaster. The two stupid players in the back were dumbfounded. They had seen high-level boss battles before, but compared to the current scene, the battle scenes they had seen before were just like children playing house, and there was no way to compare them. The myth reappeared. After the Lord of Dunes blocked dozens of rounds of attacks, the Fire Elemental Lord gradually became impatient. He was extremely grateful to Richard. Not only did the other party release him from the Obsidian Mage Tower, but he also helped him find the lava heart needed to break through the extraordinary. After receiving such a great favor, the other party never asked him to do anything. This was the first time Richard asked him for help. He must not mess this up. Otherwise, how would the other party look at him? In the raging flames, the Fire Elemental Lord became more and more irritable. In contrast, the temperature in the sky was soaring like a volcanic eruption. Even thousands of meters away, one could feel that his hair was bending and scorching. With the battlefield as the center, within hundreds of meters, the temperature had soared to nearly 100 degrees. If there were still troops on the field, the heat alone would kill them. The yellow sand that rose into the air had now turned into hot flaming sand. It was red and was constantly turning into magma. This was already exaggerated enough. The next second, the field saw another change that made everyone's heart tremble. Endless flames erupted from the Fire Elemental Lord, breaking through the barrier of the yellow sand and surging into the sky. The next moment, the flames in the sky, which had already dimmed, suddenly burst open. The void was shattered. In a trance, a terrifying land appeared across the exploded space. Endless flames were jumping, and the scorching heat was roaring. Even if a rock was thrown into it, it would turn into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The Fire Elemental Plane. A word suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. But before they could come to their senses, those flames that were like boiling oil suddenly overturned and fell. The sky fell! Exclamation mark. Rumble. The scorching flames burned in the sandstorm below. Those terrifying sandmen were like ice and snow statues with boiling water poured on them. They kept melting. The lava flames rolled down and hit the gravel on the surface, immediately turning the gravel red and melting, while black crystals condensed around them. In the endless flames, the aura of the Fire Elemental Lord surged exponentially. Fire is his home. Everything will be burned. The Fire Elemental Lord waved his arms, and several fire tornadoes directly enveloped the Dune Lord in front. The sandstorm continued to erupt, but at this moment it was difficult to resist the flames that devoured the world. The two players were stunned. They thought that waving their hands to summon a 100-meter tall sandman was almost a miracle. Now, the boss directly opened a plane and let the flames collapse. This scene was beyond their imagination. The godly evil tree was already fierce enough, and now there is something even more terrifying! Exclamation mark. Will people be allowed to live? Exclamation mark. How many secrets does that pervert King Q have hidden? Question mark. Looking at the figure who has been riding on the back of the undead dragon without taking any action, but has already controlled the situation. After cursing, an unspeakable emotion surged in his heart. A real man should be like this! Exclamation mark. This wrist that can turn the clouds and rain with a flip of the hand should be the attitude that a player should have. The Lord of the Dunes suddenly changed his face when facing the overturned flames. Even if he has recovered to his peak, he can't compete with an elemental plane. He turned his head and roared, "Your Majesty, Carl, help me." At the other end of the space gap, the god of the dog-headed man couldn't sit still when he saw the situation getting out of control. Richard, who was right in front of him, was constantly stimulating his nerves. The anger was hard to suppress. Lowly human. I want God to descend. The Lord of the Dunes was shocked and then overjoyed. God's descent is a method thought up by the gods, who are excluded by the rules, to extract part of their own power and enter the main plane. And in this process, someone must carry this power. Obviously, he was the only suitable candidate. Moreover, he was extraordinary. After the god of dog-headed man descended, he would be the leader, which was equivalent to the god of dog-headed man lending him a part of his power. This was of great benefit to the Lord of Dunes who wanted to peak into a high level. In the midst of surprise, a great power surged from the gap in space. The air froze at this moment. The two players thousands of meters away had their legs softened and fell to the ground. At the same time, an uncontrollable fear rose in their hearts, and their souls were trembling. Divine power. That was the pressure of the gods. The irresistible soul oppression. There was no escape. The Lord of Fire Element saw this scene and turned his head to look at Richard. The information was transmitted to his ears from thousands of meters away. My friend, let your subordinates cooperate with me to interrupt the descent of the gods. My power is not enough to deal with the gods. Richard looked at the surging power of the Lord of Dunes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Closer, I've been waiting for this scene. As the voice fell, his hands suddenly snapped and crushed something. The next second, everyone was watching. The sky that was originally occupied by flames suddenly broke open. A huge crimson moon like a mountain appeared in the air with a bit of illusion and hazy light. It looked like it was not a physical entity, but more like a reflection. It was vicissitudes, ancient and mysterious. It seemed to have come from tens of millions of years ago, across the long river of time. The two players were shocked. What is this? This scene was too exaggerated, right? Summoning the moon directly? Question mark? But suddenly they came back to their senses, looked at each other, and exclaimed in unison. Crimson Moon. Fuck, what is the relationship between Kinkyu and the Crimson Moon? Can this also be connected? The Lord of Fire Element looked up suddenly, sensing the breath of the Crimson Moon, and was shocked. Ancient breath, the power of the origin. What is this? On the field, the god of dogs, who was transferring his power to the Lord of Dunes, trembled all over. With a trembling tone, he uttered a word that made it unable to control itself. Ancient god. The tone was filled with strong horror and fear, as if a little mouse saw an old cat. And at this moment, on the illusory crimson moon, a figure wearing a bright red noble dress and a face covered by blood-colored energy suddenly appeared. Even at a very long distance, the other party seemed to be in front of him. The power of magic. Everyone widened their eyes. Even if they couldn't see the face of the mysterious existence, they could still feel the other party's powerful aura. Between the raising of her hands and throwing her hands, it was as if the queen who ruled an empire was inspecting her territory. Invaluable. The moment the mysterious figure appeared, he looked at the god of dog heads. The dog-headed god was frantically withdrawing his power from the Lord of the Dunes. As for the god Descent, after sensing that special breath, he was thrown away by him. Suddenly, he found that the mysterious existence was staring at him, and his heart was broken. An unspeakable sense of danger surged in his heart. Great terror! Exclamation mark. But before he could respond, he saw the figure on the blood moon gently raised his hand. The next second, endless power burst out. The light of the blood-colored moon in the sky instantly covered everything. The dog-headed god only felt that his power was uncontrollably flowing back into the main plane. Even his soul was uncontrollably pulled away, and an uncontrollable fear rose in his heart. He wanted to forcibly cut off the connection with the main plane, but at this moment he found that he couldn't even control his own power. After a few breaths, the blood-colored light faded, and the divine power that made everyone tremble also disappeared. At the same time, Glorious Era, all the dog-headed men suddenly felt empty in their hearts, as if they had lost something extremely important. The Lord of the Dunes was extremely shocked at this moment, because he found that a new soul had appeared in his body, the god of dog-headed men. Before he could think about it, the next second, the mysterious existence on the blood-red moon suddenly appeared in front of him. His back suddenly felt cold in the dunes, as if he was stared at by a giant beast from the abyss. Just as he was about to make a move, the other party glanced at him lightly, and he immediately dispersed the energy he had mobilized, and lost the courage to resist. The consciousness in his heart told him that, if he dared to make a move, he would definitely die. The elegant figure in a bright red noble dress waved his hand, and the Lord of the Dunes felt that the extra soul in his body disappeared. The other party's figure also disappeared at the same time. He subconsciously looked up and saw that the crimson moon that was just suspended in the air had disappeared at this moment. The sky was still a sky burning with flames. The Lord of Dunes turned around slowly with a dry throat, looking at the kobold god at the other end of the space gap. the figure of the kobold god appeared in his sight, but before he could be happy, the other party's body seemed to have been stripped of bones, and he collapsed to the ground limply, without any movement. The Lord of Dune's hands and feet instantly turned cold. He looked at the figure riding the undead dragon with a stiff gaze. His head was buzzing. The other party killed the kobold god. Chapter 423, Seal the Lord of the Dunes and reap the spoils. Looking at the mysterious being in red noble dress. Who is it? Why can this human lord command such a terrifying being? The face of the Lord of Dunes changed again and again. There were great waves in his heart. He could never have imagined that the action that he thought was a sure thing would have such a big variable in the end. The god of the dog-headed man had his soul extracted in front of him. Exclamation mark. How crazy and unbelievable. The gods, that is the existence that controls the rules, the master of this world. Now, it is gone right under his nose. It's ridiculous. At this time, the Lord of Dunes wanted to force out a smile to ease his emotions, but he couldn't do it. Even the god of the dog-headed man was hunted like a pig and a dog. If the other party wanted to kill him, how much effort would it take? Thinking of this, he felt cold all over. The inner spying on the power of the yellow sand and the greed for the rotten power turned into the deepest fear at this moment. The figure riding on the back of the undead dragon, who had not taken action from beginning to end, made him feel deeply afraid at this moment. The most terrifying enemy is not the one that is so powerful that it is invincible, but the one that is unknown. He thought that he could use his army to besiege the enemy's city and lure it out of Solon City, and then he would get everything naturally. But who could have imagined that the opponent's strength was like a giant beast hidden under the desert, only revealing a piece of scale. The power that finally erupted was beyond his imagination. The two sand sculpture players who were watching the battle from a distance did not understand what happened at first and were still confused even after the crimson moon disappeared. When they saw the body of the kobold god fall to the ground and fall to the ground. And after he collapsed to the ground in such an extremely embarrassing posture and did not move, an unspeakable chill suddenly surged into his heart. The two looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. The fat black pheasant stammered. Heyo, Heyonan. Kobold god. Is he dead? With the attitude of that god who loves face, even if he is dead, he can't lie on the ground in front of outsiders in a dog chewing mud posture. The appearance of this kind of picture can only mean one thing. Something happened, and it was a big one. Exclamation mark. Considering the moment when the crimson moon appeared, the panicked tone of the kobold god, and the fact that he fell down the moment the crimson moon disappeared, it is not difficult to imagine the reason. The system prompt says that the rise of the crimson moon will cause the gods to fall. The skinny Heonan swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "The kobold god is the fallen god." The black-robed Shanji was shocked and frightened. But how is King Kyo involved in this? What does he have to do with it? Could it be that he created the crimson moon? This is a new expansion pack. After saying this, the two fell into silence. Thinking of the brilliant record of that dead pervert, this absurd idea actually became somewhat credible. After the war just now, even if someone told them that King Kyo was not a player, but a reincarnation of a god, they would even believe it. Everything the other party showed was too extraordinary and shocking. It was fine that such a powerful army failed to sweep the other side's territory. Then the extraordinary descended, and they thought they could finally kill the other side this time. But what they didn't expect was that the fire elemental lord appeared. Then the god of the kobolds on their side came to support, and it seemed that the situation was settled again. Before they had time to be happy, the crimson moon appeared. With a wave of his hand, the god who was countless distances away from the main plane collapsed to the ground in the most ridiculous way. Life or death was unknown. This round of changes in the situation made them not know what language to use to describe it all. It was too incredible and dreamy. King Kyo was like a deep sea that could not be peaked at the bottom. Whenever they thought that the other side was like this, a more terrifying background would appear. It was always mysterious and unknown. After the crimson moon disappeared for a while, the situation changed immediately. After the fire elemental lord sensed the greatest danger, the disappearance of the god of the kobolds, the flames on his body that could easily melt steel broke out again. Target, the Lord of the Dunes. The breath emitted by the crimson moon made him feel frightened, but the other party was not an enemy, and that was enough. He had an unusually high degree of trust in Richard. Now, it was time to carry out his mission. The overwhelming flames once again smashed down from the fire elemental plane. The rolling flames made people tremble. On the yellow sand land, magma flowed into a lake. The high temperature that could melt everything created waves of terrifying heat. The heat could be felt thousands of meters away. The fire elemental lord did not give the Dune Lord any breathing space, and the endless flames devoured him with an absolutely domineering attitude. At the same time, the godly evil ancient tree that controlled the quicksand also killed the Dune Lord. The level of the godly evil ancient tree was still some distance away from the extraordinary, but after swallowing the dark blood and transforming, this boss already had the characteristics of the godly evil. Coupled with the blessing of the power of decay, the godly evil ancient tree at this moment could even fight against the extraordinary at level 17. The battle broke out for the second time. After the Dune Lord came to his senses, he roared and controlled the remaining 400-meter high sandmen to fight back. The scene instantly became uncontrollable. The aftermath of the three-way battle caused a terrifying energy fluctuation, and the sky was distorted. As the battle entered another climax, Richard's eyes gradually became sharper. Energy surged in his body, and the next second, the yellow sand on the ground rose up. In the eyes of outsiders who could not understand, he broke away from Alvis and flew towards the center of the battle. King Q wants to participate in the battle between extraordinary people. This made the Sand sculpture players who were watching the show look stunned. Obviously, victory is in hand. Why do you still make such a move? Exclamation mark. Seeing Richard's abnormal behavior, the most surprised person was the Lord of the Dunes. After the god of the dog-headed man fell, he was already planning how to evacuate. The original idea of devouring the power of the yellow sand and occupying the power of decay became illusory in the face of cruel reality. He even gave up the idea of attacking Richard. The terrifying blood moon left him with a deep psychological shadow. But unexpectedly, the human lord who could have won the victory and waited for the final result with peace of mind dared to be arrogant at this moment. Opportunity. As long as he could kill the human instantly, he could snatch the power of the yellow sand from him. Even if he couldn't win, he could definitely escape by using the power of the desert. In order not to alert the enemy, he even restrained some of his energy after Richard approached, so that the other party could enter the arena with peace of mind. After Richard stepped into the range of his power, the Lord of the Dunes was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, you are courting death. As soon as the words fell, endless yellow sand power surged out, directly blocking the opponent's retreat. At the same time, the 4 sand soldiers turned their spears and attacked him. When the Lord of the Dunes saw this scene, he vaguely saw the other party's body explode, and he gained the power of the yellow sand. When he was excited, suddenly, his eyes darkened. The light around him seemed to be wiped out by an invisible force at this moment, and the other party's figure disappeared directly from his perception. What is this? Exclamation mark. 10,000 question marks rose in his heart. But before he could react, the yellow sand he was controlling suddenly stagnated. It was like someone was holding the other end of the rope. It was extremely difficult to swing the rope. The Dune Lord's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was shocked and angry. The sand that he could control was resisting his control. It was that damned human who was fighting with him for the control of the yellow sand. Exclamation mark. The anger was ignited. There was a light of anger in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he regarded Richard as prey, but now, he was attacked by the prey. What a courage! Exclamation mark. With a determined heart, the endless power of the yellow sand gushed out and forcibly took back the control of the yellow sand. Under the absolute power, the opponent did not resist much. After he took back the control of the yellow sand, he suddenly found that the endless darkness actually blocked his ability to use the sand to explore the surroundings. The opponent obviously knew the wonderful use of the power of the yellow sand. The Dune Lord let out a long breath, and the humiliation and anger in his heart became more and more intense. A human who had not even reached level 15 dared to provoke again and again. Damn bastard. He will let that lowly human know that the extraordinary cannot be insulted. With a wave of his hand, he forcibly mobilized his strength and established a connection with the 4 yellow sand giants. he instructed these terrifying beings to kill in all directions. He wanted to let the other party know the fate of despising him. But the moment the Sandman just took action, a creepy sense of threat surged into his heart. At this moment, the god of death seemed to be staring at him. The Lord of the Dunes was shocked. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the sand and gravel to condense into several thick yellow sand shields, and at the same time, his body quickly flew towards the sky. He wanted to forcibly escape from this area shrouded in darkness. But the next second, the darkness around him suddenly intensified, and he only felt an invisible giant hand forcibly pressing him in place. At this moment, the sense of danger soared 100 times. The Lord of the Dunes roared hysterically. The power in his body continued to surge like a volcanic eruption. He wanted to forcibly break through the invisible chain, condensed by the darkness. But at this moment, his pupils reflected twisted tree roots, which were still carrying a terrifying rotten power. Before he could break through the dark chains, the tree roots directly formed a cage and imprisoned him. At the same time, a dazzling flame exploded in the sky. The endless darkness was forced away. The Lord of the Dunes looked up. He saw that the Fire Elemental Lord was carrying the flames that overturned the Fire Elemental plane. The terrifying scene made him feel desperate. The Lord of the Dunes felt desperate. At this moment, the rotten power of the ancient tree was still eroding his body. He wanted to break free from the other party's restraints, so he could only mobilize the power of the yellow sand to resist the erosion. At this moment, he could no longer deal with this terrifying flame. But the Lord of the Dunes was not a weakling. At the critical moment, he roared. 4 giant sandmen approached him fiercely, and the sharp spears in their hands instantly turned into shields, forcibly blocking the flames in the sky. After the thick shield was formed, the 4 sandmen attacked the ancient tree with their hands and feet, trying to tear its roots and release the Lord of the Dunes. But at this moment, the 4 sandmen suddenly sluggish, and the condensed shield deviated a few points from the air, and a loophole appeared in the perfect defense. No. Sensing that his power was disturbed again, the Lord of the Dunes roared hysterically. The next second, the rolling flames swallowed directly down, enveloped the Lord of the Dunes forcibly. The terrifying energy instantly turned the gravel around him into magma, swallowing him directly. The Lord of the Dunes felt what pain was again. Cheofen burst out with all his strength, and the terrifying energy fluctuations made the surrounding darkness retreat into nothingness, and the light returned to the earth. In the sight of the 2 players, the area fell into darkness after Kinkyu flew in, and then the darkness retreated not long after. Then, at the moment when the darkness receded, the image in his pupils was the ancient tree of the evil god tying up the Lord of the Dunes, the Lord of the Fire Element pouring out flames. Several sandmen around him stiffened their bodies, being engulfed by the flames, and large pieces of gravel turning into magma. The situation seemed to become clear all of a sudden. The 2 looked at the figure floating in the sky, speechless. It would have been fine if he had intervened in the battle between the extraordinary, but now he actually dominated the situation. This dead pervert. The shrill screams of the Lord of the Dunes and the flames spread thousands of meters away, making those who heard it shudder. Richard looked at this scene calmly, without much emotional fluctuation. As the City of Dusk became stronger and stronger, the situations that required him to personally charge in person became less and less. A real boss should hold a glass of red wine, sit in the rear under the service of a maid, and let his army capture the city with a wave of his hand. Then he only needs to wait for the army to return victoriously and present the spoils to him. Looking at the Lord of the Dunes who was still being burned crazily, Richard narrowed his eyes. The other party had lost the remaining power to control the yellow sand. He glanced at the flank and waved his hand. The 400-meter high sandman collapsed directly like an avalanche. The weapon of the Dune Lord was broken. After doing all this, he slowly turned his head. Looking at the Dune Lord howling in pain, he said lightly, "Seal his power." The calm tone made the Dune Lord feel an uncontrollable fear. "Humble human, what do you want to do?" Richard ignored the other party and quietly watched the godly ancient tree and the Fire Elemental Lord forcibly seal the Dune Lord. The rotten power of the godly ancient tree was frantically eroding the Dune Lord at this moment, and coupled with the scorching flames of the Fire Elemental Lord, the other party was directly disabled. The collision between extraordinary people is often fierce and terrifying, and it is difficult to determine the winner in a short time. If the three parties are allowed to fight, I'm afraid that there will be no winner without several hours of tragic fighting. The existence of this level has such tenacious vitality that it is enough to make anyone smack their lips. The three parties had just fought evenly, and he was the last straw that broke the balance. He made the opponent's yellow sand power temporarily ineffective, used the skills attached to the Dark King's cloak to seal the opponent's senses, and combined with the cooperation of the divine evil ancient tree and the fire elemental lord. After a series of means, the Lord of the Dunes, who did not react in time, became a prisoner. Slowly approaching the opponent, Richard's power began to become active. A strong desire arose in his heart, as if there was something in the other party's body that attracted him extremely. It was like a person who had been thirsty in the desert for 10 days and encountered a spring, and every cell in his body was longing for it. The power of yellow sand, the power controlled by the Lord of the Dunes. This is the power bestowed by the Panwell of the desert. Every existence with the power of yellow sand is the dulling of the desert. Richard took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his fluctuating emotions. In the angry and horrified eyes of the Lord of the Dunes, the power of yellow sand on his body surged out. It directly enveloped the opponent. The winner can take everything. Now, it's time for him to reap the spoils. Chapter 424. The war is over. Harvesting the fruits of victory. The moment the power enveloped the Lord of the Dunes, the yellow sand power in the other party's body was like being attracted by a magnet and quickly replenished his body. Richard felt that every cell in his body was cheering. The power in his body began to grow explosively. The surrounding sand began to float up and spun rapidly around him. The Lord of the Dunes, who was forcibly controlled, wanted to resist, but under the joint suppression of the divine evil ancient tree and the Lord of the fire element, he could not make any moves and could only watch his already weak power slip away. After the swallowed yellow sand power reached a certain limit, a picture suddenly appeared in Richard's mind. In a desert with no end in sight, a storm came, rolling up sand and dust, whistling like a demon's roar, making people shudder. The stronger the wind, the more terrifying the sandstorm. Then the whole world was swallowed by the sandstorm. After the storm climbed to the extreme, it gradually weakened, and the desert returned to calm. A sandstorm became the beginning. He seemed to have become a witness of time, witnessing everything that happened in the desert. The yellow sand sometimes exists quietly in the silence, flows peacefully, and sometimes collapses and turns into quicksand that devours everything. Countless changes are constantly happening on the vast land, but only the desert is eternal. Gravel can be tangible or intangible. With the control of the outside world, the gravel can condense into various shapes. The Dune Lord condenses the sand into a yellow sand giant, which is just one of the common methods. Richard watched this scene, and his mind became more and more aware. He didn't come back to his senses until the picture disappeared. With a thought, the surrounding yellow sand began to surge. It floated up directly and condensed into one after another, which seemed very strange to outsiders. A huge cooking pot, an irregular pressure cooker, a special pig killing knife, an electric fan, an inflatable doll, a whip, handcuffs. What is surprising is that these things condensed by the gravel, although they are clearly gravel, give people an extremely real feeling. After these messy things condensed, a giant sandman wearing an apron rose from the ground. Then, those things suddenly merged into the Sandman. He had a cooking pot on his back, a pressure cooker on his head, a butcher knife in his right hand, an electric fan in his left hand, an inflatable doll lying on his thighs, and whips and handcuffs wrapped around his neck. The painting style was completely different from Glorious Era. It was extremely inconsistent, weird, and distorted. The army in the distance saw this scene and was at a loss. They knew about the Sandman, but why was the weapon carried by this Sandman so weird? Could it be that this was a new magic developed by the Lord? He is worthy of being the Lord. It was really amazing. Too obscure. Only two sand sculpture players on the field knew the reason for all this, and they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. At the same time, their inner emotions were a little subtle. King Kyu, he is really a player, not a body possessed. At least such a realistic inflatable doll is impossible to imagine. After coming to his senses, he couldn't help but complain. What did this guy do before? This is a bit too much. The Lord of the Dunes, who was forcibly suppressed, felt that his power was disappearing like a tide. He was filled with uncontrollable fear. However, the erosion of the power of decay and the burning of the tyrannical power of the Lord of Fire element made it a luxury for him to mobilize his own power. Intense pain came from every cell in his body. Looking at the figure with gradually rising momentum and the strange Sandman on the other side who seemed to be alive. Resentment, unwillingness, anger, countless emotions surged in his heart. But all these emotions finally condensed into regret. He thought that discovering the power of Yellow Sand was the beginning of recovering to the peak and the starting point of ruling the Death Desert again. But he didn't expect that a small human lord would eventually possess such an exaggerated power. It was unimaginable and incomprehensible. As the Lord of the Dunes lost his power, he gradually aged and became like a dying person, exuding a decayed breath. His eyes were dim and his momentum disappeared. When the power of Yellow Sand was no longer replenished, Richard slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his aura was fluctuating. The power of Yellow Sand was surging around him, and the floating sand was like a breeze and a storm. The power in his body was vibrating. This was a state that had not yet been digested and integrated. The power of Yellow Sand was the original power of the desert after all, and it was too extraordinary. It was difficult to digest for a while. After he took back the power that enveloped the Lord of the Dunes, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Ding, you have obtained a special power, the power of Yellow Sand, the Lord's talent. The Lord of the Desert is being promoted to the second stage. Please upgrade as soon as possible, and only after you reach level 15 can you complete the final transformation. Richard took a look at the system prompt and his spirits were immediately lifted. Talent promotion. Finally waited for it. He was able to forge the City of Dusk into such a powerful one in just half a year, and his talent played an indispensable role. I wonder how much improvement he can get from this promotion. Looking into the long-term future, if the power of the Yellow Sand, that even the extraordinary existence of the Lord of the Dunes covets, is gathered by him, and he takes control of the desert, what heights will he reach? A legendary Autoboo realm, the gods? The future is promising. Richard took a few deep breaths to suppress the agitated emotions in his heart. After coming to his senses, he glanced at the Dusk City, which was mostly conquered, and then turned to look at the old and decaying Lord of the Dunes. If it weren't for the rich foundation he had accumulated in his hands, I'm afraid that this time, Dusk City would have been destroyed by the other party. Killing intent surged in his heart. This was the most serious damage to Dusk City. He had accumulated an army for more than half a year, and 2/3 of them died in this war. 2/3? How many resources are there? Exclamation mark. How many black condensed ice creams does he have to sell to make it back? How much time will it take to recruit these troops again? Damn the Lord of the Dunes, and that stupid god of dogheads. These two guys deserve to die. Not to mention that a large number of buildings were damaged, which required resources to repair. This was not a war in a dungeon. The destroyed buildings and the fallen troops would never be resurrected. The underground reinforcement that came to support were also tragic, and their bodies were everywhere. The price paid by the Dusk City to resist this time was heavy. Imprison it in the dungeon. After 3 days, organize a public trial and let the residents of the Dusk City judge it in person. As soon as the words fell, the roots of the ancient tree of the evil god loosened directly and threw the Lord of the Dunes onto the sand. The extraordinary existence that was so arrogant just now did not even have the strength to stand up at this moment. 2 stone statues of the dead swooped down, directly lifted each other up, and took them back to the Dusk City. The rotten Lord of the Dunes flashed through his heart with humiliation and unwillingness. Even if it had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, it was still extraordinary. Why was it so aggrieved? He raised his head suddenly and cursed with an extremely resentful tone. Lowly human, you and your city will be destroyed. I curse you forever. Before he could finish his words, 2 stone statues of the dead opened fire on this extraordinary man, knocking out his front teeth. He whimpered and could not say the rest of the words. Richard ignored the Lord of Dunes. The curses of the loser were ridiculous and pathetic, just an incompetent roar. You couldn't beat me at the strongest time, and you can make Dusk City collapse with a few curses? Cursing day and night, can you curse the gods to death? Wait until the figure of the Lord of Dunes disappeared from sight. This war planned by the extraordinary and fought by the gods themselves has come to an end. Dusk City won the final victory at the tragic cost of killing 2/3 of the army. As the scene calmed down, the Lord of Fire Element, who was suspended in the sky like the scorching sun, waved his hand violently, stopped the collapsing flames, and dispersed the scorching heat that could melt everything. The extraordinary boss looked at Richard with eyes as bright as the sun, but he did not speak. Richard noticed the other party's gaze and exchanged a glance with him. Then, the two smiled at each other. Without saying a word, everything was unspoken. The Fire Elemental Lord looked at him deeply, then waved his hand, and shattered the void. The rolling heat wave came again, and endless flames burned wantonly at the other end of the plane. The Fire Elemental Lord took a step forward, and disappeared in the flames. From beginning to end, he did not talk to Richard, and just left the main plane. After the disappearance of this top boss, Richard was in a good mood. The relationship between the two parties has changed from mutual use at the beginning to true friends now. It is subtle and difficult for outsiders to understand. If he invites him again, the Fire Elemental Lord will come again. This is the fundamental reason why he invested so generously in the other party before. An extraordinary level of combat power cannot be exchanged for any amount of resources. At the critical moment, it can be finalized. As the Fire Elemental Lord left, Richard set his sights on the crack in another sky. That was the space gap opened by the Lord of Dunes, which had not yet been closed. Inside, one could see a throne made of yellow sand, standing empty on a wide square. In the distance, there were tall buildings. Although the view could not see the whole picture, the splendor of the city could be seen from those buildings. The city of the Lord of Dunes. His emotions were rising. At this time, the Lord of Dunes, who was brought back to the City of Dusk, was imprisoned in the dungeon. When the cell door was locked, Richard heard the prompt again. Ding, you have captured the Lord of Dunes. The promotion task is to eliminate the Lord of Dunes. The current completion progress is 90%. Completely eliminate its remaining forces and you can directly complete the promotion task. After reading the prompt twice, he immediately cheered up. The biggest difficulty, the Lord of Dunes, has been imprisoned. Next, it's time to enjoy the fruits of victory. Turning his head to look at the ancient tree of the evil god that stood on the yellow sand land like a tree that supported the sky after the dust had dispersed. Skeleton blood dragons and stone statues of the dead have also gathered around. At the same time, a Mirada, a 10-meter tall centaur who has turned into a fighting posture, also walked over, looking at him with admiration. He subconsciously glanced around. Dark tree people over 20 meters tall were gathering around him quickly. The toxic wasps buzzing in the sky formed a black cloud. Cell Bloodhoof also led the Dungeon Clan army to approach him. Looking at this army that has become powerful after a great battle, a strong sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. This is the foundation of the City of Dusk, the power he cultivated with his own hands. He took a deep breath and looked at the gap in space. He waved his hand. Flatten that city. His will is the direction for the City of Dusk to move forward. The order was issued, and the ancient tree of the evil god waved its branches, and endless power burst out, forcibly widening the gap in space. This boss with the power of the evil god took the lead in stepping into it. The skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead immediately followed, and the dark tree man on the ground followed closely. Watching the army of the City of Dusk cross the space gap and kill into the city buried underground, the two sand sculpture players in the back were feeling particularly subtle at the moment. The black and fat Shanji was lost. Is this all over? Until this moment, he still felt like he was in a dream. What happened in just a few hours was too dreamy. Before he stepped through the space gap, he could never have expected that Kinkyu's army could actually counterattack the city of the Lord of Dune. The skinny Haonan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yeah, who would have thought that Kinkyu's strength would be so strong? He suddenly thought, if other players knew the true power of Kinkyu, I wonder what their expressions would be. Presumably, they would be more shocked than them. Unfortunately, without live broadcast, outsiders will never know what happened here. And even if you sent out these messages, I'm afraid no one would pay attention. Hunting gods, imprisoning the extraordinary. Such mythical deeds, only ghosts would believe. Everyone is not a fool. King Kyu is strong, but it is nonsense to say that he can suppress the extraordinary, not to mention killing gods, even if this is true. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel regretful. At this time, the fat black pheasant seemed to have thought of something and said with a bit of envy, "It seems that there is an unsealed treasure house in the city of the Lord of the Dunes. I don't know how many good things are hidden in it. Now it's all King Clues." After saying that, he tasted it, and his face suddenly looked a little wrong. It seems that there is more than that. After the Lord of the Dunes was imprisoned, didn't the city become his trophy? This wave directly obtained a city? Question mark. The skinny Haonan's expression was also stiff. He turned his head to look at his companions and said with rapid breathing, "I remember that there seemed to be 10 nests of the desert guards left in the city. Because some of the nests were destroyed, I took a few more glances to make sure that those were intact. Damn it, they are 3-star crowned soldiers." The Lord of the Dunes' domineering and unparalleled attitude made the two never think that the city would fall. "Prove that I'm your only one, Big Brother Mengzu reward." At this moment, the Lord of the Dunes is imprisoned, so doesn't everything on the other side belong to King Q? Thinking of the background and wealth accumulated by the Lord of the Dunes, the two of them widened their eyes and looked at the Dusk City army that stepped into the space gap. At this moment, it felt like I had eaten 10,000 lemons in my mouth, and it was sour to my heart. "King Q, this dead pervert, this guy deserves to die!" Exclamation mark. "Thank you, prove that I'm your only one. Thank you for the Big Brother's reward. Thank you." Chapter 425, The King of the Forbidden Army in the Lair of the Shining Moon Level Soldier. The army crossed the space gap like a tide and occupied the city belonging to the Lord of the Dunes. Richard entered the city only after the ancient tree of the divine evil confirmed that the surroundings were safe. Anyone can take risks, but he can't. The moment he crossed the space gap, an ancient, majestic, splendid and magnificent city came into view. It was vicissitudes and ancient, as if it had spanned a long time of millions of years. The streets were crisscrossed, and the buildings were like hairs. There were churches carved with religious patterns, giant bell towers at the intersection of the cross streets, and 7 or 8-story residential buildings. There were all kinds of things. Staring at these buildings, I seemed to see the brilliant scene of the city when it was most prosperous. But what impressed people was not the glory of the city, but the vast yellow sand wall that was more than 100 meters high and wrapped the entire city and the edge area. It was hard to imagine why the gravel piled up 100 meters high and did not collapse, especially when there was no obstruction on this side close to the Dune City. Looking closely, you can even see that the gravel is still flowing, like a miracle. Richard frowned at first, and only retracted his gaze after making sure that he did not sense any threat. He floated above the city and looked down at the earth. He roughly estimated that the distance from the central square where the yellow sand throne was erected to the edge of the city was at least 5 kilometers. And this was before he saw the city wall. The remaining part of the city seemed to have been buried by sand and gravel, and not all of it was revealed. If it was fully revealed, it would probably be a magnificent city that was not inferior to Solon City. The only discord was that the streets around were empty and there were no figures. Even the army defending the city did not appear. The atmosphere of emptiness and loneliness filled the entire city. Richard frowned. Where are the enemies? His eyes narrowed slightly, and his perception began to expand around along the sand. Until the mental power spread to the extreme, it suddenly stopped, and immediately drove Alvis into the air, passing over the towering yellow sand wall, and flew hundreds of meters high in the air. He looked to the east of the Dune City. I saw endless black gravel covering the land. 4,000 meters away, mummies were crawling out of the black sand, gathering the army on the land, with the number exceeding 2 battalions. After seeing the enemy, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. It was not scary that the enemy was strong, but the unknown was scary. Retracting his thoughts, he looked at the black sand ground. Was the enemy's army buried in the gravel? Thinking that there was still a part of the city buried by the yellow sand, it suddenly became clear. The barracks used by the Lord of the Dunes to house the army had obviously not escaped the burial of the yellow sand. Turning his head to look at the central square where the army of the City of Dusk gathered, he gave an order directly. Amirada, there are a large number of enemies left in the east. The stone statues of the dead and the dark tree people are under your command. Completely wipe out these remnants. The centaur, who seemed a little tiny in a group of exaggerated dark tree people, was curiously looking around. After Richard returned, the warrior who took over the command and bravely killed the enemy on the front line of the battlefield returned to the appearance of a carefree little girl. Hearing the order, the little guy immediately looked up at the sky. At the same time, he felt that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He was instantly filled with pride, like a child who was appointed as the class monitor in public. "Yes, father." A voice with a bit of cuteness sounded. "Sir Treebird, please send the dark tree man out. The dead stone statue will follow me." As soon as the voice fell, a Merida ran directly towards the yellow sand wall. The distance of several kilometers was reached in the blink of an eye, and then a surprising scene appeared. This centaur actually stepped directly into the 90-degree steep yellow sand wall. And the speed was not slow at all, directly lying on his back and charging upwards, without being affected by gravity at all, running regardless of the terrain. The dead stone statue flapped its wings, and followed closely behind. The dark tree man lagged behind half a step, but the actions of these soldiers summoned by the ancient trees were also full of visual impact. After the dark tree man stuck his roots into the yellow sand wall, the yellow sand flowed upward violently, like a lone boat in a river, floating down the river. Thousands of dark tree men acted in this way, and the scene brought a strong visual shock. After the army climbed to the ground, a Merida raised the battle axe in her hand, and led the army to charge again. Those mummies who crawled out of the ground noticed the enemy's attack, and immediately turned around to meet the enemy. A battle started again. This time, without the intervention of the extraordinary and the crisis of the fall of Twilight City, a Merida showed a heart-shattering destructive power. Wherever the battle axe went, no matter how the mummies resisted, they would end up with only one result. Their bodies were broken and collapsed, and their souls were shattered. The dark treemen surged out like a tide, and their huge bodies had a crushing posture when facing the mummies who were only more than 2 meters tall. When the trunks swung, they could cause exaggerated destructive power. It was the first time that Richard saw the dark treemen fighting. The attack method mainly relied on the dry and twisted branches on their bodies. Their roots could not be controlled at will like the ancient trees of the gods, and could only be used for movement. But this did not affect their combat effectiveness. They could cause huge damage when swinging. These soldiers summoned by the godly evil ancient tree were 4 levels lower than the godly evil ancient tree, all at level 13. But facing the top level 15 soldiers, they were not inferior at all. The huge size was too advantageous. This was the advantage that the race was born with. There was no reason for talent. Seeing the mummies crawling out of the ground being quickly strangled by the Dusk City army, whose levels were generally lower than theirs, Richard felt a little subtle. Levels reflect the strength to a certain extent, but they cannot prove combat effectiveness. Templates, levels, technology, strategic treasures, these are the real power when they are gathered together. Seeing the battle under the leadership of Merida, he did not continue to pay attention to it. These post-war deserts have already made him lose interest. Let Alvis land on the central square, then float away from behind him, step on the 12 steps, and walk step by step to the front of the yellow sand throne. At this moment, the army still in the square, looking at the heroic and extraordinary figure, was a little dazed. It seemed that their master was the real master of this city. Richard glanced around and immediately saw the burly figure in front of the army. Sel Bloodhoof, the chief of the dungeon barbarians, the ruler of Bloodhoof City, and now the nominal ruler of the underground world. Looking at the dried blood on the other person's body, his eyes softened. Sel, I have seen the sacrifices made by Bloodhoof City and everyone else. Your bravery and fearlessness have won my recognition. The City of Dusk will not forget your efforts. It was really unexpected that the underground world army could be mobilized so quickly this time. He was very satisfied with Sel's performance. The ruler of the dungeon barbarians was a smart man who knew to choose the right path from the beginning. This guy, the road is wide. Sel held his chest and bowed in the most humble manner, with a bit of fanaticism in his tone. Lord Richard, it is our honor to serve you. The dungeon army around him also saluted at the same time. It is our honor to serve you. The surging voice resounded through the sky. These words came from the heart. These troops from the dungeon had never thought that they would encounter such legendary deeds when they supported the City of Dusk this time. the Lord of the Dunes who could condense a 100-meter high yellow sand giant, the Lord of the Fire element who controlled the flames to burn everything, and the gods who were so high above that people had to bow their heads when they heard their titles appeared in front of them one after another. This was like a myth for the underground world, where the most powerful existence was only the ruler of two forces half a year ago, and the level was only 15. What's more exaggerated is that these mythical existences are all related to the ruler in front of them. Imprisoning extraordinary people and hunting gods, such taboo deeds, made them feel an indescribable shock in their hearts. The image of Richard in their hearts was like a god descending to the world, glorious and majestic. No need to be polite. When the war is over, I will give you a generous reward, Richard said and looked at Cell. Cell, lead your army to search this city carefully. I need to know where their treasure house is. Cell took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. As you wish. This matter seems simple, but it is a great reward for him. Who is qualified to collect spoils in battle? Confidant, the confidant among confidants. Looking at Cell's disappearing back, Richard nodded with satisfaction. Leaving Bloodhoof City behind, now it can be said that the effect is seen. It's worth it. Less than 10 minutes after Cell left, Kalu rode a stone statue of the dead through the space gap. The face of the political official who manages all aspects of Dusk City is very solemn, and there is a depressing atmosphere. After arriving at the bottom of the yellow sand throne with 12 steps, he immediately saluted. Good day, Lord Richard. The war damage of Dusk City has been counted. The voice fell, with a heart full of anger and sadness. We suffered heavy losses. Richard looked at Kalu, who seemed to have aged more than 10 years, and frowned. No need to do that, Kalu. Twilight City has not fallen yet, and our residents are still alive. Damaged buildings can be repaired, and fallen troops can be recruited again. No matter how bad the situation is now, can it be worse than when Twilight City was just established? It's just a matter of spending more resources. Black condensed ice cream, whitetail absolute brew, yellow sand robe, desert crown honey, and the weapons factory in the underground world. None of these have been damaged and do not affect our foundation. Kalu was stunned, and his anxiety was soothed a lot. Yes, the current Twilight City, no matter what, can't be more difficult than when the city was first built. Moreover, Twilight City is the winner of this war, and even Cheofen has been imprisoned in the dungeon. The winner should not show such an attitude. Taking a deep breath, his eyes returned to his previous emotions. Lord Richard, I'm narrow-minded. Your mind is enough to make the gods admire. Richard noticed that Kalu's mood had adjusted back and smiled. That's why he always uses Kalu. This old man will never make irrational decisions, because of external factors. Controlling emotions is the most basic ability of the superior. Report the losses of Dusk City in detail. Yes. Kalu's face darkened. 4 hours ago, I suddenly heard the horn blow, and then I saw the crack in the sky. The mummy of the Lord of the Dunes and the dog-headed people suddenly launched an attack. Their ferocity is far beyond any previous enemy. In this battle, we used 450 all-chemical artillery and consumed more than 200,000 all-chemical bombs. The stock of all-chemical bombs obtained from the Furnace City has been exhausted, and now there are less than 30,000 left in the warehouse. 130 of the 450 all-chemical artillery were destroyed in the battle, and the rest were more or less damaged. All of them will be repaired next. The all-chemical artillery played an irreplaceable role in this battle. Without these 3-star weapons, Dusk City would have fallen long ago. But high-intensity bombardment means high losses. After a war, hundreds of all-chemical cannons were scrapped. This level of consumption is enough to make anyone feel distressed. Richard's face did not change much. He was mentally prepared for this. He spent a lot of effort to obtain various resources. Wasn't it just to prevent this situation? The performance of the all-chemical cannon this time showed that his previous preparations were not in vain. The damage to the buildings was more serious. 20 residential houses were destroyed, 1 brewery was destroyed, and 2 food workshops were destroyed. In addition, other buildings were attacked more or less, but they did not collapse. The Lord's Mansion is the enemy's key attack area. 1/3 of the area fell. Fortunately, you returned in time, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Kalu's tone became more solemn. But even so, the 3 arms nests of the bandaged mummy and the 5 arms nests of the giant axe death knight were all destroyed, and the cursed pharaoh with only 1 nest was not spared. Richard's eyes condensed. 9 rare arms nests, just gone. Continue. Kalu's voice was a little hoarse. The buildings suffered heavy losses, and the army even more so. 8 squadrons of mummy guardians and 3 squadrons of bandaged mummies were exhausted in the battle to defend the city, and none survived. After the city walls were captured, Mr. Merida led 5 squadrons of Great Axe Death Knights to charge to cover the army's evacuation. All of the Great Axe Death Knights were killed. 5 squadrons of Axes of the Dead were hit by fire from the mummy guards after the duration of the desertification, and all died. 2 squadrons of Dark Gargoyles were surrounded and annihilated by bone dragons and wyverns, and none of them survived. Most of the Scorpion warriors were killed in the fight with the enemy, leaving only 2 squadrons. 4 squadrons of Wild Sand Mages were killed in a surprise attack by the enemy's air force. More than 6 squadrons of Condensed Sand Archers were killed, and now only 5 squadrons are left. 2 squadrons of Heavy Sword Warriors were dismantled into parts. Richard fell silent as Kalu narrated with some grief and indignation. The losses in this battle were too tragic. In the end, the number of troops on the attribute panel was directly cleared by more than half. Rare troops: 1. Scorpion Warrior, 20 nests, weekly output 140, current number 230. 2. Mummy Guardian, 3 nests, weekly output 30, current number 0. 3. Condensed Sand Archer, 10 nests, weekly output 50, current number 535. 4. Sandstorm Controller, 20 nests, weekly output 100, current number 400. Glorious Troops Deadstone Statue, 11 nests, weekly output 110, current number 850. Crown Troops, Skeleton Blood Dragon 160. Originally 7 or 8 battalions of troops, now only 2 battalions are left. Great Axe Death Knight, Bandaged Mummy, Cursed Pharaoh. These 3 troops, including the army and the army nests, were wiped out. This was because more than 1 legion of the dungeon army was hunted down, and the Dusk City was defending the city. It was too tragic. Richard felt his heart bleed after reading it. Half a year of accumulation, and it was wiped out in one wave. He looked at the yellow sand throne in front of him with a fierce look. The damn Lord of the Dunes and the dog-headed god who wanted to get involved in everything. These 2 guys were sacrificed to the heavens! Exclamation mark. What about the casualties of the residents? Kalu's face eased a little at this time. Because we have a lot of exercises and preparations for dealing with emergencies. Although the situation this time is dangerous, the residents evacuated in time and there were no casualties. Thanks to Richard's idea of being prepared for danger in times of peace, Kalu implemented his will and carried out several exercises every month to deal with various situations. The most common exercise was how the Dusk City should respond when the enemy launched a surprise attack. With more exercises, a set of strategies suitable for the Dusk City was gradually summarized. Once an emergency occurs, everyone knows what they should do. Richard also breathed a sigh of relief. Residents are one of the most valuable assets of the Dusk City. The benefits brought by high public opinion are too rare, and he will never tolerate the public opinion plummeting, because the city was attacked. When the City of Dusk expands its personnel in the future, these residents will be the important backbone for integrating others. After the 2 talked for more than 10 minutes, 2 Bloodhoof soldiers approached quickly with awe. Great Lord, we found a large number of collapsed army nests in the east area. After investigation, we found that several army nests are still intact. East area? Those troops crawling out of the gravel? Richard was a little interested. What kind of troops can be recruited in those army nests? The dungeon soldier said hurriedly. We don't know yet. We need you to determine it. Richard nodded and waved his hand without hesitation. Take me there. The dungeon soldier who sent the order saw that he was in high spirits and became excited. As you wish. After saying that, he turned around and led the way. Richard followed closely with Kalu. 10 minutes later, the dungeon soldier stopped in a spacious area. Richard looked around and saw that on the grey-brown floor, there were almost countless army nests of all sizes. But unfortunately, most of these arms nests have collapsed, and some have even become inconspicuous piles of earth or stones. Those that barely maintained their original state have also lost their strength and can no longer recruit arms. With a regretful mood, Richard went deep into it. After a week, he found dozens of dungeon soldiers guarding in front of several arms nests that emitted strong energy fluctuations. After seeing Richard coming, the soldiers immediately saluted with their chests. After letting the army exempt from the salute, he did not waste any words and walked to the front of the arms that had not collapsed to take a closer look. In front of him is a pyramid with a height of more than 8 meters, condensed by yellow sand. What is particularly eye-catching is that in the pyramid, sharp spears pierced the yellow sand and appeared in the air. It looks very cool. Richard's interest soared, and with strong expectations, he opened the attribute panel. Guard pyramid, level, crown 3 stars, recruitable troops, mummy guards, crown 3 stars, number of recruitable troops. 20 weekly output. 10 recruitment conditions. 1000 units of gems, 1000 units of sulfur. Introduction, a nest that can recruit crown troops, very rare. Mummy guards, a top level troop that once killed hundreds of dead stone statues in a single burst. If the dead stone statues did not have the skill of sandification, which was a natural counter to physical damage, the losses in that battle would have at least quadrupled or quintupled. This troop has proven its strength. Richard's eyes lit up. Great lord, we just counted and found a total of 10 intact troop types of this type. 10? Richard's smile grew even bigger. To be promoted from glory to crown, each requires 50 million units of resources. 10, that's 500 million units. Although the loss this time is huge, with 10 arms, it can make up for a lot. His mood eased a lot. Just when he was about to say something, there was a commotion not far away. Richard turned his head to look, but found that the arms nest blocked his view, and raised his eyebrows. Keru, send someone to see what happened. Keru was not vague, and went there immediately. Not long after, the pale-haired old man returned excitedly, and shouted loudly, before he got close. My lord, there are dungeon soldiers over there who accidentally triggered a mechanism. They found 3 intact arms nests inside. Found 3 more. That's 13. Is it the same type? No, it's another arms. Richard became interested. Take me there. Yes. After bypassing the collapsed ruins, he followed Keru to another area, where the arms nests collapsed more seriously. The ground was covered with gravel and sand. The only difference was that a huge crack appeared on the ground at this time, and more than a dozen soldiers were looking down at the crack excitedly. The space below the crack was about 20 meters high, and many troops were already exploring it. Richard didn't hesitate. After letting Keru wait above, he floated down from the crack. The moment he landed on the ground, a mysterious army nest appeared in his sight. 3 pyramids with a height of more than 10 meters stood in the dark underground. Endless sandstorms swirled above the pyramids. Even 100 meters away, you can feel its surging power. Above the pyramids, there were rusty swords inserted, which looked like a tomb of long swords. This army gave him a much stronger impact than the mummy guards. As a crown level army, could this army be even stronger? Richard had a strong expectation in his heart. In the dim light, he stepped closer to the 3 pyramids. He opened the attribute panel again. After just one look, he subconsciously held his breath. Long sleeping pyramid, level, who are you? 3 stars, recruitable troops, king of the Imperial Guard, who are you? 3 stars, number of recruits. 20 weekly output. 10 recruitment conditions. 4,000 units of gems. 4,000 units of sulfur. Introduction, you can recruit a mummy troop with powerful combat power, the king of the Imperial Guard. They are the kings of the mummy Imperial Guards, and have extremely powerful combat power. This is a troop nest of who are you level on the crown. Richard's heart was beating faster. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.